Introduction of History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli. Translator unknown. Introduction. Niccolò Machiavelli, the first great Italian historian and one of the most eminent political writers of any age or country, was born at Florence, May 3, 1469. He was of an old, though not wealthy, Tuscan family, his father, who was a jurist, dying when Niccolò was 16 years old. We know nothing of Machiavelli's youth and little about his studies. He does not seem to have received the usual humanistic education of his time, as he knew no Greek. The first notice of Machiavelli is in 1498, when we find him holding the office of secretary in the second chancery of the Signoria, which office he retained till the downfall of the Florentine Republic in 1512. His unusual ability was soon recognized, and in 1500 he was sent on a mission to Louis XII of France, and afterwards on an embassy to Caesar Borgia, the lord of Romagna at Urbino. Machiavelli's report and description of this and subsequent embassies to this prince shows his undisguised admiration for the courage and cunning of Caesar, who was a master in the application of the principles afterwards exposed in such a skillful and uncompromising manner by Machiavelli in his Prince. The limits of this introduction will not permit us to follow with any detail the many important duties with which he was charged by his native state, all of which he fulfilled with the utmost fidelity and with consummate skill. When, after the battle of Ravenna in 1512, the Holy League determined upon the downfall of Pier Soderini, Gonfaloniere of the Florentine Republic, and the restoration of the Medici, the efforts of Machiavelli, who was an ardent Republican, were in vain. The troops he had helped organize fled before the Spaniards, and the Medici were returned to power. Machiavelli attempted to conciliate his new masters, but he was deprived of his office, and being accused in the following year of the participation in the conspiracy of Boccali and Capponi, he was imprisoned and tortured, though afterwards set at liberty by Pope Leo X. He now retired to a small estate near San Casciano, 7 miles from Florence. Here he devoted himself to political and historical studies, and though apparently retired from public life, his letters show the deep and passionate interest he took in the political vicissitudes through which Italy was then passing, and in all of which the singleness of purpose with which he continued to advance his native Florence is clearly manifested. It was during his retirement upon his little estate at San Casciano that Machiavelli wrote The Prince, the most famous of all his writings, and here also he began a much more extensive work, his Discourses on the Decades of Livy, which continued to occupy him for several years. These discourses, which do not form a continuous commentary on Livy, give Machiavelli an opportunity to express his own views on the government of the state, a task for which his long and varied political experience and an assiduous study of the ancients rendered him eminently qualified. The Discourses and The Prince, written at the same time, supplement each other and are really one work. Indeed, the treatise, The Art of War, though not written till 1520, should be mentioned here because of its intimate connection with these two treatises, it being, in fact, a further development of some of the thoughts expressed in the Discorsi. The Prince, a short work, divided into 26 books, is the best known of all Machiavelli's writings. Herein he expresses in his own masterly way his views on the founding of a new state, taking for his type and model Caesar Borgia, though the latter had failed in his schemes for the consolidation of his power in the Romagna. The principles here laid down were the natural outgrowth of the confused political conditions of his time, and as in the Principe, as its name indicates, Machiavelli is chiefly concerned with the government of a prince. So the Dioscuri treat principally of the Republic, and here Machiavelli's model republic was the Roman Commonwealth, the most successful and enduring example of popular government. Free Rome is the embodiment of his political idea of the state. Much that Machiavelli says in this treatise is as true today and holds as good as the day it was written. and to us there is much that is of especial importance. To select a chapter almost at random, let us take Book 1, Chapter 15. Quote, "Public affairs are easily managed in a city where the body of the people is not corrupt, and where equality exists. There no principality can be established, nor can a republic be established where there is no equality." No man has been more harshly judged than Machiavelli, especially in the 2 centuries following his death. But he has since found many able champions, and the tide has turned. The Prince has been termed a manual for tyrants, the effect of which has been most pernicious. But were Machiavelli's doctrines really new? Did he discover them? He merely had the candor and courage to write down what everybody was thinking and what everybody knew. He merely gives us the impression he had received from a long and intimate intercourse with princes in the affairs of state. It was Lord Bacon, I believe, who said that Machiavelli tells us what princes do, not what they ought to do. When Machiavelli takes Caesar Borgia as his model, he in no wise extols him as a hero, but merely as a prince who has been capable of attaining the end in view. The life of the state was the primary object. It must be maintained, and Machiavelli has laid down the principles, based on his study and wide experience, by which this may be accomplished. He wrote from the point of view of the politician, not the moralist. What is good politics may be bad morals, and in fact, by a strange fatality, where morals and politics clash, the latter generally gets the upper hand. And will anyone contend that the principles set forth by Machiavelli in his Prince or his discourses have entirely perished from the earth? Has diplomacy been entirely stripped of fraud and duplicity? Let anyone read the famous 18th chapter of the Prince, quote, "In what manner princes should keep their faith," and he will be convinced that what was true nearly 400 years ago is quite as true today. Of the remaining works of Machiavelli, the most important is the History of Florence, written between 1521 and 1525, and dedicated to Clement VII. The first book is merely a rapid review of the Middle Ages, the history of Florence beginning with Book 2. Machiavelli's method has been censured for adhering at times too closely to the chroniclers, like Villani, Cambi, and Giovanni Cavalcante, and at others rejecting their testimony without apparent reason, while in its details the authority of his history is often questionable. It is the straightforward, logical narrative, which always holds the interest of the reader, that is the greatest charm of the history. Of the other works of Machiavelli we may mention here his comedies, the Mandralaga, the Ecclesia, and his novel Balfigor. After the downfall of the Republic and Machiavelli's release from prison in 1513, fortune seems never again to have favored him. It is true that in 1520 Giuliano de' Medici commissioned him to write his History of Florence, and he afterwards held a number of offices, yet these latter were entirely beneath his merits. He had been married in 1502 to Marietta Corsini, who bore him 4 sons and a daughter. He died on June 22, 1527, leaving his family in the greatest poverty, a sterling tribute to his honesty when one considers the many opportunities he doubtless had to enrich himself. Machiavelli's life was not without blemish. Few lives are. We must bear in mind the atmosphere of craft, hypocrisy, and poison in which he lived. His was the age of Caesar Borgia and of popes like the monster Alexander VI and Julius II. Whatever his faults may have been, Machiavelli was always an ardent patriot and an earnest supporter of popular government. It is true that he was willing to accept a prince if one could be found courageous enough and prudent enough to unite dismembered Italy, for in the unity of his native land he saw the only hope of its salvation. Machiavelli is buried in the church of Santa Croce at Florence, beside the tomb of Michelangelo. His monument bears this inscription: Tanto nomini nullum par eulogium. And though this praise is doubtless exaggerated, he is a son of whom his country may be justly proud. End of introduction. Book 1, Chapter 1 of A History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli, translator unknown. Book 1, Chapter 1. Irruption of northern people upon the Roman territories. Visigoths. Barbarians called in by Stilicho. Vandals in Africa. Franks and Burgundians give their names to France and Burgundy. The Huns. Angles give the name to England. Attila, king of the Huns, in Italy. Genseric takes Rome. The Lombards. The people who inhabit the northern parts beyond the Rhine and the Danube, living in a healthy and prolific region, frequently increase to such vast multitudes that part of them are compelled to abandon their native soil and seek a habitation in other countries. The method adopted, when one of these provinces had to be relieved of its superabundant population, was to divide into 3 parts, each containing an equal number of nobles and of people, of rich and of poor. The third, on whom the lot fell, then went in search of new abodes, leaving the remaining 2/3 in possession of their native country. These migrating masses destroyed the Roman Empire by the facilities for settlement which the country offered when the emperors abandoned Rome, the ancient seat of their dominion, and fixed their residence at Constantinople, for by this step they exposed the Western Empire to the rapine of both their ministers and their enemies, the remoteness of their position preventing them either from seeing or providing for its necessities. To suffer the overthrow of such an extensive empire, established by the blood of so many brave and virtuous men, showed no less folly in the princes themselves than infidelity in their ministers. For not one irruption alone, but many, contributed to its ruin, and these barbarians exhibited much ability and perseverance in accomplishing their object. The first of these northern nations that invaded the empire after the Cimbrians, who were conquered by Gaius Marius, was the Visigoths, which name in our language signifies Western Goths. These, after some battles fought along its confines, long held their seat of dominion upon the Danube with consent of the emperors, and although, moved by various causes, they often attacked the Roman provinces, they were always kept in subjugation by the imperial forces. The emperor Theodosius conquered them with great glory, and being wholly reduced to his power, they no longer selected a sovereign of their own, but, satisfied with the terms which he granted them, lived and fought under his ensigns and authority. On the death of Theodosius, his sons Arcadius and Honorius succeeded to the empire, but not to the talents and fortune of their father, and the times became changed with the princes. Theodosius had appointed a governor to each of the 3 divisions of the empire, Rufinus to the eastern, to the west Stilicho, and Gildo to the African. Each of these, after the death of Theodosius, determined not to be governors merely, but to assume sovereign dominion over their respective provinces. Gildo and Rufinus were suppressed at their onset, but Stilicho, concealing his design, ingratiated himself with the new emperors, and at the same time so disturbed their government as to facilitate his occupation of it afterwards. To make the Visigoths their enemies, he advised that the accustomed stipend allowed to this people should be withheld, and as he thought these enemies would not be sufficient alone to disturb the empire, he contrived that the Burgundians, Franks, Vandals, and Alans, a northern people in search of new habitations, should assail the Roman provinces. That they might be better able to avenge themselves for the injury that they had sustained, the Visigoths, on being deprived of their subsidy, created Alaric their king, and having assailed the empire, succeeded after many reverses in overrunning Italy, and finally in pillaging Rome. After this victory Alaric died, and his successor Astolphus, having married Placidia, sister of the emperors, agreed with them to go to the relief of Gaul and Spain, which provinces had been assailed by the Vandals, Burgundians, Alans, and Franks, from the causes before mentioned. Hence it followed that the Vandals, who had occupied that part of Spain called Baetica, now Andalusia, being pressed by the Visigoths and unable to resist them, were invited by Boniface, who governed Africa for the empire, to occupy that province, for being in rebellion he was afraid his heir would become known to the emperor. For these reasons the Vandals gladly undertook the enterprise, and under Genseric, their king, became lords of Africa. At this time Theodosius, son of Arcadius, succeeded to the empire, and bestowing little attention on the affairs of the West, caused those who had taken possession to think of securing their acquisitions. Thus the Vandals ruled Africa, the Alans and Visigoths Spain, while the Franks and Burgundians not only took Gaul, but each gave their name to the part they occupied. Hence one is called France, the other Burgundy. The good fortune of these people brought fresh people to the destruction of the empire, one of which, the Huns, occupied the province of Pannonia, situated upon the nearer shore of the Danube, and which, from their name, is still called Hungary. To these disorders it must be added that the emperor, seeing himself attacked on so many sides, to lessen the number of his enemies, began to treat first with the Vandals, then with the Franks, a course which diminished his own power and increased that of the barbarians. Nor was the island of Britain, which is now called England, secure from them, for the Britons, being apprehensive of those who had occupied Gaul, called the Angli, a people of Germany, to their aid, and these, under Vortigern their king, first defended and then drove them from the island, of which they took possession, and after themselves named the country England. But the inhabitants, being robbed of their home, became desperate by necessity, and resolved to take possession of some other country, although they had been unable to defend their own. They therefore crossed the sea with their families, and settled in the country nearest to the beach, which from themselves is called Brittany. The Huns, who were said above to have occupied Pannonia, joining with other nations, such as the Zepidi, Eruli, Turingi, and Ostro, or Eastern Goths, moved in search of new countries, not being able to enter France, which was defended by the forces of the barbarians, came into Italy under Attila their king. He, a short time previously, in order to possess the entire monarchy, had murdered his brother Bleda, and having thus become very powerful, Andarek, king of the Zepidi, and Velamir, king of the Ostrogoths, became subject to him. Attila, having entered Italy, laid siege to Aquileia, where he remained without any obstacle for 2 years, wasting the country round, and dispersing the inhabitants. This, as will be related in its place, caused the origin of Venice. After the taking and ruin of Aquileia, he directed his course towards Rome, from the destruction of which he abstained at the entreaty of the pontiff, his respect for whom was so great that he left Italy and retired into Austria, where he died. After the death of Attila, Velamir, king of the Ostrogoths, and the heads of the other nations, took arms against his son, Henry and Uric, slew the one, and compelled the other, with his Huns, to repass the Danube and return to their country; while the Ostrogoths and Zepidi established themselves in Pannonia, and the Eruli and Turingi upon the further bank of the Danube. Attila, having left Italy, Valentinian, emperor of the West, thought of restoring the country, and that he might be more ready to defend it against the barbarians, abandoned Rome, and removed the seat of the government to Ravenna. The misfortunes which befell the Western Empire caused the emperor, who resided at Constantinople, on many occasions to give up the possession of it to others, as a charge full of danger and expense; and sometimes, without his permission, the Romans, seeing themselves so abandoned, created an emperor for their defense, or suffered some one to usurp their dominion. This occurred at the period of which we now speak, when Maximus, a Roman, after the death of Valentinian, seized the government, and compelled Eudocia, widow of the late emperor, to take him for her husband. But she, being of imperial blood, scorned the connection of a private citizen, and being anxious to avenge herself for the insult, secretly persuaded Genseric, king of the Vandals and master of Africa, to come to Italy, representing to him the advantage that he would derive from the undertaking, and the facility with which it might be accomplished. Tempted by the hope of booty, he came immediately, and finding Rome abandoned, plundered the city during 14 days. He also ravaged many other places in Italy, and then, loaded with wealth, withdrew to Africa. The Romans, having returned to their city, and Maximus being dead, elected Avitus, a Roman, as his successor. After this, several important events occurred both in Italy and in the countries beyond, and after the deaths of many emperors, the empire of Constantinople devolved upon Zeno, and that of Rome upon Orestes and Augustulus, his son,
who obtained the sovereignty by fraud. While they were designing to hold by force what they had obtained by treachery, the Eruli and Turingi, who, after the death of Attila, as before remarked, had established themselves upon the further banks of the Danube, united in a league and invaded Italy under Odoacer, their general. Into the districts which they left unoccupied, the Longobardi, or Lombards, also a northern people, entered, led by Godogo, their king. Odoacer conquered and slew Orestes near Pavia, but Augustulus escaped. After this victory, that Rome might, with her change of power, also change her title, Odoacer, instead of using the imperial name, caused himself to be declared King of Rome. He was the first of those leaders who at this period overran the world and thought of settling in Italy. For the others, either from fear that they should not be able to hold the country, knowing that it might easily be relieved by the Eastern emperors, or from some unknown cause, after plundering her, sought other countries wherein to establish themselves. End of Part 1, Chapter 1.
Book 1, Chapter 2 of History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli, translator unknown. Book 1, Chapter 2. State of the Roman Empire under Zeno. Theodoric, king of the Ostrogoths. Character of Theodoric. Changes in the Roman Empire. New languages. New names. Theodoric dies. Belisarius in Italy. Totila takes Rome. Narses destroys the Goths. New form of government in Italy. Narses invites the Lombards into Italy. The Lombards change the form of government. At this time, the ancient Roman Empire was governed by the following princes. Zeno, reigning in Constantinople, commanded the whole of the Eastern Empire. The Ostrogoths ruled Maesia and Pannonia. The Visigoths, Suevi, and Alans held Gascony and Spain. The Vandals, Africa. The Franks and Burgundians, France. And the Eruli and Turingi, Italy. The kingdom of the Ostrogoths had descended to Theodoric, nephew of Velimir, who, being on terms of friendship with Zeno, the Eastern emperor, wrote to him that his Ostrogoths thought it an injustice that they, being superior in valor to the people thereabout, should be inferior to them in dominion, and that it was impossible for him to restrain them within the limits of Pannonia. So, seeing himself under the necessity of allowing them to take arms and go in search of new abodes, he wished first to acquaint Zeno with it, in order that he might provide for them by granting some country in which they might establish themselves, by his good favor, with greater propriety and convenience. Zeno, partly from fear, and partly from a desire to drive Odoacer out of Italy, gave Theodoric permission to lead his people against him, and take possession of the country. Leaving his friends the Zepidi in Pannonia, Theodoric marched into Italy, slew Odoacer and his son, and, moved by the same reason which had induced Valentinian to do so, established his court at Ravenna, and like Odoacer took the title of King of Italy. Theodoric possessed great talents both for war and peace. In the former he was always conqueror, and in the latter he conferred very great benefits upon the cities and people under him. He distributed the Ostrogoths over the country, each district under its leader, that he might more conveniently command them in war and govern them in peace. He enlarged Ravenna, restored Rome, and with the exception of military discipline, conferred upon the Romans every honor. He kept within their proper bounds, wholly by the influence of his character, all the barbarian kings who occupied the empire. He built towns and fortresses between the point of the Adriatic and the Alps, in order with greater facility to impede the passage of any new hordes of barbarians who might design to assail Italy, and if, towards the latter end of his life, so many virtues had not been sullied by acts of cruelty caused by various jealousies of his people, such as the death of Symmachus and Boethius, men of great holiness, every point of his character would have deserved the highest praise. By his virtue and goodness, not only Rome and Italy,
but every part of the Western Empire, freed from the continual troubles which they had suffered from the frequent influx of barbarians, acquired new vigor, and began to live in an orderly and civilized manner. For surely if any times were truly miserable for Italy and the provinces overrun by barbarians, they were those which occurred from Arcadius and Honorius to Theodoric. If we only consider the evils which arise to a republic or a kingdom by a change of prince or of government, not by foreign interference, but by civil discord, in which we might see how even slight variations suffice to ruin the most powerful kingdoms or states, we may then easily imagine how much Italy and the other Roman provinces suffered, when they not only changed their form of government and their princes, but also their laws, customs, modes of living, religion, language, and name. Any one of these changes by itself, without being united with others, might, with thinking of it, to say nothing of the seeing and suffering, infuse terror into the strongest minds. From these causes proceeded the ruin as well as the origin and extension of many cities. Among those which were ruined were Aquileia, Luni, Chiusi, Populonia, Fiesole, and many others. The new cities were Venice, Siena, Ferrara, Aquila, and other towns and castles which for brevity we omit. Those which were extended were Florence, Genoa, Pisa, Milan, Naples, and Bologna, to all of which may be added the ruin and restoration of Rome and many other cities not previously mentioned. From this devastation and new population arose new languages, as we see in the different dialects of France, Spain, and Italy, which, partaking of the native idiom of the new people and of the old Roman, formed a new manner of discourse. Besides, not only were the names of the provinces changed, but also of lakes, rivers, seas, and men. For France, Spain, and Italy are full of fresh names, wholly different from the ancient, and, as omitting many others, we see that the Po, the Guarda, and the Archipelago are names quite different from those which the ancients used, while instead of Caesar and Pompey, we have Peter, Matthew, John, etc. Among so many variations, that of religion was not of little importance, for, while combating the customs of the ancient faith with the miracles of the new, very serious troubles and discords were created among men, and if the Christians had been united in one faith, fewer disorders would have followed, but the contentions among themselves, of the churches of Rome, Greece, and Ravenna, joined to those of the heretic sects with the Catholics, served in many ways to render the world miserable. Africa is a proof of this, having suffered more horrors from the Arian sect, whose doctrines were believed by the Vandals, than from any avarice or natural cruelty of the people themselves. Living amid so many persecutions, the countenances of men bore witness of the terrible impressions upon their minds, for besides the evils they suffered from the disordered state of the world, they scarcely could have recourse to the help of God, in whom the unhappy hope for relief, for the greater part of them, being uncertain what divinity they ought to address, died miserably, without help and without hope. Having been the first who put a stop to so many evils, Theodoric deserves the highest praise, for during the 38 years he reigned in Italy, he brought the country to such a state of greatness that her previous sufferings were no longer recognizable. But at his death the kingdom descended to Attalaric, son of Amalasontha his daughter, and the malice of fortune not being yet exhausted, the old evils soon returned, for Attalaric died soon after his grandfather, and the kingdom coming into the possession of his mother, she was betrayed by Theodatus, whom she had called to assist her in the government. He put her to death and made himself king, and having thus become odious to the Ostrogoths, the emperor Justinian entertained the hope of driving him out of Italy. Justinian appointed Belisarius to the command of this expedition, as he had already conquered Africa, expelled the Vandals, and reduced the country to the imperial rule. Belisarius took possession of Sicily, and from thence, passing into Italy, occupied Naples and Rome. The Goths, seeing this, slew Theodatus their king, whom they considered the cause of their misfortune, and elected Vitiges in his stead, who, after some skirmishes, was besieged and taken by Belisarius at Ravenna. But before he had time to secure the advantages of his victory, Belisarius was recalled by Justinian, and Johannes and Vitellius were appointed in his place. Their principles and practices were so different from those of Belisarius that the Goths took courage and created Iudovadus, governor of Verona, their king. After Iudovadus, who was slain, came Totila, who routed the imperial forces, took Tuscany and Naples, and recovered nearly the whole of what Belisarius had taken from them. On this account Justinian determined to send him into Italy again, but coming only with a small force, he lost the reputation which his former victories had won for him in less time than he had taken to acquire it. Totila, being at Ostia with his forces, took Rome before his eyes, but being unable to hold or to leave the city, he destroyed the greater part of it, drove out the citizens, and took the senators away with him. Thinking little of Belisarius, he led his people into Calabria to attack the force which had been sent from Greece. Belisarius, seeing the city abandoned, turned his mind to the performance of an honorable work. Viewing the ruins of Rome, he determined to rebuild her walls and recall her inhabitants with as little delay as possible. But fortune was opposed to this laudable enterprise, for Justinian, being at this time assailed by the Parthians, recalled him, and his duty to his sovereign compelled him to abandon Italy to Totila, who again took Rome, but did not treat her with such severity as upon the former occasion, for at the entreaty of St. Benedict, who in those days had great reputation for sanctity, he endeavored to restore her. In the meantime, Justinian, having arranged matters with the Parthians, again thought of sending a force to the relief of Italy, but the Sclavi, another northern people, having crossed the Danube and attacked Illyria and Thrace, prevented him, so that Totila held almost the whole country. Having conquered the Slavonians, Justinian sent Narses, a eunuch, a man of great military talent, who, having arrived in Italy, routed and slew Totila. The Goths, who had escaped, sought refuge in Pavia, where they created Teius their king. On the other hand, Narses, after the victory, took Rome, and coming to an engagement with Teius near Nocera, slew him and routed his army. By this victory the power of the Goths in Italy was quite annihilated, after having existed for 70 years, from the coming of Theodoric to the death of Teius. No sooner was Italy delivered from the Goths than Justinian died, and was succeeded by Justin his son, who, at the instigation of Sophia his wife, recalled Narses and sent Longinus in his stead. Like those who preceded him, he made his abode at Ravenna, and besides this gave a new form to the government of Italy, for he did not appoint governors of the provinces as the Goths had done, but in every city and town of importance placed a ruler whom he called a duke. Neither in this arrangement did he respect Rome more than the other cities, for having set aside the consuls and the senate, names which up to this time had been preserved, he placed her under a duke, who was sent every year from Ravenna, and called her the Duchy of Rome, while to him who remained in Ravenna and governed the whole of Italy for the emperor was given the name of Exarch. This division of the country greatly facilitated the ruin of Italy, and gave the Lombards an early occasion of occupying it. Narses was greatly enraged with the emperor for having recalled him from the government of the province, which he had won with his own valor and blood, while Sophia, not content with the injury done by withdrawing him, treated him in the most offensive manner, saying she wished him to come back, that he might spin with the other eunuchs. Full of indignation, Narses persuaded Alboin, king of the Lombards, who then reigned in Pannonia, to invade and take possession of Italy. The Lombards, as was said before, occupied those places upon the Danube which had been vacated by the Eruli and Turingi, when Odoacer their king led them into Italy, where, having been established for some time, their dominions were held by Alboin, a man ferocious and bold, under whom they crossed the Danube, and coming to an engagement with Cunimund, king of the Zepidi, who held Pannonia, conquered and slew him. Alboin, finding Rosamond, daughter of Cunimund, among the captives, took her to wife, and made himself sovereign of Pannonia, and, moved by his savage nature, caused the skull of Cunimund to be formed into a cup, from which, in memory of the victory, he drank. Being invited into Italy by Narses, with whom he had been in friendship during the war with the Goths, he left Pannonia to the Huns. who, after the death of Attila, had returned to their country. Finding on his arrival the province divided into so many parts, he presently occupied Pavia, Milan, Verona, Vicenza, and the whole of Tuscany, and the greater part of Flaminia, which is now called Romagna. These great and rapid acquisitions made him think the conquest of Italy already secured. He therefore gave a great feast at Verona, and having become elevated with wine, ordered the skull of Cunimund to be filled, and caused it to be presented to the queen Rosamond, who sat opposite, saying loud enough for her to hear, that upon occasion of such great joy she should drink with her father. These words were like a dagger to the lady's bosom, and she resolved to have revenge. Knowing that Helchemius, a noble Lombard, was in love with one of her maids, she arranged with the young woman that Helmichis, without being acquainted with the fact, should sleep with her instead of his mistress. Having effected her design, Rosamond discovered herself to Helmichis, and gave him the choice of either killing Alboin and taking herself and the kingdom as his reward, or of being put to death as the ravisher of the king. Helmichis consented to destroy Alboin, but after the murder, finding they could not occupy the kingdom, and fearful that the Lombards would put them to death for the love they bore to Alboin, they seized the royal treasure and fled with it to Longinus at Ravenna, who received them favorably. During these troubles the emperor Justinus died, and was succeeded by Tiberius, who, occupied in the wars with the Parthians, could not attend to the affairs of Italy, and this seeming to Longinus to present an opportunity, by means of Rosamond and her wealth, of becoming king of the Lombards and of the whole of Italy, he communicated his design to her, persuaded her to destroy Helmichis, and to take him for her husband. To this end, having prepared poisoned wine, she with her own hand presented it to Helmichis, who complained of thirst, as he had come from the bath. Having drunk half of it, he suspected the truth, from the unusual sensation it occasioned, and compelled her to drink the remainder, so that in a few hours both came to their end, and Longinus was deprived of the hope of becoming king. In the meantime the Lombards, having drawn themselves together in Pavia, which was become the principal seat of their empire, made Clefis their king. He rebuilt Imola, destroyed by Narses, and occupied Rimini, and almost every place up to Rome, but he died in the course of his victories. Clefis was cruel to such a degree, not only towards strangers, but to his own Lombards, that these people, sickened of royal power, did not create another king, but appointed among themselves 30 dukes to govern the rest. This prevented the Lombards from occupying the whole of Italy, or of extending their dominion further than Benevento; for of the cities of Rome, Ravenna, Cremona, Mantua, Padua, Monselice, Parma, Bologna, Faenza, Forli, and Cesena, some defended themselves for a time, and others never fell under their dominion, since, not having a king, they became less prompt for war, and when they afterward appointed one, they were, by living in freedom, become less obedient, and more apt to quarrel among themselves, which from the first prevented a fortunate issue of their military expeditions, and this was the ultimate cause of their being driven out of Italy. The affairs of the Lombards being in the state just described, the Romans and Longinus came to an agreement with them, that each should lay down their arms and enjoy what they already possessed. End of Part 1, Chapter 2.
Book 1, Chapter 3 of History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine. History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli. Translator unknown. Book 1, Chapter 3. Beginning of the greatness of the pontiffs in Italy. Abuse of censors and indulgences. The Pope applies to Pepin, King of France, for assistance. Donation of Pepin to the pontiff. Charlemagne. End of the kingdom of the Lombards. The title of cardinal begins to be used. The empire passes to the Germans. Berengarius, Duke of Friuli, created King of Italy. Pisa becomes great. Order and division of the states of Italy. Electors of the emperor created. In these times the popes began to acquire greater temporal authority than they had previously possessed. Although the immediate successors of Saint Peter were more reverenced for the holiness of their lives and the miracles which they performed, and their example so greatly extended the Christian religion that princes of other states embraced it in order to obviate the confusion which prevailed at that period. The emperor having become a Christian and returned to Constantinople, it followed, as was remarked at the commencement of the book, that the Roman Empire was the more easily ruined, and the Church more rapidly increased her authority. Nevertheless, the whole of Italy, being subject either to the emperors or the kings, till the coming of the Lombards, the Pope never acquired any greater authority than what reverence for their habits and doctrine gave them. In other respects they obeyed the emperors or kings, officiated for them in their affairs, as ministers or agents, and were even sometimes put to death by them. He who caused them to become of more importance in the affairs of Italy was Theodoric, king of the Goths, when he established the seat of his empire at Ravenna; for, Rome being without a prince, the Romans found it necessary for their safety to yield obedience to the Pope. His authority, however, was not greatly increased thereby, the only advantage being that the Church of Rome was allowed to take precedence of that of Ravenna. But the Lombards having taken possession, and Italy being divided into many parts, the Pope had an opportunity of greater exertion. Being as it were the head of Rome, both the Emperor of Constantinople and the Lombards respected him, so that the Romans by his means entered into league with the Lombards and with Longinus, not as subjects but as equals. Thus the popes, at one time friends of the Greeks, and at another of the Lombards, increased their own power, but upon the ruin of the Eastern Empire, which occurred during the time of Heraclius, their influence was reduced, for the Sclavi, of whom we spoke before, again assailed Illyria, and having occupied the country, named it Sclavonia after themselves; and the other parts were attacked by the Persians, then by the Saracens under Mohammed, and lastly by the Turks, who took Syria, Africa, and Egypt. These causes induced the reigning pope, in his distress, to seek new friends, and he applied to the King of France. Nearly all the wars with the northern barbarians carried on in Italy, it may be here remarked, were occasioned by the pontiffs, and the hordes with which the country was inundated were generally called in by them. The same mode of proceeding still continued, and kept Italy weak and unsettled. And therefore, in relating the events which have taken place from those times to the present, the ruin of the empire will be no longer illustrated, but only the increase of the pontificate and of the other principalities which ruled Italy till the coming of Charles VIII. It will be seen how the popes, first with censures and afterward with these and arms, mingled with indulgences, became both terrible and venerable, and how, from having abused both, they ceased to possess any influence, and were wholly dependent on the will of others for assistance in their wars. But to return to the order of our narration. Gregory III. Occupied the papacy, and the kingdom of the Lombards was held by Astolphus, who, contrary to agreement, seized Ravenna and made war upon the Pope. On this account Gregory no longer relying upon the Emperor of Constantinople, since he, for the reasons above given, was unable to assist him, and unwilling to trust the Lombards, for they had frequently broken their faith, had recourse to Pepin II., who, from being Lord of Austria and Brabant, had become King of France, not so much by his own valor as by that of Charles Martel, his father, and Pepin, his grandfather; for Charles Martel, being governor of the kingdom, effected the memorable defeat of the Saracens near Tours, upon the Loire, in which, 200,000 of them are said to have been left dead upon the field of battle. Hence Pepin, by his father's reputation and his own abilities, became afterward King of France. To him Pope Gregory, as we have said, applied for assistance against the Lombards, which Pepin promised to grant, but desired first to see him and be honored with his presence. Gregory accordingly went to France, passing uninjured through the country of his enemies, so great was the respect they had for religion, and was treated honorably by Pepin, who sent an army into Italy and besieged the Lombards in Pavia. King Astolphus, compelled by necessity, made proposals of peace to the French, who agreed to them at the entreaty of the Pope, for he did not desire the death of his enemy, but that he should be converted and live. In this treaty Astolphus promised to give to the Church all the places he had taken from her, but the king's forces having returned to France, he did not fulfill the agreement, and the Pope again had recourse to Pepin, who sent another army, conquered the Lombards, took Ravenna, and, contrary to the wishes of the Greek emperor, gave it to the Pope, with all the places that belonged to the exarchate, and added to them Urbino and the Marca. But Astolphus, while fulfilling the terms of his agreement, died, and Desiderius, a Lombard who was Duke of Tuscany, took up arms to occupy the kingdom, and demanded assistance of the Pope, promising him his friendship. The Pope acceding to his request, the other princes assented. Desiderius kept faith at first, and proceeded to resign the districts to the Pope according to the agreement made with Pepin, so that an exarch was no longer sent from Constantinople to Ravenna, but it was governed according to the will of the Pope. Pepin soon after died, and was succeeded by his son Charles, the same who, on account of the magnitude and success of his enterprises, was called Charlemagne, or Charles the Great. Theodore I now succeeded to the papacy, and discord arising between him and Desiderius, the latter besieged him in Rome. The Pope requested assistance of Charles, who, having crossed the Alps, besieged Desiderius in Pavai, where he took both him and his children, and sent them prisoners to France. He then went to visit the pontiff at Rome, where he declared that the Pope, being vicar of God, could not be judged by men. The Pope and the people of Rome made him emperor, and thus Rome began to have an emperor of the West. And whereas the popes used to be established by the emperors, the latter now began to have need of the popes at their elections, the empire continued to lose its powers, while the Church acquired them, and by these means she constantly extended her authority over temporal princes. The Lombards, having now been 232 years in the country, were strangers only in name, and Charles, wishing to reorganize the states of Italy, consented that they should occupy the places in which they had been brought up, and call the province after their own name, Lombardy. That they might be led to respect the Roman name, he ordered all that part of Italy adjoining to them, which had been under the exarchate of Ravenna, to be called Romagna. Besides this, he created his son Pepin king of Italy, whose dominion extended to Benevento, all the rest being possessed by the Greek emperor, with whom Charles was in league. About this time Paschal I occupied the pontificate, and the priests of the churches of Rome, from being near to the Pope and attending the elections of the pontiff, began to dignify their own power with a title by calling themselves cardinals, and arrogated so great authority that, having excluded the people of Rome from the election of pontiff, the appointment of a new pope was scarcely ever made except from one of their own number. Thus, on the death of Paschal, the Cardinal of Saint Sabina was created pope by the title of Eugenius II. Italy having come into the hands of the French, a change of form and order took place, the popes acquiring greater temporal power, and the new authorities adopting the titles of Count and Marquis, as that of Duke had been introduced by Longinus, Exarch of Ravenna. After the death of some pontiffs, Osporco, a Roman, succeeded to the papacy, but on account of his unseemly appellation he took the name of Sergius, and this was the origin of that change of names which the popes adapt upon their election to the pontificate. In the meantime, the Emperor Charles died, and was succeeded by Lewis the Pious, after whose death so many disputes arose among his sons, that at the time of his grandchildren the House of France lost the empire, which then came to the Germans, the first German emperor being called Arnulfus. Nor did the Carlovingian family lose the empire only; their discords also occasioned them the loss of Italy, for the Lombards, gathering strength, offended the Pope and the Romans, and Arnolfo, not knowing where to seek relief, was compelled to create Berengarius, Duke of Friuli, King of Italy. These events induced the Huns, who occupied Pannonia, to assail Italy, but in an engagement with Berengarius they were compelled to return to Pannonia, which had from them been named Hungary. Romano was at this time Emperor of Greece, having, while prefect of the army, dethroned Constantine, and as Puglia and Calabria, which, as before observed, were parts of the Greek empire, had revolted, he gave permission to the Saracens to occupy them, and they, having taken possession of these provinces, besieged Rome. The Romans, Berengarius being then engaged in defending himself against the Huns, appointed Alberic, Duke of Tuscany, their leader. By his valor Rome was saved from the Saracens, who, withdrawing from the siege, erected a fortress upon Mount Gargano, by means of which they governed Puglia and Calabria, and harassed the whole country. Thus Italy was in those times very grievously afflicted, being in constant warfare with the Huns in the direction of the Alps, and, on the Neapolitan side, suffering from the inroads of the Saracens. This state of things continued many years, occupying the reigns of three Berengarii, who succeeded each other, and during this time the Pope and the Church were greatly disturbed, the impotence of the Eastern, and the disunion which prevailed among the Western princes, leaving them without defense. The city of Genoa, with all her territory upon the rivers, having been overrun by the Saracens, an impulse was thus given to the rising greatness of Pisa, in which city multitudes took refuge, who had been driven out of their own country. These events occurred in the year 931, when Otto, Duke of Saxony, the son of Henry and Matilda, a man of great prudence and reputation, being made emperor, the Pope Agapito begged that he would come into Italy and relieve him from the tyranny of the Berengarii. The states of Italy were governed in this manner. Lombardy was under Berengarius III and Alfred his son. Tuscany and Romagna were governed by a deputy of the Western Emperor. Puglia and Calabria were partly under the Greek Emperor and partly under the Saracens. In Rome, 2 consuls were annually chosen from the nobility, who governed her according to ancient custom. To these was added a prefect, who dispensed justice among the people, and there was a council of 12, who each year appointed rectors for the places subject to them. The popes had more or less authority in Rome and the rest of Italy, in proportion as they were favorites of the emperor or of the most powerful states. The Emperor Otto came into Italy, took the kingdom from the Berengarii, in which they had reigned 55 years, and reinstated the pontiff in his dignity. He had a son and a nephew, each named Otto, who, one after the other, succeeded to the empire. In the reign of Otto III, Pope Gregory V was expelled by the Romans, whereupon the emperor came into Italy and replaced him, and the Pope, to revenge himself on the Romans, took from them the right to create an emperor, and gave it to 3 princes and 3 bishops of Germany. the princes of Brandenburg, Palatine, and Saxony, and the bishops of Magonza, Treveri, and Colonia. This occurred in the year 1002. After the death of Otto III, the electors created Henry, Duke of Bavaria, emperor, who at the end of 12 years was crowned by Pope Stephen VIII. Henry and his wife Simeonda were persons of very holy life, as is seen by the many temples built and endowed by them, of which the church of St. Miniato near Florence is one. Henry died in 1024, and was succeeded by Conrad of Swabia, and the latter by Henry II, who came to Rome; and as there was a schism in the church of 3 popes, he set them all aside, and caused the election of Clement II, by whom he was crowned emperor. End of Book 1, Chapter 3.
Book 1, Chapter 4 of History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine. History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli, translator unknown. Book 1, Chapter 4. Nicholas II commits the election of the Pope to the Cardinals. First example of a prince deprived of his dominions by the Pope. Guelphs and Ghibellines. Establishment of the Kingdom of Naples. Pope Urban II goes to France. The First Crusade. New orders of knighthood. Saladin takes from the Christians their possessions in the East. Death of the Countess Matilda. Character of Frederick Barbarossa. Schism. Frederick creates an antipope. Building of Alexandria in Puglia. Disgraceful conditions imposed by the Pope upon Henry, King of England. Reconciliation of Frederick with the Pope. The Kingdom of Naples passes to the Germans. Orders of Saint Dominic and Saint Francis. Italy was at this time governed partly by the people, some districts by their own princes, and others by the deputies of the emperor. The highest in authority, and to whom the others referred, was called the chancellor. Of the princes, the most powerful were Godfred and the Countess Matilda his wife, who was daughter of Beatrice, the sister of Henry II. She and her husband possessed Lucca, Parma, Reggio, Mantua, and the whole of what is now called the patrimony of the Church. The ambition of the Roman people caused many wars between them and the pontiffs, whose authority had previously been used to free them from the emperors. But when they had taken the government of the city to themselves, and regulated it according to their own pleasure, they at once became at enmity with the popes, who received far more injuries from them than from any Christian potentate. And while the popes caused all the West to tremble with their censures, the people of Rome were in open rebellion against them, nor had they or the popes any other purpose but to deprive each other of reputation and authority. Nicholas II now attained the papacy, and as Gregor V had taken from the Romans the right to create an emperor, he in the same manner determined to deprive them of their share in the election of the Pope, and confined the creation to the cardinals alone. Nor did this satisfy him, for, having agreed with the princes who governed Calabria and Puglia, with methods which we shall presently relate, he compelled the officers whom the Romans appointed to their different jurisdictions to render obedience to him, and some of them he even deprived of their offices. After the death of Nicholas there was a schism in the church. The clergy of Lombardy refused obedience to Alexander II, created at Rome, and elected Cadolo of Parma antipope; and Henry, who hated the power of the pontiffs, gave Alexander to understand that he must renounce the pontificate, and ordered the cardinals to go into Germany to appoint a new pope. He was the first who felt the importance of spiritual weapons, for the pope called a council at Rome, and deprived Henry of both the empire and the kingdom. Some of the people of Italy took the part of the pope, others of Henry, and hence arose the factions of the Guelphs and the Ghibellines, that Italy, relieved from the inundations of barbarians, might be distracted with intestine strife. Henry, being excommunicated, was compelled by his people to come into Italy, and fall barefooted upon his knees before the pope, and ask his pardon. This occurred in the year 1084. Nevertheless, there shortly afterward arose new discords between the pope and Henry, upon which the pope again excommunicated him, and the emperor sent his son, also named Henry, with an army to Rome, and he, with the assistance of the Romans, who hated the pope, besieged him in the fortress. Robert Guiscard then came from Puglia to his relief, but Henry had left before his arrival, and returned to Germany. The Romans stood out alone, and the city was sacked by Robert, and reduced to ruins. As from this Robert sprung the establishment of the kingdom of Naples, it seems not superfluous to relate particularly his actions and origin. Disunion having arisen among the descendants of Charlemagne, occasion was given to another northern people, called Normans, to assail France and occupy that portion of the country which is now named Normandy. A part of these people came into Italy at the time when the province was infested with the Berengari, the Saracens, and the Huns, and occupied some places in Romagna, where, during the wars of that period, they conducted themselves valiantly. Tancred, one of these Norman princes, had many children. Among the rest were William, surnamed Ferebach, and Robert, called Guiscard. When the principality was governed by William, the troubles of Italy were in some measure abated, but the Saracens still held Sicily, and plundered the coasts of Italy daily. On this account William arranged with the princes of Capua and Salerno, and with Melorco, a Greek, who governed Puglia and Calabria for the Greek emperor, to attack Sicily, and it was agreed that, if they were victorious, each should have a fourth part of the booty and the territory. They were fortunate in their enterprise, expelled the Saracens, and took possession of the island; but, after the victory, Melorco secretly caused forces to be brought from Greece, seized Sicily in the name of the emperor, and appropriated the booty to himself and his followers. William was much dissatisfied with this, but reserved the exhibition of his displeasure for a suitable opportunity, and left Sicily with the princes of Salerno and Capua. But when they had parted from him to return to their homes, instead of proceeding to Romagna, he led his people towards Puglia, and took Melfi, and from thence, in a short time, recovered from the Greek emperor almost the whole of Puglia and Calabria, over which provinces, in the time of Pope Nicholas II., his brother Robert Guiscard was sovereign. Robert, having had many disputes with his nephews for the inheritance of these states, requested the influence of the Pope to settle them, which his Holiness was very willing to afford, being anxious to make a friend of Robert, to defend himself against the Emperor of Germany and the insolence of the Roman people, which indeed shortly followed, when, at the instance of Gregory, he drove Henry from Rome and subdued the people. Robert was succeeded by his sons Roger and William, to whose dominion not only was Naples added, but all the places interjacent as far as Rome, and afterwards Sicily, of which Roger became sovereign. But upon William going to Constantinople to marry the daughter of the emperor, his dominions were wrested from him by his brother Roger. Inflated with so great an acquisition, Roger first took the title of King of Italy, but afterward contented himself with that of King of Puglia and Sicily. He was the first who established and gave the name to this kingdom, which still retains its ancient boundaries, although its sovereigns have been of many families and countries. Upon the failure of the Normans, it came to the Germans, after these to the French, then to the Aragonese, and is now held by the Flemish. About this time Urban II. Became Pope, and excited the hatred of the Romans. As he did not think himself safe even in Italy, on account of the disunion which prevailed, he directed his thoughts to a generous enterprise. With his whole clergy he went into France, and at Anvers, having drawn together a vast multitude of people, delivered an oration against the infidels, which so excited the minds of his audience that they determined to undertake the conquest of Asia from the Saracens, which enterprise with all those of a similar nature were afterward called Crusades, because the people who joined in them bore upon their armour and apparel the figure of a cross. The leaders were Godfrey, Eustace, and Baldwin of Bouillon, counts of Boulogne, and Peter, a hermit celebrated for his prudence and sagacity. Many kings and people joined them, and contributed money, and many private persons fought under them at their own expense, so great was the influence of religion in those days upon the minds of men, excited by the example of those who were its principal ministers. The proudest successes attended the beginning of this enterprise, for the whole of Asia Minor, Syria, and part of Egypt fell under the power of the Christians. To commemorate these events the Order of the Knights of Jerusalem was created, which still continues, and holds the island of Rhodes, the only obstacle to the power of the Mohammedans. The same events gave rise to the Order of the Knights Templars, which, after a short time, on account of their shameless practices, was dissolved. Various fortunes attended the Crusaders in the course of their enterprises, and many nations and individuals became celebrated accordingly. The kings of France and England joined them, and, with the Venetians, Pisans, and Genoese, acquired great reputation, till the time of Saladin, when, by whose talents and the disagreement of the Christians among themselves, the Crusaders were robbed of all that glory which they had at first acquired, and, after 90 years, were driven from those places which they had so honourably and happily recovered. After the death of Urban, Paschal II. Became Pope, and the empire was under the dominion of Henry IV., who came to Rome pretending friendship for the pontiff, but afterward put his Holiness and all his clergy in prison, nor did he release them till it was conceded that he should dispose of the churches of Germany according to his own pleasure. About this time the Countess Matilda died, and made the Church heir to all her territories. After the death of Paschal and Henry IV., many popes and emperors followed, till the papacy was occupied by Alexander III., and the empire by Frederick, surnamed Barbarossa. The popes during this period had met with many difficulties from the people of Rome and the emperors, and in the time of Barbarossa they were much increased. Frederick possessed military talent, but was so full of pride that he would not submit to the pontiff. However, at his election to the empire he came to Rome to be crowned, and returned peaceably to Germany, where he did not long remain in the same mind, but came again into Italy to subdue certain places in Lombardy which did not obey him. It happened at this time that the Cardinal St. Clement, of a Roman family, separated from Alexander, and was made pope by some of the cardinals. The Emperor Frederick being encamped at Zerma, Alexander complained to him of the antipope, and received for answer that they were both to go to him, and, having heard each side, he would determine which was the true pope. This reply displeased Alexander, and, as he saw the emperor was inclined to favor the antipope, he excommunicated him, and then fled to Philip, king of France. Frederick in the meantime carrying on the war in Lombardy, destroyed Milan, which caused the union of Verona, Padua, and Vicenza against him for their common defence. About the same period the antipope died, and Frederick set up Guido of Cremona in his stead. The Romans, from the absence of the Pope and from the Emperor being in Lombardy, had reacquired some authority in Rome, and proceeded to recover the obedience of those places which had been subject to them. And as the people of Tusculum refused to submit to their authority, they proceeded against them with their whole force; but these, being assisted by Frederick, routed the Roman army with such dreadful slaughter, that Rome was never after either so populous or so rich. Alexander now returned to the city, thinking he could be safe there on account of the enmity subsisting between the Romans and the Emperor, and from the enemies which the latter had in Lombardy. But Frederick, setting aside every other consideration, led his forces and encamped before Rome, and Alexander fled to William, king of Puglia, who had become heir of that kingdom after the death of Roger. Frederick, however, withdrew from Rome on account of the plague which then prevailed, and returned to Germany. The cities of Lombardy in league against him, in order to command Pavia and Tortona, which adhered to the imperial party, built a city to be their magazine in time of war, and named it Alexandria, in honor of the Pope and in contempt of Frederick. Guido the Antipope died, and Giovanni of Fermo was appointed in his stead, who, being favored by the imperialists, lived at Montefiascone. Pope Alexander being at Tusculum, whither he had been called by the inhabitants, that with his authority he might defend them from the Romans, ambassadors came to him from Henry, King of England, to signify that he was not blamable for the death of Thomas à Becket, Archbishop of Canterbury, although public report had slandered him with it. On this the Pope sent 2 cardinals to England, to inquire into the truth of the matter, and although they found no actual charge against the king, still, on account of the infamy of the crime, and for not having honored the Archbishop so much as he deserved, the sentence against the King of England was, that having called together the barons of his empire, he should upon oath before them affirm his innocence; that he should immediately send 200 soldiers to Jerusalem, paid for 1 year; that, before the end of 3 years, he should himself proceed thither with as large an army as he could draw together; that his subjects should have the power of appealing to Rome when they thought proper; and that he should annul whatever acts had been passed in his kingdom unfavorable to ecclesiastical rule. These terms were all accepted by Henry, and thus a great king submitted to a sentence that in our day a private person would have been ashamed of. But while the Pope exercised so great authority over distant princes, he could not compel obedience from the Romans themselves, or obtain their consent that he should remain in Rome, even though he promised to intermeddle only with ecclesiastical affairs. About this time Frederick returned to Italy, and while he was preparing to carry on new wars against the Pope, his prelates and barons declared that they would abandon him unless he reconciled himself with the Church, so that he was obliged to go and submit to the Pope of Venus, where a pacification was effected, but in which the Pope deprived the Emperor of all authority over Rome, and named William King of Sicily and Puglia a coadjutor with him. Frederick, unable to exist without war, joined the Crusaders in Asia, that he might exercise that ambition against Mohammed which he could not gratify against the vicars of Christ; and being near the river Cydnus, tempted by the clearness of its waters, bathed therein, took cold, and died. Thus the river did a greater favor to the Mohammedans than the Pope's excommunications had done to the Christians, for the latter only checked his pride, while the former finished his career. Frederick being dead, the Pope had now only to suppress the contumacy of the Romans, and, after many disputes concerning the creation of councils, it was agreed that they should elect them as they had been accustomed to do, but that these should not undertake the office till they had first sworn to be faithful to the Church. This agreement being made, Giovanni the Antipope took refuge in Mount Albano, where he shortly afterward died. William, King of Naples, died about the same time, and the Pope intended to occupy that kingdom on the ground that the king had left only a natural son named Tancred. But the barons would not consent, and wished that Tancred should be king. Celestine III., the then Pope, anxious to snatch the kingdom from the hands of Tancred, contrived that Henry, son of Frederick, should be elected emperor, and promised him the kingdom on the condition that he should restore to the Church all the places that had belonged to her. To facilitate this affair, he caused Gostanza, a daughter of William, who had been placed in a monastery and was now old, to be brought from her seclusion and become the wife of Henry. Thus the kingdom of Naples passed from the Normans, who had been the founders of it, to the Germans. As soon as the affairs of Germany were arranged, the Emperor Henry came into Italy with Gostanza his wife, and a son about 4 years of age, named Frederick; and, as Tancred was now dead, leaving only an infant named Roger, he took possession of the kingdom without much difficulty. After some years Henry died in Sicily, and was succeeded in the kingdom by Frederick, and in the empire by Otho, Duke of Saxony, who was elected through the influence of Innocent III. But as soon as he had taken the crown, contrary to the general expectation, he became an enemy of the Pope, occupied Romagna, and prepared to attack the kingdom. On this account the Pope excommunicated him; he was abandoned by every one, and the electors appointed Frederick, King of Naples, emperor in his stead. Frederick came to Rome for his coronation, but the Pope, being afraid of his power, would not crown him, and endeavored to withdraw him from Italy, as he had done Otho. Frederick returned to Germany in anger, and after many battles with Otho, at length conquered him. Meanwhile Innocent died, who, besides other excellent works, built the Hospital of the Holy Ghost at Rome. He was succeeded by Honorius III., in whose time the religious orders of St. Dominic and St. Francis were founded, 1218. Honorius crowned Frederick, to whom Giovanni, descended from Baldwin, King of Jerusalem, who commanded the remainder of the Christian army in Asia, and still held that title, gave a daughter in marriage, and with her portion conceded to him the title to that kingdom. Hence it is that every king of Naples is called King of Jerusalem. End of Book 1, Chapter 4. Book 1, Chapter 5 of History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine. History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli, translator unknown. Book 1, Chapter 5. The State of Italy. Beginning of the greatness of the House of Este. Guelphs and Ghibellines. Death of the Emperor Frederick II. Manfred takes possession of the Kingdom of Naples. Movements of the Guelphs and Ghibellines in Lombardy. Charles of Anjou invested by the Pope with the Kingdom of Naples and Sicily. Restless policy of the Popes. Ambitious views of Pope Nicholas III. Nephews of the Popes. Sicilian Vespers. The Emperor Rodolph allows many cities to purchase their independence. Institution of the Jubilee. The Popes at Avignon. At this time the states of Italy were governed in the following manner. The Romans no longer elected consuls, but instead of them, and with the same powers, they appointed one senator, and sometimes more. The league which the cities of Lombardy had formed against Frederick Barbarossa still continued, and comprehended Milan, Brescia, Mantua, and the greater number of the cities of Romagna, together with Verona, Vicenza, Padua, and Treviso. Those which took part with the emperor were Cremona, Bergamo, Parma, Reggio, and Trento. The other cities and fortresses of Lombardy Romagna and the March of Trevisa favored, according to their necessities, sometimes one party, sometimes the other. In the time of Otho III. there had come into Italy a man called Ezelin, who, remaining in the country, had a son, and he too had a son named Ezelin. This person, being rich and powerful, took part with Frederick, who, as we have said, was at enmity with the Pope. Frederick, at the instigation and with the assistance of Ezelin, took Verona and Mantua, destroyed Vicenza, occupied Padua, routed the army of the United Cities, and then directed his course towards Tuscany. Ezelin, in the meantime, had subdued the whole of the Trevisian March, but could not prevail against Ferrara, which was defended by Azone d'Este, and the forces which the Pope had in Lombardy. And as the enemy were compelled to withdraw, the Pope gave Ferrara in fee to this Azone, from whom are descended those who now govern that city. Frederick halted at Pisa, desirous of making himself lord of Tuscany, but, while endeavoring to discover what friends and foes he had in that province, he scattered so many seeds of discord as occasioned the ruin of Italy, for the factions of the Guelphs and Ghibellines multiplied, those who supported the church taking the name of Guelphs, while the followers of the emperor were called Ghibellines, these names being first heard at Pistoia. Frederick, marching from Pisa, assailed and wasted the territories of the church in a variety of ways, so that the Pope, having no other remedy, unfurled against him the banner of the cross, as his predecessor had done against the Saracens. Frederick, that he might be suddenly abandoned by his people, as Frederick Barbarossa and others had been, took into his pay a number of Saracens, and to bind them to him, and established in Italy a firm bulwark against the church, without fear of papal maledictions, he gave them Nocera in the kingdom of Naples, that, having a refuge of their own, they might be placed in greater security. The pontificate was now occupied by Innocent IV., who, being in fear of Frederick, went to Genoa, and thence to France, where he appointed a council to be held at Lyons, where it was the intention of Frederick to attend, but he was prevented by the rebellion of Parma, and being repulsed, he went into Tuscany, and from thence to Sicily, where he died, leaving his son Conrad in Swabia, and in Puglia Manfred, whom he had created Duke of Benevento, born of a concubine. Conrad came to take possession of the kingdom, and having arrived at Naples, died, leaving an infant son named Corradino, who was then in Germany. On this account Manfred occupied the state, first as guardian of Corradino, but afterward, causing a report to be circulated that Corradino had died, made himself king, contrary to the wishes of both the Pope and the Neapolitans, who, however, were obliged to submit. While these things were occurring in the kingdom of Naples, many movements took place in Lombardy between the Guelphs and the Ghibellines. The Guelphs were headed by a legate of the Pope, and the Ghibelline party by Ezelin, who possessed nearly the whole of Lombardy beyond the Po, and, as in the course of the war Padua rebelled, he put to death 12,000 of its citizens. But before its close he himself was slain, in the 80th year of his age, and all the places he had held became free. Manfred, king of Naples, continued those enmities against the church which had been begun by his ancestors, and kept the Pope, Urban IV., in continual alarm, so that, in order to subdue him, Urban summoned the Crusaders, and went to Perugia to await their arrival. Seeing them few and slow in their approach, he found that more able assistance was necessary to conquer Manfred. He therefore sought the favor of France, created Louis of Anjou, the king's brother, sovereign of Naples and Sicily, and excited him to come into Italy to take possession of that kingdom. But before Charles came to Rome the Pope died, and was succeeded by Clement IV., in whose time he arrived at Ostia with 30 galleys, and ordered that the rest of his forces should come by land. During his abode at Rome, the citizens, in order to attach him to them, made him their senator, and the Pope invested him with the kingdom, on condition that he should pay annually to the church the sum of 50,000 ducats, and it was decreed that, from henceforth, neither Charles nor any other person who might be king of Naples should be emperor also. Charles marched against Manfred, routed his army, and slew him near Benevento, and then became sovereign of Sicily and Naples. Corradino, to whom, by his father's will, the state belonged, having collected a great force in Germany, marched into Italy against Charles, with whom he came to an engagement at Tagliacozzo, was taken prisoner while endeavoring to escape, and being unknown, put to death. Italy remained in repose until the pontificate of Adrian V. Charles, being at Rome and governing the city by virtue of his office of senator, the Pope, unable to endure his power, withdrew to Viterbo, and solicited the Emperor Rodolph to come into Italy and assist him. Thus the popes, sometimes in zeal for religion, at others moved by their own ambition, were continually calling in new parties and exciting new disturbances. As soon as they had made a prince powerful, they viewed him with jealousy and sought his ruin, and never allowed another to rule the country which, from their own imbecility, they were themselves unable to govern. Princes were in fear of them, for, fighting or running away, the popes always obtained the advantage, unless it happened they were entrapped by deceit, as occurred to Boniface VIII. And some others, who under pretence of friendship were ensnared by the emperors. Rodolph did not come into Italy, being detained by the war in which he was engaged with the king of Bohemia. At this time Adrian died, and Nicholas III. Of the Orsini family became pontiff. He was a bold, ambitious man, and being resolved at any event to diminish the power of Charles, induced the Emperor Rodolph to complain that he had a governor in Tuscany favorable to the Gothic faction, who after the death of Manfred had been replaced by him. Charles yielded to the emperor and withdrew his governor, and the pope sent one of his nephews, a cardinal, as governor for the emperor, who, for the honor done him, restored Romagna to the church, which had been taken from her by his predecessors, and the pope made Bertoldo Orsini Duke of Romagna. As Nicholas now thought himself powerful enough to oppose Charles, he deprived him of the office of senator, and made a decree that no one of royal race should ever be a senator in Rome. It was his intention to deprive Charles of Sicily, and to this end he entered into a secret negotiation with Peter, King of Aragon, which took effect in the following papacy. He also had the design of creating two kings out of his family, the one in Lombardy, the other in Tuscany, whose power would defend the church from the Germans, who might design to come into Italy, and from the French, who were in the kingdom of Naples and Sicily. But with these thoughts he died. He was the first pope who openly exhibited his own ambition, and under pretence of making the church great, conferred honors and emolument upon his own family. Previous to this time no mention is made of the nephews or families of any pontiff, but future history is full of them, nor is there now anything left for them to attempt, except the effort to make the papacy hereditary. True it is, the princes of their creating have not long sustained their honors, for the pontiffs, being generally of very limited existence, did not get their plans properly established. To Nicholas succeeded Martin IV., of French origin, and consequently favorable to the party of Charles, who sent him assistance against the rebellion of Romagna, and while they were encamped at Furli, Guido Bonatto, an astrologer, contrived that at an appointed moment the people should assail the forces of the king, and the plan succeeding, all the French were taken and slain. About this period was also carried into effect the plot of Pope Nicholas and Peter King of Aragon, by which the Sicilians murdered all the French that were in that island, and Peter made himself sovereign of it, saying that it belonged to him in the right of his wife Costanza, daughter of Manfred. But Charles, while making warlike preparations for the recovery of Sicily, died, leaving a son, Charles II., who was made prisoner in Sicily, and to recover his liberty promised to return to his prison, if within 3 years he did not obtain the Pope's consent that the kings of Aragon should be invested with the kingdom of Sicily. The Emperor Rodolph, instead of coming into Italy, gave the empire the advantage of having done so, by sending an ambassador with authority to make all those cities free which would redeem themselves with money. Many purchased their freedom, and with liberty changed their mode of living. Adolfo of Saxony succeeded to the empire, and to the papacy Pietro del Morone, who took the name of Celestino, but being a hermit and full of sanctity, after 6 months renounced the pontificate, and Boniface VIII was elected. After a time the French and Germans left Italy, and the country remained wholly in the hands of the Italians. But Providence ordained that the Pope, when these enemies were withdrawn, should neither establish nor enjoy his authority, and raised 2 very powerful families in Rome, the Colonnesi and the Orsini, who with their arms and the proximity of their abode kept the pontificate weak. Boniface then determined to destroy the Colonnesi, and, besides excommunicating, endeavoured to direct the weapons of the Church against them. This, although it did them some injury, proved more disastrous to the Pope, for those arms which from attachment to the faith performed valiantly against its enemies, as soon as they were directed against Christians for private ambition, ceased to do the will of those who wished to wield them. And thus the too eager desire to gratify themselves caused the pontiffs by degrees to lose their military power. Besides what is just related, the Pope deprived 2 cardinals of the Colonnesi family of their office, and Sciarra, the head of the house, escaping unknown, was taken by corsairs of Catalonia and put to the oar. But being afterward recognized at Marseilles, he was sent to Philip, King of France, who had been excommunicated and deprived of the kingdom. Philip, considering that in a war against the pontiff he would either be a loser or run great hazards, had recourse to deception, and simulating a wish to come to terms, secretly sent Sciarra into Italy, who, having arrived at Anagnia, where his Holiness then resided, assembled a few friends, and in the night took him prisoner. And although the people of Anagnia set him at liberty shortly after, yet from grief at the injury he died mad. Boniface was the founder of the Jubilee in 1300, and fixed that it should be celebrated at each revolution of 100 years. In those times various troubles arose between the Guelph and Ghibelline factions, and the emperors, having abandoned Italy, many places became free, and many were occupied by tyrants. Pope Benedict restored the scarlet hat to the cardinals of the Colonnesi family, and reblessed Philip, King of France. He was succeeded by Clement V, who, being a Frenchman, removed the papal court to Avignon in 1305. End of chapter 5. Book 1, Chapter 6 of History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine. History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli, translator unknown. Book 1, Chapter 6. The Emperor Henry comes into Italy. The Florentines take the part of the Pope. The Visconti originate the Duchy of Milan. Artifice of Maffeo Visconti against the family of della Torre. Giovanni Galeazzo Visconti, first Duke of Milan. The Emperor Louis in Italy. John, King of Bohemia in Italy. League against the King of Bohemia and the Pope's Legate. Origin of Venice. Liberty of the Venetians, confirmed by Pepin and the Greek Emperor. Greatness of Venice. Decline of Venice. Discord between the Pope and the Emperor. Giovanna, Queen of Naples. Rienzi. the jubilee reduced to 50 years. Succession of the Duke of Milan. Cardinal Egidio the Pope's legate. War between the Genoese and the Venetians. At this time Charles II. Of Naples died, and was succeeded by his son Robert. Henry of Luxembourg had been elected to the empire, and came to Rome for his coronation, although the Pope was not there. His coming occasioned great excitement in Lombardy, for he sent all the banished to their homes, whether they were Guelphs or Ghibellines; and in consequence of this, one faction endeavoring to drive out the other, the whole province was filled with war, nor could the emperor with all his endeavors abate its fury. Leaving Lombardy by way of Genoa, he came to Pisa, where he endeavored to take Tuscany from King Robert; but not being successful, he went to Rome, where he remained only a few days, being driven away by the Orsini with the consent of King Robert, and returned to Pisa, and that he might more securely make war upon Tuscany, and wrest the country from the hands of the king, he caused it to be assailed by Frederick, monarch of Sicily. But when he was in hope of occupying Tuscany, and robbing the king of Naples of his dominions, he died, and was succeeded by Louis of Bavaria. About the same period, John XXII. Attained the papacy, during whose time the emperor still continued to persecute the Guelphs and the church, but they were defended by Robert and the Florentines. Many wars took place in Lombardy between the Visconti and the Guelphs, and in Tuscany between Castruccio of Lucca and the Florentines. As the family of Visconti gave rise to the Duchy of Milan, one of the 5 principalities which afterward governed Italy, I shall speak of them from a rather earlier date. Milan, upon recovering from the ruin into which she had been thrown by Frederick Barbarossa, in revenge for her injuries, joined the league formed by the Lombard cities for their common defence. This restrained him, and for a while preserved alive the interests of the Church in Lombardy. In the course of the wars which followed, the family of La Torre became very potent in that city, and their reputation increased so long as the emperor possessed little authority in the province. But Frederick II. Coming into Italy, and the Ghibelline party, by the influence of Ezelin having grown powerful, seeds of the same faction sprang up in all the cities. In Milan were the Visconti, who expelled the La Torres. These, however, did not remain out, for by agreement between the emperor and the pope they were restored to their country. For when the pope and his court removed to France, and the emperor, Henry of Luxembourg, came into Italy, with the pretext of going to Rome for his crown, he was received in Milan by Maffeo Visconti and Guido della Torre, who were then the heads of these families. But Maffeo, designing to make use of the emperor for the purpose of expelling Guido, and thinking the enterprise not difficult, on account of the La Torre being of the contrary faction to the imperial, took occasion, from the remarks which the people made of the uncivil behavior of the Germans, to go craftily about and excite the populace to arm themselves and throw off the yoke of these barbarians. When a suitable moment arrived, he caused a person in whom he confided to create a tumult, upon which the people took arms against the Germans. But no sooner was the mischief well on foot than Maffeo, with his sons and their partisans, ran to Henry, telling him that all the disturbance had been occasioned by the La Torre family, who, not content to remain peaceably in Milan, had taken the opportunity to plunder him, that they might ingratiate themselves with the Guelphs in Italy, and become princes in the city. They then bade him be of good cheer, for they, with their party, whenever he wished it, were ready to defend him with their lives. Henry, believing all that Maffeo told him, joined his forces to those of the Visconti, and, attacking the La Torre, who were in various parts of the city, endeavoring to quell the tumult, slew all upon whom they could lay hands, and having plundered the others of their property, sent them into exile. By this artifice Maffeo Visconti became a prince of Milan. Of him remained Galeazzo and Azzo, and after these Lucchino and Giovanni. Giovanni became Archbishop of Milan, and of Lucino, who died before him, were left Bernabo and Galeazzo. Galeazzo, dying soon after, left a son, called the Count of Virtu, who, after the death of the Archbishop, contrived the murder of his uncle, Bernabo, became Prince of Milan, and was the first who had the title of Duke. The Duke left Filippo and Giovan Maria Angelo, the latter of whom being slain by the people of Milan, the state fell to Filippo. But he, having no male heir, Milan passed from the family of Visconti to that of Sforza, in the manner to be related hereafter. But to return to the point from which we deviated. The Emperor Louis, to add to the importance of his party and to receive the crown, came into Italy, and being at Milan, as an excuse for taking money of the Milanese, he pretended to make them free and to put the Visconti in prison; but shortly afterwards he released them, and having gone to Rome in order to disturb Italy with less difficulty, he made Piero della Corvara antipope, by whose influence and the power of the Visconti he designed to weaken the opposite faction in Tuscany and Lombardy. But Castruccio died, and his death caused the failure of the emperor's purpose, for Pisa and Lucca rebelled. The Pisans sent Piero della Corvara a prisoner to the Pope in France, and the emperor, despairing of the affairs of Italy, returned to Germany. He had scarcely left before John, king of Bohemia, came into the country at the request of the Ghibellines of Brescia, and made himself lord of that city and of Bergamo. And as his entry was with the consent of the Pope, although he feigned the contrary, the legate of Bologna favored him, thinking by this means to prevent the return of the emperor. This caused a change in the parties of Italy, for the Florentines and King Robert, finding the legate was favorable to the enterprises of the Ghibellines, became foes of all those to whom the legate and the king of Bohemia were friendly. Without having regard for either faction, whether Guelph or Ghibelline, many princes joined them, of whom, among others, were the Visconti, the Della Scala, Filippo Gonzao of Mantua, the Carrara, and those of Este. Upon this the Pope excommunicated them all. The king, in fear of the league, went to collect forces in his own country, and having returned with a large army, still found his undertaking a difficult one. So, seeing his error, he withdrew to Bohemia, to the great displeasure of the legate, leaving only Reggio and Modena guarded, and Parma in the care of Marsilio and Piero de Rossi, who were the most powerful men in the city. The king of Bohemia being gone, Bologna joined the league, and the leaguers divided among themselves the 4 cities which remained of the church faction. They agreed that Parma should pertain to the Della Scala, Reggio to the Gonzaga, Modena to the family of Este, and Lucca to the Florentines. But in taking possession of these cities, many disputes arose, which were afterward in a great measure settled by the Venetians. Some perhaps will think it a species of impropriety that we have so long deferred speaking of the Venetians, theirs being a republic, which, both on account of its power and internal regulations, deserves to be celebrated above any principality of Italy. But that this surprise may cease when the cause is known, I shall speak of their city from a more remote period, that every one may understand what were their beginnings and the causes which so long withheld them from interfering in the affairs of Italy. When Attila, king of the Huns, besieged Aquileia, the inhabitants, after defending themselves a long time, began to despair of effecting their safety, and fled for refuge to several uninhabited rocks situated at the point of the Adriatic Sea, now called the Gulf of Venice, carrying with them whatever movable property they possessed. The people of Padua, finding themselves in equal danger, and knowing that, having become master of Aquileia, Attila would next attack themselves, also removed with their most valuable property to a place on the same sea, called Rivo Alto, to which they brought their women, children, and aged persons, leaving the youth in Padua to assist in her defense. Besides these, the people of Omancelitz, with the inhabitants of the surrounding hills, driven by similar fears, fled to the same rocks. But after Attila had taken Aquileia and destroyed Padua, Monselitz, Vicenza, and Verona, the people of Padua and others who were powerful continued to inhabit the marshes about Rivo Alto, and, in like manner, all the people of the province anciently called Venetia, driven by the same events, became collected in these marshes. Thus, under the pressure of necessity, they left an agreeable and fertile country to occupy one sterile and unwholesome. However, in consequence of a great number of people being drawn together into a comparatively small space, in a short time they made those places not only habitable, but delightful, and having established among themselves laws and useful regulations, enjoyed themselves in security amid the devastations of Italy, and soon increased both in reputation and strength. For, besides the inhabitants already mentioned, many fled to these places from the cities of Lombardy, principally to escape from the cruelties of Clephes, king of the Lombards, which greatly tended to increase the numbers of the new city, and in the conventions which were made between Pepin, king of France, and the emperor of Greece, when the former, at the entreaty of the pope, came to drive the Lombards out of Italy, the Duke of Benevento and the Venetians did not render obedience to either the one or the other, but alone enjoyed their liberty. As necessity had led them to dwell on sterile rocks, they were compelled to seek the means of subsistence elsewhere, and voyaging with their ships to every port of the ocean, their city became a depository for the various products of the world, and was itself filled with men of every nation. For many years the Venetians sought no other dominion than that which tended to facilitate their commercial enterprises, and thus acquired many ports in Greece and Syria, and as the French had made frequent use of their ships in voyages to Asia, the island of Candia was assigned to them in recompense for these services. While they lived in this manner, their name spread terror over the seas, and was held in veneration throughout Italy. This was so completely the case that they were generally chosen to arbitrate in controversies between the states, as occurred in the difference between the colleagues, on account of the cities they had divided among themselves, which being referred to the Venetians, they awarded Brescia and Bergamo to the Visconti. But when in the course of time, urged by their eagerness for dominion, they had made themselves masters of Padua, Vicenza, Trevisa, and afterward of Verona, Bergamo, and Brescia, with many cities in Romagna and the kingdom of Naples, other nations were impressed with such an opinion of their power that they were a terror, not only to the princes of Italy, but to the ultramontane kings. These states entered into an alliance against them, and in one day wrested from them the provinces they had obtained with so much labor and expense. And although they have in latter times reacquired some portions, still possessing neither power nor reputation, like all the other Italian powers, they live at the mercy of others. Benedict XII, having attained the pontificate and finding Italy lost, fearing, too, that the emperor would assume the sovereignty of the country, determined to make friends of all who had usurped the government of those cities which had been accustomed to obey the emperor, that they might have occasion to dread the latter, and unite with himself in the defense of Italy. To this end he issued a decree confirming to all the tyrants of Lombardy the places they had seized. After making this concession the pope died, and was succeeded by Clement VI. The emperor, seeing with what a liberal hand the pontiff had bestowed the dominions of the empire, in order to be equally bountiful with the property of others, gave to all who had assumed sovereignty over the cities or territories of the Church the imperial authority to retain possession of them. By this means Galeotto Malatesti and his brothers became lords of Rimino, Pesaro, and Fano, Antonio da Montefeltro of the Marca and Urbino, Gentile da Varano of Camerino, Guido di Polenta of Ravenna, Sinibaldo or de Laffi of Furli and Cesena, Giovanni Manfredi of Faenza, Lodovico Alidossi of Imola, and besides these many others in diverse places. Thus of all the cities, towns, or fortresses of the church, few remained without a prince, for she did not recover herself till the time of Alexander VI, who, by the ruin of the descendants of these princes, restored the authority to the church. The emperor, when he made the concession before named, being at Tarento, signified an intention of going into Italy. In consequence of this many battles were fought in Lombardy, and the Visconti became lords of Parma. Robert, king of Naples, now died, leaving only two grandchildren, the issue of his son Charles, who had died a considerable time before him. He ordered that the elder of the two, whose name was Giovanna or John, should be heirs of the kingdom, and take for her husband Andrea, son of the king of Hungary, his grandson. Andrea had not lived with her long, before she caused him to be murdered, and married another cousin, Louis, prince of Tarento. But Louis, king of Hungary, and brother of Andrea, in order to avenge his death, brought forces into Italy, and drove Queen Joan and her husband out of the kingdom. At this period a memorable circumstance took place at Rome. Niccolò di Lorenzo, often called Rienzi or Cola di Rienzi, who held the office of chancellor at Campidoglio, drove the senators from Rome, and, under the title of tribune, made himself the head of the Roman Republic, restoring it to its ancient form, and with so great reputation of justice and virtue, that not only the places adjacent, but the whole of Italy sent ambassadors to him. The ancient provinces, seeing Rome arise to new life, again raised their heads, and some induced by hope, others by fear, honored him as their sovereign. But Niccolo, notwithstanding his great reputation, lost all energy in the very beginning of his enterprise, and as if oppressed with the weight of so vast an undertaking, without being driven away, secretly fled to Charles, king of Bohemia, who, by the influence of the pope, and in contempt of Louis of Bavaria, had been elected emperor. Charles, to ingratiate himself with the pontiff, sent Niccolo to him, a prisoner. After some time, in imitation of Rienzi, Francesco Baroncelli seized upon the tribunate of Rome, and expelled the senators, and the pope, as the most effectual means of repressing him, drew Niccolo from his prison, sent him to Rome, and restored to him the office of tribune, so that he reoccupied the state, and put Francesco to death. But the Colonnesi becoming his enemies, he too, after a short time, shared the same fate, and the senators were again restored to their office. The king of Hungary, having driven out Queen Joan, returned to his kingdom, but the pope, who chose to have the queen in the neighborhood of Rome rather than the king, effected her restoration to the sovereignty, on the condition that her husband, contenting himself with the title of Prince of Tarento, should not be called king. Being the year 1350, the pope thought that the jubilee appointed by Boniface VIII to take place at the conclusion of each century might be renewed at the end of each 50 years, and having issued a decree for the establishment of it, the Romans, in acknowledgment of the benefit, consented that he should send 4 cardinals to reform the government of the city, and appoint senators according to his own pleasure. The pope again declared Louis of Tarento king, and in gratitude for the benefit, Queen Joan gave Avignon, her inheritance, to the church. About this time Lucino Visconti died, and his brother, the archbishop, remaining lord of Milan, carried on many wars against Tuscany and his neighbors, and became very powerful. Bernabo and Galeazzo, his nephews, succeeded him, but Galeazzo soon after died, leaving Giovan Galeazzo, who shared the state with Bernabo. Charles, king of Bohemia, was then emperor, and the pontificate was occupied by Innocent VI, who sent Cardinal Egidio, a Spaniard, into Italy. He restored the reputation of the church, not only in Rome and Romagna, but throughout the whole of Italy. He recovered Bologna from the archbishop of Milan, and compelled the Romans to accept a foreign senator appointed annually by the Pope. He made honourable terms with the Visconti, and routed and took prisoner John Agut, an Englishman, who, with 4,000 English, had fought on the side of the Ghibellines in Tuscany. Urban V, hearing of so many victories, resolved to visit Italy and Rome, whither also the emperor came. After remaining a few months, he returned to the kingdom of Bohemia, and the Pope to Avignon. On the death of Urban, Gregory XI was created Pope, and, as the Cardinal Egidio was dead, Italy again recommenced her ancient discords, occasioned by the union of the other powers against the Visconti, and the Pope, having first sent a legate with 6,000 Bretons, came in person and established the papal court at Rome in 1376, after an absence of 71 years in France. To Gregory XI succeeded Urban VI, but shortly afterwards Clement VI was elected at Fondi by 10 cardinals, who declared the appointment of Urban irregular. At this time the Genoese threw off the yoke of the Visconti, under whom they had lived many years, and between them and the Venetians several important battles were fought for the island of Tenedos. Although the Genoese were for a time successful, and held Venice in a state of siege during many months, the Venetians were at length victorious, and by the intervention of the Pope, peace was made in the year 1381. In these wars artillery was first used, having been recently invented by the Dutch. End of chapter 6.
Book 1, Chapter 7 of History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine. History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli, translator unknown. Book 1, Chapter 7. Schism in the Church. Ambitious views of Giovanni Galeazzo Visconti. The Pope and the Romans come to an agreement. Boniface IX introduces the practice of annats. Disturbance in Lombardy. The Venetians acquire dominion on terra firma. Differences between the Pope and the people of Rome. Council of Pisa. Council of Constance. Filippo Visconti recovers his dominion. Giovanna II of Naples. Political condition of Italy. A schism having thus arisen in the Church, Queen Joan favored the schismatic Pope, upon which Urban caused Charles of Durazzo, descended from the kings of Naples, to undertake the conquest of her dominions. Having succeeded in his object, she fled to France, and he assumed the sovereignty. The King of France, being exasperated, sent Louis of Anjou into Italy to recover the kingdom for the Queen, to expel Urban from Rome and establish the antipope. But in the midst of this enterprise Louis died, and his people being routed returned to France. In this conjuncture the Pope went to Naples, where he put 9 cardinals into prison for having taken the part of France and the antipope. He then became offended with the king for having refused to make his nephew Prince of Capua, and pretending not to care about it, requested he would grant him Nocera for his capitation; but, having fortified it, he prepared to deprive the king of his dominions. Upon this the king pitched his camp before the place, and the Pope fled to Naples, where he put to death the cardinals whom he had imprisoned. From thence he proceeded to Rome, and, to acquire influence, created 29 cardinals. At this time Charles, king of Naples, went to Hungary, where, having been made king, he was shortly afterward killed in battle, leaving a wife and 2 children at Naples. About the same time Giovanni Galeazzo Visconti murdered Bernabo his uncle, and took the entire sovereignty upon himself, and, not content with being Duke of Milan and sovereign of the whole of Lombardy, designed to make himself master of Tuscany,
But while he was intent upon occupying the province with the ultimate view of making himself king of Italy, he died. Boniface IX. Succeeded Urban VI. The antipope, Clement VI., also died, and Benedict XIII. Was appointed his successor. Many English, Germans, and Bretons served at this period in the armies of Italy, commanded partly by those leaders who had from time to time authority in the country, and partly by such as the pontiff sent when they were at Avignon. With these warriors the princes of Italy long carried on their wars, till the coming of Lodovico da Cento of Romagna, who formed a body of Italian soldiery called the Company of St. George, whose valor and discipline soon caused the foreign troops to fall into disrepute, and gave reputation to the native forces of the country, of which the princes afterward availed themselves in their wars with each other. The Pope, Boniface IX., being at enmity with the Romans, went to Scessi, where he remained till the jubilee of 1400, when the Romans, to induce him to return to the city, consented to receive another foreign senator of his appointing, and also allowed him to fortify the castle of St. Angelo. Having returned upon these conditions, in order to enrich the church, he ordained that every one, upon vacating a benefice, should pay a year's value of it to the apostolic chamber. After the death of Giovanni Galeazzo, Duke of Milan, although he left two children, Giovan Maria and Filippo, the state was divided into many parts, and in the troubles which ensued Giovan Maria was slain. Filippo remained some time in the castle of Pavia, from which, through the fidelity and virtue of the castellan, he escaped. Among others who occupied cities possessed by his father was Guglielmo della Scala, who, being banished, fell into the hands of Francesco de Carrera, lord of Padua, by whose means he recovered the state of Verona, in which he only remained a short time, for he was poisoned, by order of Francesco, and the city taken from him. These things occasioned the people of Vicenza, who had lived in security under the protection of the Visconti, to dread the greatness of the lord of Padua, and they placed themselves under the Venetians, who, engaging in arms with him, first took Verona and then Padua. At this time Pope Boniface died, and was succeeded by Innocent VII. The people of Rome supplicated him to restore to them their fortresses and their liberty, but as he would not consent to their petition, they called to their assistance Ladislaus, king of Naples. Becoming reconciled to the people, the Pope returned to Rome, and made his nephew Lodovico Count of La Marca. Innocent soon after died, and Gregory XII. Was created, upon the understanding to renounce the papacy whenever the antipope would also renounce it. By the advice of the cardinals, in order to attempt the reunion of the church, Benedict the antipope came to Porto Venere and Gregory to Lucca, where they made many endeavors, but effected nothing. Upon this the cardinals of both the popes abandoned them, Benedict going to Spain and Gregory to Rimini. On the other hand, the cardinals, with the favor of Balthazar Cossa, cardinal and legate of Bologna, appointed a council at Pisa, where they created Alexander V., who immediately excommunicated King Ladislaus and invested Louis of Anjou with the kingdom. This prince, with the Florentines, Genoese, and Venetians, attacked Ladislaus and drove him from Rome. In the head of the war, Alexander died, and Balthazar Cossa succeeded him, with the title of John XXIII. Leaving Bologna, where he was elected, he went to Rome, and found there Louis of Anjou, who had brought the army from Provence, and coming to an engagement with Ladislaus, routed him. But by the mismanagement of the leaders, they were unable to prosecute the victory, so that the king in a short time gathered strength and retook Rome. Louis fled to Provence, the pope to Bologna, where, considering how he might diminish the power of Ladislaus, he caused Sigismund, king of Hungary, to be elected emperor, and advised him to come to Italy. Having a personal interview at Mantua, they agreed to call a general council, in which the Church should be united, and having effected this, the Pope thought he should be fully enabled to oppose the forces of his enemies. At this time there were three popes, Gregory, Benedict, and Giovanni, which kept the Church weak and in disrepute. The city of Constance in Germany was appointed for the holding of the council, contrary to the expectation of Pope John; and although the death of Ladislaus had removed the cause which induced the Pope to call the council, still, having promised to attend, he could not refuse to go there. In a few months after his arrival at Constance, he discovered his error, but it was too late. Endeavoring to escape, he was taken, put in prison, and compelled to renounce the papacy. Gregory, one of the antipopes, sent his renunciation. Benedict, the other, refusing to do the same, was condemned as a heretic; but being abandoned by his cardinals, he complied, and the council elected Odo, of the Colonnesi family, pope, by the title of Martin V. Thus the Church was united under one head, after having been divided by many pontiffs. Filippo Visconti was, as we have said, in the fortress of Pavia; but Vaccino Cane, who in the affairs of Lombardy had become lord of Vercelli, Alessandria, Novara, and Tortona, and had amassed great riches, finding his end approach, and having no children, left his wife Beatrice heiress of his estates, and arranged with his friends that a marriage should be effected between her and Filippo. By this union Filippo became powerful, and reacquired Milan and the whole of Lombardy. By way of being grateful for these numerous favors, as princes commonly are, he accused Beatrice of adultery, and caused her to be put to death. Finding himself now possessed of greater power, he began to think of warring with Tuscany, and of prosecuting the designs of Giovanni Galeazzo, his father. Ladislaus, king of Naples, at his death left to his sister Giovanna the kingdom and a large army, under the command of the principal leaders of Italy, among the first of whom was Sforza of Contignuola, reputed by the soldiery of that period to be a very valiant man. The queen, to shun the disgrace of having kept about her person a certain Pandolfello, whom she had brought up, took for her husband Jacopo della Marca, a Frenchman of the royal line, on the condition that he should be content to be called Prince of Tarento, and leave to her the title and government of the kingdom. But the soldiery, upon his arrival in Naples, proclaimed him king, so that between the husband and the wife wars ensued; and although they contended with varying success, the queen at length obtained the superiority, and became an enemy of the pope. Upon this, in order to reduce her to necessity, and that she might be compelled to throw herself into his lap, Sforza suddenly withdrew from her service without giving her any previous notice of his intention to do so. She thus found herself at once unarmed, and not having any other source, sought the assistance of Alfonso, king of Aragon and Sicily, adopted him as her son, and engaged Braccio of Montone as her captain, who was of equal reputation in arms with Sforza, and inimical to the pope, on account of his having taken possession of Perugia and some other places belonging to the church. After this, peace was made between the queen and the pontiff; but King Alfonso, expecting she would treat him as she had her husband, endeavored secretly to make himself master of the strongholds. But, possessing acute observation, she was beforehand with him, and fortified herself in the castle of Naples. Suspicions increasing between them, they had recourse to arms, and the queen, with the assistance of Sforza, who again resumed her service, drove Alfonso out of Naples, deprived him of his succession, and adopted Louis of Anjou in his stead. Hence arose new contests between Braccio, who took the part of Alfonso, and Sforza, who defended the cause of the queen. In the course of the war, Sforza was drowned in endeavoring to pass the river Pescara. The queen was thus again unarmed, and would have been driven out of the kingdom but for the assistance of Filippo Visconti, the Duke of Milan, who compelled Alfonso to return to Aragon. Braccio, and daunted at the departure of Alfonso, continued the enterprise against the queen, and besieged L'Aquila; but the pope, thinking the greatness of Braccio injurious to the church, received into his pay Francesco, the son of Sforza, who went in pursuit of Braccio to L'Aquila, where he routed and slew him. Of Braccio remained Odo his son, from whom the pope took Perugia, and left him the state of Montone alone; but he was shortly afterwards slain in Romagna, in the service of the Florentines; so that of those who had fought under Braccio, Niccolò Piccinino remained of greatest reputation. Having continued our general narration nearly to the period which we at first proposed to reach, what remains is of little importance except the war which the Florentines and Venetians carried on against Filippo, Duke of Milan, of which an account will be given when we speak particularly of Florence. I shall therefore continue it no further, briefly explaining the condition of Italy in respect of her princes and her arms at the period to which we have now come. John II. Held Naples, La Marca, the Patrimony, and Romagna; some of these places obeyed the church, while others were held by vicars or tyrants, as Ferrara, Modena, and Reggio, by those of the house of Este; Faenza by the Manfredi; Imola by the Alidossi; Furli by the Ordelaffi; Rimini and Psaro by the Malatesti; and Camerino by those of Varano. Part of Lombardy was subject to the Duke Filippo, part to the Venetians; for all those who had held single states were set aside, except the house of Gonzaga, which ruled in Mantua. The greater part of Tuscany was subject to the Florentines. Lucca and Sienna alone were governed by their own laws; Lucca was under the Guinigi, Sienna was free. The Genoese, being sometimes free, at others subject to the kings of France or the Visconti, lived unrespected, and may be enumerated among the minor powers. None of the principal states were armed with their own proper forces. Duke Filippo kept himself shut up in his apartments, and would not allow himself to be seen; his wars were managed by commissaries. The Venetians, when they directed their attention to terra firma, threw off those arms which had made them terrible upon the seas, and falling into the customs of Italy, submitted their forces to the direction of others. The practice of arms being unsuitable to priests or women, the Pope and Queen John of Naples were compelled by necessity to submit to the same system which others practised from defect of judgment. The Florentines also adopted the same custom; for having, by their frequent divisions, destroyed the nobility, and their republic being wholly in the hands of men brought up to trade, they followed the usages and example of others. Thus the arms of Italy were either in the hands of the lesser princes or of men who possessed no state; for the minor princes did not adopt the practice of arms from any desire of glory, but for the acquisition of either property or safety. The others, those who possessed no state, being bred to arms from their infancy, were acquainted with no other art, and pursued war for emolument, or to confer honor upon themselves. The most noticed among the latter were Carmignola, Francesco Sforza, Niccolò Piccinino the pupil of Braccio, Agnolo della Pergola, Lorenzo di Micheletto, Attenduli, il Tartaglia, Giozzo Paccio, Cezzolini di Perugia, Niccolò da Tolentino, Guido Torello, Antonia dal Ponte ad Era, and many others. With these were those lords of whom I have before spoken, to which may be added the barons of Rome, the Colonnesi and the Orsini, with other lords and gentlemen of the kingdoms of Naples and Lombardy, who, being constantly in arms, had such an understanding among themselves, and so contrived to accommodate things to their own convenience, that of those who were at war, most commonly both sides were losers; and they had made the practice of arms so totally ridiculous, that the most ordinary leader, possessed of true valor, would have covered these men with disgrace, whom, with so little prudence, Italy honored. With these idle princes and such contemptible arms, my history must, therefore, be filled; to which before I descend it will be necessary, as was at first proposed, to speak of the origin of Florence, that it may be clearly understood what was the state of the city in those times, and by what means, through the labors of 1,000 years, she became so imbecile. Chapter 8.
Book 2, Chapter 1 of History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli. Translator unknown. Book 2, Chapter 1. The custom of ancient republics to plant colonies, and the advantage of it. Increased population tends to make countries more healthy. Origin of Florence. Aggrandizement of Florence. Origin of the name of Florence. Destruction of Florence by Totila. The Florentines take Fiesole. The first division in Florence and the cause of it. Buondelmonti slain, Guelphs and Ghibellines in Florence, Guelphic families, Ghibelline families, the two factions come to terms. Among the great and wonderful institutions of the republics and principalities of antiquity that have now gone into disuse was that by means of which towns and cities were from time to time established. And there is nothing more worthy the attention of a great prince, or of a well-regulated republic, or that confers so many advantages upon a province, as the settlement of new places, where men are drawn together for mutual accommodation and defense. This may easily be done by sending people to reside in recently acquired or uninhabited countries. Besides causing the establishment of new cities, these removals render a conquered country more secure, and keep the inhabitants of a province properly distributed. Thus, deriving the greatest attainable comfort, the inhabitants increase rapidly, are more prompt to attack others, and defend themselves with greater assurance. This custom, by the unwise practice of princes and republics, having gone into desuetude, the ruin and weaknesses of territories has followed. For this ordination is that by which alone empires are made secure, and countries become populated. Safety is the result of it, because the colony which a prince establishes in a newly acquired country is like a fortress and a guard, to keep the inhabitants in fidelity and obedience. Neither can a province be wholly occupied and preserve a proper distribution of its inhabitants without this regulation, for all districts are not equally healthy, and hence some will abound to overflowing, while others are void. And if there be no method of withdrawing them from places in which they increase too rapidly, and planting them where they are too few, the country would soon be wasted. For one part would become a desert, and the other a dense and wretched population. And as nature cannot repair this disorder, it is necessary that industry should effect it, for unhealthy localities become wholesome when a numerous population is brought into them. With cultivation the earth becomes fruitful, and the air is purified with fires, remedies which nature cannot provide. The city of Venice proves the correctness of these remarks. Being placed in a marshy and unwholesome situation, it became healthy only by the number of industrious individuals who were drawn together. Pisa, too, on account of its unwholesome air, was never filled with inhabitants, till the Saracens, having destroyed Genoa and rendered her rivers unnavigable, caused the Genoese to migrate thither in vast numbers, and thus render her populous and powerful. Where the use of colonies is not adopted, Conquered countries are held with great difficulty. Districts once uninhabited still remain so, and those which populate quickly are not relieved. Hence it is that many places of the world, and particularly in Italy, in comparison of ancient times, have become deserts. This has wholly arisen and proceeded from the negligence of princes who have lost all appetite for true glory, and of republics which no longer possess institutions that deserve praise. In ancient times, by means of colonies, new cities frequently arose, and those already begun were enlarged, as was the case with Florence, which had its beginning from Fiesole and its increase from colonies. It is exceedingly probable, as Dante and Giovanni Villani show, that the city of Fiesole, being situate upon the summit of the mountain, in order that her markets might be more frequented and afford greater accommodation for those who brought merchandise, would appoint the place in which to hold them, not upon the hill, but in the plain, between the foot of the mountain and the river Arno. I imagine these markets to have occasioned the first erections that were made in those places, and to have induced merchants to wish for commodious warehouses for the reception of their goods, and which, in time, became substantial buildings. And afterward, when the Romans, having conquered the Carthaginians, rendered Italy secure from foreign invasion, these buildings would greatly increase, for men never endure inconveniences unless some powerful necessity compels them. Thus, although the fear of war induces a willingness to occupy places strong and difficult of access, as soon as the cause of alarm is removed, men gladly resort to more convenient and easily attainable localities. Hence the security to which the reputation of the Roman Republic gave birth caused the inhabitants, having begun in the manner described, to increase so much as to form a town. This was at first called the Villa Arnina. After this occurred the civil wars between Marius and Sylla, then those of Caesar and Pompey, and next those of the murderers of Caesar and the parties who undertook to avenge his death. Therefore, first by Sylla, and after by the 3 Roman citizens who, having avenged the death of Caesar, divided the empire among themselves, colonies were sent to Fiesole, which, either in part or in whole, fixed their habitations in the plain, near to the then rising town. By this increase, the place became so filled with dwellings that it might with propriety be enumerated among the cities of Italy. There are various opinions concerning the derivation of the word Florentia. Some suppose it to come from Florinus, one of the principal persons of the colony. Others think it was originally not Florentia, but Fluentia, as supposed the word derived from fluente, or flowing of the Arno; and in support of their opinion adduce a passage from Pliny, who says, "The Fluentini are near the flowing of the Arno." This, however, may be incorrect, for Pliny speaks of the locality of the Florentini, not of the name by which they were known; and it seems as if the word Fluentini were a corruption, because Frontinus and Cornelius Tacitus, who wrote at nearly the same period as Pliny, call them Florentia and Florentini, for in the time of Tiberius they were governed like the other cities of Italy. Besides, Cornelius refers to the coming of ambassadors from the Florentines to beg of the emperor that the waters of the Chiane might not be allowed to overflow their country, and it is not at all reasonable that the city should have 2 names at the same time. Therefore I think that, however derived, the name was always Florentia, and that whatever the origin might be, it occurred under the Roman Empire, and began to be noticed by writers in the times of the first emperors. When the Roman Empire was afflicted by the barbarians, Florence was destroyed by Totila, king of the Ostrogoths, and after a period of 250 years rebuilt by Charlemagne, from whose time till the year 1215 she participated in the fortune of the rest of Italy, and during this period first the descendants of Charles, then the Berengarii, and lastly the German emperors governed her, as in our general treatise we have shown. Nor could the Florentines during those ages increase in numbers or effect anything worthy of memory, on account of the influence of those to whom they were subject. Nevertheless, in the year 1010, upon the feast of Saint Romolo, a solemn day with the Fiesolani, they took and destroyed Fiesole, which must have been performed either with the consent of the emperors, or during the interim from the death of one to the creation of his successor, when all assumed a larger share of liberty. But then the pontiffs acquired greater influence, and the authority of the German emperors was in its wane. All the places of Italy governed themselves with less respect for the prince, so that in the time of Henry III the mind of the country was divided between the emperor and the church. However, the Florentines kept themselves united until the year 1215, rendering obedience to the ruling power, and anxious only to preserve their own safety. But as the diseases which attack our bodies are more dangerous and mortal in proportion as they are delayed, so Florence, though late to take part in the sects of Italy, was afterward the more afflicted by them. The cause of her first division is well known, having been recorded by Dante and many other writers. I shall, however, briefly notice it. Among the most powerful families of Florence were the Buondelmonti and the Uberti. Next to these were the Amidei and the Donati. Of the Donati family there was a rich widow who had a daughter of exquisite beauty, for whom in her own mind she had fixed upon Buondelmonti, a young gentleman, the head of the Buondelmonti family, as her husband; but either from negligence or because she thought it might be accomplished at any time, she had not made known her intention, when it happened that the cavalier betrothed himself to a maiden of the Amidei family. This grieved the Donati widow exceedingly, but she hoped with her daughter's beauty to disturb the arrangement before the celebration of the marriage, and from an upper apartment, seeing Buondelmonti approach her house alone, she descended, and as she was passing she said to him, "I am glad to learn you have chosen a wife, although I had reserved my daughter for you," and pushing the door open, presented her to his view. The cavalier, seeing the beauty of the girl, which was very uncommon, and considering the nobility of her blood, and her portion not being inferior to that of the lady whom he had chosen, became inflamed with such an ardent desire to possess her, that, not thinking of the promise given, or the injury he committed in breaking it, or of the evils which his breach of faith might bring upon himself, said, "Since you have reserved her for me, I should be very ungrateful indeed to refuse her, being yet at liberty to choose," and without any delay married her. As soon as the fact became known, the Amidei and the Uberti, whose families were allied, were filled with rage, and having assembled with many others, connections of the parties, they concluded that the injury could not be tolerated without disgrace, and that the only vengeance proportionate to the enormity of the offense would be to put Buondelmonti to death. And although some took into consideration the evils that might ensue upon it, Mosca Lamberti said that those who talk of many things effect nothing, using that trite and common adage, "Cosa fatta capo ha." Thereupon they appointed to the execution of the murder Mosca himself, Stiatti Uberti, Lambertuccio Amidei, and Oderigo Fifanti, who on the morning of Easter Day concealed themselves in a house of the Amidei, situate between the old bridge and St. Stephen's, and as Buondelmonti was passing upon a white horse, thinking it as easy a matter to forget an injury as reject an alliance, he was attacked by them at the foot of the bridge, and slain close by a statue of Mars. This murder divided the whole city, one party espousing the cause of the Buondelmonti, the other that of the Uberti; and as these families possessed men and means of defense, they contended with each other for many years without one being able to destroy the other. Florence continued in these troubles till the time of Frederick II, who, being king of Naples, endeavored to strengthen himself against the church, and to give greater stability to his power in Tuscany, favored the Uberti and their followers, who, with his assistance, expelled the Buondelmonti. Thus our city, as all the rest of Italy had long time been, became divided into Guelphs and Ghibellines, and as it will not be superfluous, I shall record the names of the families which took part with each faction. Those who adopted the cause of the Guelphs were the Buondelmonti, Nerli, Rossi, Frescobaldi, Mozzi, Bardi, Pulci, Gherardini, Foraboschi, Bagnesi, Guidalotti, Sacchetti, Manieri, Lucardesi, Chiaramontesi, Compiobessi, Cavalcanti, Giandonati, Gianfigliazzi, Scali, Gualterotti, Importuni, Posticchi, Tornaquinci, Vecchietti, Tosigni, Arrigucci, Agli, Sisi, Adimari, Visdomini, Donati, Passi, Della Bella, Ardinghi, Tedaldi, Cerchi. Of the Ghibelline faction were the Uberti, Manelli, Ubriachi, Fifanti, Amidei, Infangati, Malespini, Scolari, Guidi, Galli, Cappiardi, Lamberti, Soldanieri, Cipriani, Toschi, Amieri, Palermini, Migliorelli, Pigli, Barucci, Cattani, Agolanti, Brunelleschi, Caponsacchi, Elisei, Abati, Tidaldini, Giuochi, and Galigai. Besides the noble families on each side above enumerated, each party was joined by many of the higher ranks of the people, so that the whole city was corrupted with this division. The Guelphs, being expelled, took refuge in the upper Val d'Arno, where part of their castles and strongholds were situated, and where they strengthened and fortified themselves against the attacks of their enemies. But upon the death of Frederick, the most unbiased men, and those who had the greatest authority with the people, considered that it would be better to effect the reunion of the city than by keeping her divided cause her ruin. They therefore induced the Guelphs to forget their injuries and return, and the Ghibellines to lay aside their jealousies and receive them with cordiality. End of Book 2, Chapter 1.
Book 2, Chapter 2 of History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg. History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli, translator unknown. Book 2, Chapter 2. New form of government in Florence. Military establishments. The greatness of Florence. Movements of the Ghibellines. Ghibellines driven out of the city. Guelphs routed by the forces of the King of Naples. Florence in the power of the King of Naples. project of the Ghibellines to destroy Florence opposed by Farinata degli Uberti. Adventures of the Guelphs of Florence. The Pope gives his standard to the Guelphs. Fears of the Ghibellines and their preparations for the defense of their power. Establishment of trades companies and their authority. Count Guido Novello expelled. He goes to Prato. The Guelphs restored to the city. The Pope endeavors to restore the Ghibellines and excommunicates Florence. Pope Nicholas III endeavors to abate the power of Charles, King of Naples. Being united, the Florentines thought the time favorable for the ordination of a free government, and that it would be desirable to provide their means of defense before the new emperor should acquire strength. They therefore divided the city into 6 parts, and elected 12 citizens, 2 for each sixth, to govern the whole. These were called Anziani, and were elected annually. To remove the cause of those enmities which had been observed to arise from judicial decisions, they provided 2 judges from some other state, one called Captain of the People, the other Podesta, or Provost, whose duty it was to decide in cases, whether civil or criminal, which occurred among the people. And as order cannot be preserved without a sufficient force for the defense of it, they appointed 20 banners in the city, and 76 in the country, upon the rolls of which the names of all the youth were armed, and it was ordered that every one should appear armed, under his banner, whenever summoned, whether by the captain of the people or the Anziani. They had ensigns according to the kind of arms they used, the bowmen being under one ensign, and the swordsmen or those who carried a target under another. And every year, upon the day of Pentecost, ensigns were given with great pomp to the new men, and new leaders were appointed for the whole establishment. To give importance to their armies, and to serve as a point of refuge for those who were exhausted in the fight, and from which, having become refreshed, they might again make head against the enemy, they provided a large car, drawn by 2 oxen, covered with red cloth, upon which was an ensign of white and red. When they intended to assemble the army, this car was brought into the new market, and delivered with pomp to the heads of the people. To give solemnity to their enterprises, they had a bell, called Martinella, which was rung during a whole month before the forces left the city, in order that the enemy might have time to provide for his defense. So great was the virtue then existing among men, and with so much generosity of mind were they governed, that as it is now considered a brave and prudent act to assail an unprovided enemy, in those days it would have been thought disgraceful, and productive only of a fallacious advantage. This bell was also taken with the army, and served to regulate the keeping and relief of guard, and other matters necessary in the practice of war. With these ordinations, civil and military, the Florentines established their liberty. Nor is it possible to imagine the power and authority Florence in a short time acquired. She became not only the head of Tuscany, but was enumerated among the first cities of Italy, and would have attained greatness of the most exalted kind, had she not been afflicted with the continual divisions of her citizens. They remained under this government 10 years, during which time they compelled the people of Pistoria, Arezzo, and Siena to enter into league with them, and returning with the army from Siena, they took Volterra, destroyed some castles, and led the inhabitants to Florence. All these enterprises were effected by the advice of the Guelphs, who were much more powerful than the Ghibellines, for the latter were hated by the people as well on account of their haughty bearing while in power during the time of Frederick, as because the church party was more in favor than that of the emperor, for with the aid of the church they hoped to preserve their liberty, but with the emperor they were apprehensive of losing it. The Ghibellines, in the meantime, finding themselves divested of authority, could not rest, but watched for an occasion of repossessing the government, and they thought the favorable moment come, when they found that Manfred, son of Frederick, had made himself sovereign of Naples, and reduced the power of the church. They therefore secretly communicated with him to resume the management of the state, but could not prevent their proceedings from coming to the knowledge of the Anziani, who immediately summoned the Uberti to appear before them, but instead of obeying, they took arms and fortified themselves in their houses. The people, enraged at this, armed themselves, and with the assistance of the Guelphs compelled them to quit the city. And, with the whole Ghibelline party withdraw to Siena. They then asked assistance of Manfred, King of Naples, and by the able conduct of Farinata degli Uberti, the Guelphs were routed by the king's forces upon the river Arbia, with so great slaughter, that those who escaped, thinking Florence lost, did not return thither, but sought refuge at Lucca. Manfred sent the Count Giordano, a man of considerable reputation in arms, to command his forces. He, after the victory, went with the Ghibellines to Florence, and reduced the city entirely to the king's authority, annulling the magistracies and every other institution that retained any appearance of freedom. This injury, committed with little prudence, excited the ardent animosity of the people, and their enmity against the Ghibellines, whose ruin it eventually caused, was increased to the highest pitch. The necessities of the kingdom compelling the Count Giordano to return to Naples, he left at Florence as regal vicar the Count Guido Novallo, lord of Casentino, who called a council of Ghibellines at Empoli. There it was concluded, with only one dissenting voice, that in order to preserve their power in Tuscany it would be necessary to destroy Florence as the only means of compelling the Guelphs to withdraw their support from the party of the Church. To this so cruel a sentence, given against such a noble city, there was not a citizen who offered any opposition, except Farinata degli Uberti, who openly defended her, saying he had not encountered so many dangers and difficulties but in the hope of returning to his country, that he still wished for what he had so earnestly sought, nor would he refuse the blessing which fortune now presented, even though by using it he were to become as much an enemy of those who thought otherwise as he had been of the Guelphs, and that no one need be afraid the city would occasion the ruin of their country, for he hoped that the valor which had expelled the Guelphs would be sufficient to defend her. Farinata was a man of undaunted resolution, and excelled greatly in military affairs. Being the head of the Ghibelline party, and in high estimation with Manfred, his authority put a stop to the discussion, and induced the rest to think of some other means of preserving their power. The Lucchese being threatened with the anger of the Count, for affording refuge to the Guelphs after the battle of Arbia, could allow them to remain no longer, so leaving Lucca they went to Bologna, from whence they were called by the Guelphs of Parma against the Ghibellines of that city, where, having overcome the enemy, the possessions of the latter were assigned to them, so that having increased in honors and riches, and learning that Pope Clement had invited Charles of Anjou to take the kingdom from Manfred, they sent ambassadors to the Pope to offer him their services. His Holiness not only received them as friends, but gave them a standard upon which his insignia were wrought. It was ever after borne by the Guelphs in battle, and is still used at Florence. Charles having taken the kingdom from Manfred and slain him, to which success the Guelphs of Florence had contributed, their party became more powerful, and that of the Ghibellines proportionately weaker. In consequence of this, those who with Count Novello governed the city thought it would be advisable to attach to themselves, with some concession, the people whom they had previously aggravated with every species of injury. But these remedies which, if applied before the necessity came, would have been beneficial, being offered when they were no longer considered favors, not only failed of producing any beneficial results to the donors, but hastened their ruin. Thinking, however, to win them to their interests, they restored some of the honors of which they had deprived them. They elected 36 citizens from the higher rank of the people, to whom, with 2 cavaliers, knights, or gentlemen brought from Bologna, the reformation of the government of the city was confided. As soon as they met, they classed the whole of the people according to their arts or trades, and over each art appointed a magistrate, whose duty was to distribute justice to those placed under him. They gave to each company or trade a banner, under which every man was expected to appear armed whenever the city required it. These arts were at first 12, 7 major and 5 minor. The minor arts were afterward increased to 14, so that the whole made, as at present, 21. The 36 reformers also effected other changes for the common good. Count Guido proposed to lay a tax upon the citizens for the support of the soldiery, but during the discussion found so much difficulty that he did not dare to use force to obtain it, and thinking he had now lost the government, called together the leaders of the Ghibellines, and they determined to wrest from the people those powers which they had with so little prudence conceded. When they thought they had sufficient force, the 36 being assembled, they caused a tumult to be raised, which so alarmed them that they retired to their houses, when suddenly the banners of the arts were unfurled, and many armed men drawn to them. These, learning that Count Guido and his followers were at St. John's, moved toward the Holy Trinity, and chose Giovanni Soldanieri for their leader. The Count, on the other hand, being informed where the people were assembled, proceeded in that direction, nor did the people shun the fight, for, meeting their enemies where now stands the residence of the Tornaquinci, they put the Count to flight, with the loss of many of his followers. Terrified with this result, he was afraid his enemies would attack him in the night, and that his own party, finding themselves beaten, would murder him. This impression took such hold of his mind that, without attempting any other remedy, he sought his safety rather in flight than in combat, and, contrary to the advice of the rectors, went with all his people to Prato. But on finding himself in a place of safety, his fears fled. Perceiving his error, he wished to correct it, and on the following day, as soon as light appeared, he returned with his people to Florence, to enter the city by force, which he had abandoned in cowardice. But his design did not succeed, for the people, who had had difficulty in expelling him, kept him out with facility, so that with grief and shame he went to the Casentino, and the Ghibellines withdrew to their villas. The people being victorious, by the advice of those who loved the good of the Republic, determined to reunite the city, and recall all the citizens, as well Guelph as Ghibelline, who yet remained without. The Guelphs returned, after having been expelled 6 years. The recent offences of the Ghibellines were forgiven, and themselves restored to their country. They were, however, most cordially hated, both by the people and the Guelphs, for the latter could not forget their exile, and the former but too well remembered their tyranny when they were in power. The result was that the minds of neither party became settled. While affairs were in this state at Florence, a report prevailed that Corradino, nephew of Manfred, was coming with a force from Germany for the conquest of Naples. This gave the Ghibellines hope of recovering power, and the Guelphs, considering how they should provide for their security, requested assistance from Charles for their defense, in case of the passage of Corradino. The coming of the forces of Charles rendered the Guelphs insolent, and so alarmed the Ghibellines that they fled the city, without being driven out, 2 days before the arrival of the troops. The Ghibellines having departed, the Florentines reorganized the government of the city, and elected 12 men who, as the supreme power, were to hold their magistracy 2 months, and were not called Anziani, or ancients, but buono uomini, or good men. They also formed a council of 80 citizens, which they called the credenza. Besides these, from each sixth, 30 citizens were chosen, who, with the credenza and the 12 buono uomini, were called the General Council. They also appointed another council of 120 citizens, elected from the people and the nobility, to which all those things were finally referred that had undergone the consideration of the other councils, and which distributed the offices of the Republic. Having formed this government, they strengthened the Guelphic party by appointing its friends to the principal offices of state, and a variety of other measures, that they might be enabled to defend themselves against the Ghibellines, whose property they divided into 3 parts, one of which was applied to the public use, another to the Capitani, and the third was assigned to the Guelphs, in satisfaction of the injuries they had received. The Pope, too, in order to keep Tuscany in the Guelphic interest, made Charles imperial vicar over the province. While the Florentines, by virtue of the new government, preserved their influence at home by laws, and abroad with arms, the Pope died, and after a dispute which continued 2 years, Gregory X was elected, being then in Syria, where he had long lived. But not having witnessed the working of parties, he did not estimate them in the manner his predecessors had done, and passing through Florence on his way to France, he thought it would be the office of a good pastor to unite the city, and so far succeeded that the Florentines consented to receive the syndics of the Ghibellines in Florence to consider the terms of their recall. They effected an agreement, but the Ghibellines without were so terrified that they did not venture to return. The Pope laid the whole blame upon the city, and being enraged, excommunicated her, in which state of contumacy she remained as long as the pontiff lived, but was re-blessed by his successor, Innocent V. The pontificate was afterward occupied by Nicholas III of the Orsini family. It has to be remarked that it was invariably the custom of the popes to be jealous of those whose power in Italy had become great, even when its growth had been occasioned by the favors of the Church. And as they always endeavored to destroy it, frequent troubles and changes were the result. Their fear of a powerful person caused them to increase the influence of one previously weak. His becoming great caused him also to be feared, and his being feared made them seek the means of destroying him. This mode of thinking and operation occasioned the kingdom of Naples to be taken from Manfred and given to Charles, but as soon as the latter became powerful his ruin was resolved upon. Actuated by these motives, Nicholas III contrived that, with the influence of the emperor, the government of Tuscany should be taken from Charles, and Latino, his legate, was therefore sent into the province in the name of the empire. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, on August 1st, 2008, in San Diego, California.
Book 2, Chapter 3 of A History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Florence and the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli. Translator unknown. Book 2, Chapter 3. Changes in Florence. The Ghibellines recalled. New form of government in Florence. The signatory created. Victory over the Aretines. The Gonfalonier of Justice created. Ubaldo Ruffoli, the first Gonfalonier. Giano della Bella. New reform by his advice. Giano della Bella becomes a voluntary exile. Dissensions between the people and the nobility. The tumults composed. Reform of government. Public buildings. The prosperous state of the city. Florence was at this time in a very unhappy condition, for the great Guelfic families had become insolent, and set aside the authority of the magistrates, so that murders and other atrocities were daily committed, and the perpetrators escaped unpunished, under the protection of one or another of the nobility. The leaders of the people, in order to restrain this insolence, determined to recall those who had been expelled, and thus gave the legate an opportunity of uniting the city. The Ghibellines returned, and instead of 12 governors, 14 were appointed, 7 for each party, who held their office 1 year, and were to be chosen by the Pope. The Florentines lived under this government 2 years, till the pontificate of Martin, who restored to Charles all the authority which had been taken from him by Nicholas, so that parties were again active in Tuscany, for the Florentines took arms against the emperor's governor, and to deprive the Ghibellines of power, and restrain the nobility, established a new form of government. This was in the year 1282, and the companies of the arts, since magistrates had been appointed and colours given to them, had acquired so great influence, that of their own authority they ordered that, instead of 14 citizens, 3 should be appointed and called priors, to hold the government of the republic 2 months, and chosen from either the people or the nobility. After the expiration of the first magistracy they were augmented to 6, that one might be chosen from each sixth of the city, and this number was preserved till the year 1342, when the city was divided into quarters, and the priors became 8, although upon some occasions during the interim they were 12. This government, as will be seen hereafter, occasioned the ruin of the nobility, for the people by various causes excluded them from all participation in it, and then trampled upon them without respect.
The nobles, at first, owing to their divisions among themselves, made no opposition, and each being anxious to rob the other of influence in the state, they lost it altogether. To this government a palace was given, in which they were to reside constantly, and all requisite officers were appointed, it having been previously the custom of councils and magistrates to assemble in churches. At first they were only called priors, but to increase their distinction the word Signori, or lords, was soon afterward adopted. The Florentines remained for some time in domestic quiet, during which they made war with the Aretines for having expelled the Guelphs, and obtained a complete victory over them at Campaldino. The city being increased in riches and population, it was found expedient to extend the walls, the circle of which was enlarged to the extent it at present remains, although its diameter was previously only the space between the old bridge and the church of St. Lorenzo. Wars abroad and peace within the city had caused the Guelph and Ghibelline factions to become almost extinct, and the only party feeling which seemed occasionally to glow was that which naturally exists in all cities between the higher classes and the people, for the latter, wishing to live in conformity with the laws, and the former to be themselves the rulers of the people, it was not possible for them to abide in perfect amity together. This ungenial disposition, while their fear of the Ghibellines kept them in order, did not discover itself. But no sooner were they subdued than it broke forth, and not a day passed without some of the populace being injured, while the laws were insufficient to procure redress, for every noble, with his relations and friends, defended himself against the forces of the priors and the capitano. To remedy this evil, the leaders of the arts companies ordered that every Signory, at the time of entering upon the duties of office, should appoint a Gonfalonier of Justice, chosen from the people, and place 1,000 men at his disposal divided into 20 companies of 50 men each, and that he, with his Gonfalon or banner and his forces, should be ready to enforce the execution of the laws whenever called upon, either by the Signors themselves or the Capitano. The first elected to this high office was Ubaldo Ruffoli. This man unfurled his gonfalon, and destroyed the houses of Galletti on account of a member of that family having slain one of the Florentine people in France. The violent animosities among the nobility enabled the companies of the arts to establish this law with facility, and the former no sooner saw the provision which had been made against them than they felt the acrimonious spirit with which it was enforced. At first it impressed them with greater terror, but they soon after returned to their accustomed insolence, for one or more of their body always making part of the Signory, gave them opportunities of impeding the Gonfalonier, so that he could not perform the duties of his office. Besides this, the accuser always required a witness of the injury he had received, and no one dared to give evidence against the nobility. Thus in a short time Florence again fell into the same disorders as before, and the tyranny exercised against the people was as great as ever, for the decisions of justice were either prevented or delayed, and sentences were not carried into execution. In this unhappy state, the people not knowing what to do, Giano della Bella, of a very noble family, and a lover of liberty, encouraged the heads of the arts to reform the constitution of the city, and by his advice it was ordered that the Gonfalonier should reside with the priors, and have 4,000 men at his command. They deprived the nobility of the right to sit in the Signory. They condemned the associates of a criminal to the same penalty as himself, and ordered that public report should be taken as evidence. By these laws, which were called the Ordinations of Justice, the people acquired great influence, and Giano della Bella not a small sphere of trouble, for he was thoroughly hated by the great, as the destroyer of their power, while the opulent among the people envied him, for they thought he possessed too great authority. This became evident upon the very first occasion that presented itself. It happened that a man from the class of the people was killed in a riot, in which several of the nobility had taken a part, and among the rest Corso Donati, to whom, as the most forward of the party, the death was attributed. He was, therefore, taken by the captain of the people, and whether he was really innocent of the crime or the Capitano was afraid of condemning him, he was acquitted. This acquittal displeased the people so much, that seizing their arms, they ran to the house of Giano della Bella, to beg that he would compel the execution of those laws which he had himself made. Giano, who wished Corso to be punished, did not insist upon their laying down their arms, as many were of opinion he ought to have done, but advised them to go to the Signory, complain of the fact, and beg that they would take it into consideration. The people, full of wrath, thinking themselves insulted by the Capitano and abandoned by Giano della Bella, instead of going to the Signory, went to the palace of the Capitano, of which they made themselves masters, and plundered it. This outrage displeased the whole city, and those who wished the ruin of Giano laid the entire blame upon him, and as in the succeeding Signory there was an enemy of his, he was accused to the Capitano as the originator of the riot. While the case was being tried, the people took arms, and proceeding to his house, offered to defend him against the Signory and his enemies. Giano, however, did not wish to put this burst of popular favor to the proof, or trust his life to the magistrates, for he feared the malignity of the latter and the instability of the former; so in order to remove an occasion for his enemies to injure him, or his friends to offend the laws, he determined to withdraw, deliver his countrymen from the fear they had of him, and leaving the city which at his own charge and peril he had delivered from the servitude of the great, became a voluntary exile. After the departure of Giano della Bella, the nobility began to entertain hopes of recovering their authority, and judging their misfortune to have arisen from their divisions, they sent 2 of their body to the Signory, which they thought was favorable to them, to beg they would be pleased to moderate the severity of the laws made against them. As soon as their demand became known, the minds of the people were much excited, for they were afraid the Signors would submit to them, and so, between the desire of the nobility and the jealousy of the people, arms were resorted to. The nobility were drawn together in 3 places: near the church of St. John, in the New Market, and in the Piazza of the Mozzi, under 3 leaders, Forese Adimari, Vanni de Mozzi, and Geri Spini. The people assembled in immense numbers, under their ensigns, before the palace of the Signory, which at that time was situated near St. Procolo, and as they suspected the integrity of the Signory, they added 6 citizens to their number to take part in the management of affairs. While both parties were preparing for the fight, some individuals, as well of the people as of the nobility, accompanied by a few priests of respectable character, mingled among them for the purpose of effecting a pacification, reminding the nobility that their loss of power, and the laws which were made against them, had been occasioned by their haughty conduct, and the mischievous tendency of their proceedings; that resorting to arms to recover by force what they had lost by illiberal measures and disunion would tend to the destruction of their country and increase the difficulties of their own position; that they should bear in mind that the people, both in riches, numbers, and hatred, were far stronger than they, and that their nobility, on account of which they assumed to be above others, did not contribute to win battles, and would be found, when they came to arms, to be but an empty name, and insufficient to defend them against so many. On the other hand, they reminded the people that it is not prudent to wish always to have the last blow, that it is an injudicious step to drive men to desperation, for he who is without hope is also without fear; that they ought not to forget that in the wars the nobility had always done honor to the country, and therefore it was neither wise nor just to pursue them with so much bitterness; and that although the nobility could bear with patience the loss of the supreme magistracy, they could not endure that by the existing laws it should be in the power of every one to drive them from their country, and therefore it would be well to qualify these laws, and, in furtherance of so good a result, be better to lay down their arms, than, trusting to numbers, try the fortune of a battle; for it is often seen that the many are overcome by the few. Variety of opinion was found among the people; many wished to decide the question by arms at once, for they were assured it would have to be done some time, and that it would be better to do so then than delay till the enemy had acquired greater strength; and that if they thought a mitigation of the laws would satisfy them, that then they would be glad to comply, but that the pride of the nobility was so great that they would not submit unless they were compelled. To many others, who were more peaceable and better disposed, it appeared a less evil to qualify the laws a little than to come to battle, and their opinion prevailing, it was provided that no accusation against the nobility could be received unless supported with sufficient testimony. Although arms were laid aside, both parties remained full of suspicion, and each fortified itself with men in places of strength. The people reorganized the government, and lessened the number of its officers, to which measure they were induced by finding that the Signors appointed from the families, of which the following were the heads, had been favourable to the nobility, viz., the Mancini, Magalotti, Altoviti, Peruzzi, and Cerretani. Having settled a government, for the greater magnificence and security of the Signory, they laid the foundation of their palace, and to make space for the piazza, removed the houses that had belonged to the Uberti. They also, at the same period, commenced the public prisons. These buildings were completed in a few years, nor did our city ever enjoy a greater state of prosperity than in those times, filled with men of great wealth and reputation, possessing within her walls 30,000 men capable of bearing arms, and in the country 70,000, while the whole of Tuscany, either as subjects or friends, owed obedience to Florence. And although there might be some indignation and jealousy between the nobility and the people, they did not produce any evil effect, but all lived together in unity and peace. And if this peace had not been disturbed by internal enmities, there would have been no cause of apprehension whatever, for the city had nothing to fear, either from the empire or from those citizens whom political reasons kept from their homes, and was in condition to meet all the states of Italy with her own forces. The evil, however, which external powers could not effect, was brought about by those within. End of Book 2, Chapter 3. Book 2, Chapter 4 of A History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Florence and the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli. Translator unknown. Book 2, Chapter 4. The Cerchi and the Donati. Origin of the Bianca and Nera factions in Pistoia. They come to Florence. Open enmity of the Donati and the Cerchi. Their first conflict. The Cerchi head the Bianchi faction. The Donati take part with the Nera. The Pope's legate at Florence increases the confusion with an interdict. New affray between the Cerchi and the Donati. The Donati and others of the Nera faction banished by the advice of Dante Alighieri. Charles of Valois sent by the Pope to Florence. The Florentines suspect him. Corso Donati and the rest of the Neri party return to Florence. Very Cerchi flies. The Pope's legate again comes in Florence. The city again interdicted. New disturbances. The Bianchi banished. Dante banished. Corso Donati excites fresh troubles. The Pope's legate endeavors to restore the emigrants, but does not succeed. Great fire in Florence. The Cerchi and the Donati were, for riches, nobility, and the number and influence of their followers, perhaps the two most distinguished families in Florence. Being neighbors, both in the city and the country, there had arisen between them some slight displeasure, which, however, had not occasioned an open quarrel, and perhaps never would have produced any serious effect, if the malignant humours had not been increased by new causes. Among the first families of Pistoia was the Cancellieri. It happened that Lore, son of Guglielmo, and Geri, son of Bertacca, both of this family, playing together and coming to words, Geri was slightly wounded by Lore. Thus displeased Guglielmo, and by designing a suitable apology to remove all cause of further animosity, he ordered his son to go to the house of the father of the youth whom he had wounded and ask pardon. Lore obeyed his father, but this act of virtue failed to soften the cruel mind of Bertacca, and having caused Lore to be seized, in order to add the greatest indignity to his brutal act, he ordered his servants to chop off the youth's hand upon a block used for cutting meat upon, and then said to him, "Go to thy father and tell him that sword wounds are cured with iron and not with words." The unfeeling barbarity of this act so greatly exasperated Guglielmo that he ordered his people to take arms for his revenge. Bertacca prepared for his defense, and not only that family, but the whole city of Pistoia, became divided. And as the Cancellieri were descended from a cancelliere who had two wives, of whom one was called Bianca, white, one party was named by those who were descended from her Bianca, and the other, by way of a greater distinction, was called Nera, black. Much and long continued strife took place between the two, attended with the death of many men and the destruction of much property, and not being able to effect a union among themselves, but weary of the evil, and anxious either to bring it to an end, or by engaging others in their quarrel, increase it, they came to Florence, where the Neri, on account of their familiarity with the Donati, were favored by Corso, the head of that family, and on this account the Bianchi, that they might have a powerful head to defend them against the Donati, had recourse to Veri de' Cerchi, a man in no respect inferior to Corso. This quarrel, and the parties in it, brought from Pistoia, increased the old animosity between the Cerchi and the Donati, and it was already so manifest, that the priors and all well-dispersed men were hourly in apprehension of its breaking out, causing a division of the whole city. They therefore applied to the pontiff, praying that he would interpose his authority between these turbulent parties, and provide the remedy which they found themselves unable to furnish. The pope sent for Veri, and charged him to make peace with the Donati, at which Veri exhibited great astonishment, saying that he had no enmity against them, and that as pacification presupposes war, he did not know, there being no war between them, how peacemaking could be necessary. Veri having returned from Rome without anything being effected, the rage of the parties increased to such a degree, that any trivial accident seemed sufficient to make it burst forth, as indeed presently happened. It was in the month of May, during which, and upon holidays, it is the custom of Florence to hold festivals and public rejoicings throughout the city. Some youths of the Donati family, with their friends, upon horseback, were standing near the church of the Holy Trinity to look at a party of ladies who were dancing. Thither also came some of the Cerchi, like the Donati, accompanied with many of the nobility, and not knowing that the Donati were before them, pushed their horses and jostled them. Thereupon the Donati, thinking themselves insulted, drew their swords, nor were the Cerchi at all backwards to do the same, and not till after the interchange of many wounds they separated. This disturbance was the beginning of great evils, for the whole city became divided, the people as well as the nobility, and the parties took the names of the Bianchi and the Neri. The Cerchi were at the head of the Bianchi faction, to which adhered the Adimari, the Abati, a part of the Tosinghi, of the Bardi, of the Rossi, of the Frescobaldi, of the Nerli, and of the Manelli, and all the Mozzi, the Scali, Gherardini, Cavalcanti, Malaspini, Bostichi, Giandonati, Vecchietti, and Aragucci. To these were joined many families of the people, and all the Ghibellines then in Florence, so that their numbers gave them almost the entire government of the city. The Donati, at the head of whom was Corso, joined the Neri party, to which also adhered those members of the above-named families who did not take part with the Bianchi, and besides these, the whole of the Pazzi, the Bisdomini, Manieri, Bagnesi, Tornaquinci, Spini, Buondelmonti, Gianfigliazzi, and the Brunelleschi. Nor did the evil confine itself to the city alone, for the whole country was divided upon it, so that the captains of the 6 parts, and whoever were attached to the Guelphic party or the well-being of the republic, were very much afraid that this new division would occasion the destruction of the city, and give new life to the Ghibelline faction. They therefore sent again to Pope Boniface, desiring that unless he wished that city which had always been the shield of the Church should either be ruined or become Ghibelline, he would consider some means for her relief. Cardinal Matteo d'Acquasparta, a Portuguese, who finding the Bianchi as the most powerful, the least in fear, not quite submissive to him, he interdicted the city and left it in anger, so that greater confusion now prevailed than had done previously to his coming. The minds of men being in great excitement, it happened that at a funeral which many of the Donati and the Cerchi attended, they first came to words and then to arms, from which, however, nothing but merely tumult resulted at the moment. However, having each retired to their houses, the Cerchi determined to attack the Donati, but by the valor of Corso they were repulsed and great numbers of them wounded. The city was in arms. The laws and the Signory were set at naught by the rage of the nobility, and the best and wisest citizens were full of apprehension. The Donati and their followers, being the least powerful, were in the greatest fear, and to provide for their safety they called together Corso, the captains of the parts, and the other leaders of the Neri, and resolved to apply to the Pope to appoint some personage of royal blood, that he might reform Florence, thinking by this means to overcome the Bianchi. Their meeting and determination became known to the priors, and the adverse party represented it as a conspiracy against the liberties of the republic. Both parties being in arms, the Signory, one of whom at that time was the poet Dante, took courage, and from his advice and prudence, caused the people to rise for the preservation of order, and being joined by many from the country, they compelled the leaders of both parties to lay aside their arms, and banished Corso with many of the Neri. And as an evidence of the impartiality of their motives, they also banished many of the Bianchi, who, however, soon afterward, under pretence of some justifiable cause, returned. Corso and his friends, thinking the Pope favorable to their party, went to Rome and laid their grievances before him, having previously forwarded a statement of them in writing. Charles of Valois, brother of the King of France, was then at the papal court, having been called into Italy by the King of Naples to go over into Sicily. The Pope, therefore, at the earnest prayers of the banished Florentines, consented to send Charles to Florence, till the season suitable for his going to Sicily should arrive. He therefore came, and although the Bianchi, who then governed, were very apprehensive, still, as the head of the Guelphs, and appointed by the Pope, they did not dare to oppose him, and in order to secure his friendship they gave him authority to dispose of the city as he thought proper. Thus authorized, Charles armed all his friends and followers, which step gave the people so strong a suspicion that he designed to rob them of their liberty, that each took arms, and kept at his own house, in order to be ready, if Charles should make any such attempt. The Cerchi and the leaders of the Bianchi faction had acquired universal hatred by having, while at the head of the republic, conducted themselves with unbecoming pride, and this induced Corso and the banished of the Neri party to return to Florence, knowing well that Charles and the captains of the parts were favorable to them. And while the city, for fear of Charles, kept themselves in arms, Corso, with all the banished, and followed by many others, entered Florence without the least impediment. And although Veri de' Cerchi was advised to oppose him, he refused to do so, saying that he wished the people of Florence, against whom he came, should punish him. However, the contrary happened, for he was welcomed, and not punished by them, and it behooved Veri to save himself by flight. Corso, having forced the Pinti Gate, assembled his party at San Pietro Maggiore, near his own house, where, having drawn together a great number of friends and people desirous of change, he set at liberty all who had been imprisoned for offences, whether against the state or against individuals. He compelled the existing Signory to withdraw privately to their own houses, elected a new one from the people of the Neri party, and for 5 days plundered the leaders of the Bianchi. The Cerchi, and the other heads of their faction, finding Charles opposed to them, withdrew from the city, and retired to their strongholds. And although at first they would not listen to the advice of the Pope, they were now compelled to turn to him for assistance, declaring that, instead of uniting the city, Charles had caused greater disunion than before. The Pope again sent Matteo d'Acquasparta, his legate, who made peace between the Cerchi and the Donati, and strengthened it with marriages and new betrothals. But wishing that the Bianchi should participate in the employments of the government, to which the Neri, who were then at the head of it, would not consent, he withdrew, with no more satisfaction, nor less enraged, than on the former occasion, and left the city interdicted for disobedience. Both parties remained in Florence, and equally discontented, the Neri from seeing their enemies at hand, and apprehending the loss of their power, and the Bianchi from finding themselves without either honor or authority, and to these natural causes of animosity new injuries were added. Niccolò de' Cerchi, with many of his friends, went to his estates, and being arrived at the bridge of Affrico, was attacked by Simon, son of Corso Donati. The contest was obstinate, and on each side had a sorrowful conclusion, for Niccolò was slain, and Simon was so severely wounded that he died on the following night. This event again disturbed the entire city, and although the Neri were the most to blame, they were defended by those who were at the head of affairs, and before sentence was delivered, a conspiracy of the Bianchi with Piero Ferrante, one of the barons who had accompanied Charles, was discovered, by whose assistance they sought to be replaced in the government. The matter became known from letters addressed to him by the Cerchi, although some were of opinion that they were not genuine, but written and pretended to be found, by the Donati, to abate the infamy which their party had acquired by the death of Niccolò. The whole of the Cerchi were, however, banished, with their followers of the Bianchi party, of whom was Dante the poet, their property confiscated, and their houses pulled down. They sought refuge, with a great number of Ghibellines who had joined them, in many places, seeking fresh fortunes in new undertakings. Charles, having effected the purpose of his coming, left the city, and returned to the Pope to pursue his enterprise against Sicily, in which he was neither wiser nor more fortunate than he had been at Florence, so that with disgrace and the loss of many of his followers he withdrew to France. After the departure of Charles, Florence remained quiet. Corso alone was restless, thinking that he did not possess that sort of authority in the city which was due to his rank, for the government being in the hands of the people, he saw the offices of the republic administered by many inferior to himself. Moved by passions of this kind, he endeavored, under the pretense of an honorable design, to justify his own dishonorable purposes, and accused many citizens who had the management of the public money of applying it to their private uses, and recommended that they should be brought to justice and punished. This opinion was adopted by many who had the same views as himself, and many in ignorance joined them, thinking Corso actuated only by pure patriotism. On the other hand, the accused citizens, enjoying the popular favor, defended themselves, and this difference arose to such a height, that after civil means they had recourse to arms. Of the one party were Corso and Lottieri, Bishop of Florence, with many of the nobility and some of the people. On the other side were the Signory, with the greater part of the people, so that skirmishes took place in many parts of the city. The Signory, seeing their danger great, sent for aid to the Lucchese, and presently all the people of Lucca were in Florence. With their assistance the disturbances were settled for the moment, and the people retained the government and their liberty, without attempting by any other means to punish the movers of the disorder. The Pope had heard of the tumults at Florence, and sent his legate, Niccolò da Prata, to settle them, who, being in high reputation both for his quality, learning, and mode of life, presently acquired so much of the people's confidence, that authority was given him to establish such a government as he should think proper. As he was of Ghibelline origin, he determined to recall the banished, but designing first to gain the affections of the lower orders, he retained the ancient companies of the people, which increased the popular power and reduced that of the nobility. The legate, thinking the multitude on his side, now endeavored to recall the banished, and after attempting in many ways, none of which succeeded, he fell so completely under the suspicion of the government that he was compelled to quit the city, and return to the Pope in great wrath, leaving Florence full of confusion and suffering under an interdict. Neither was the city disturbed by one division alone, but by many, first the enmity between the people and the nobility, then that of the Ghibellines and the Guelphs, and lastly of the Bianchi and the Neri. All the citizens were, therefore, in arms, for many were dissatisfied with the departure of the legate, and wished for the return of the banished. The first who set this disturbance on foot were the Medici and the Guinigi, who, with the legate, had discovered themselves in favor of the rebels, and thus skirmishes took place in many parts of the city. In addition to these evils a fire occurred, which first broke out at the garden of St. Michael, in the houses of the Abbati; it thence extended to those of the Caponsacchi, and consumed them, with those of the Macchi, Ameri, Tosci, Cipriani, Lamberti, Cavalcanti, and the whole of the New Market. From thence it spread to the gate of St. Maria, and burned it to the ground. Turning from the old bridge, it destroyed the houses of the Gherardini, Pulci, Amadei, and Lucardesi, and with these so many others that the number amounted to 1700. It was the opinion of many that this fire occurred by accident during the heat of the disturbances. Others affirm that it was begun wilfully by Neri Abbati, prior of St. Pietro Scaraggio, a dissolute character, fond of mischief, who, seeing the people occupied with the combat, took the opportunity of committing a wicked act, for which the citizens, being thus employed, could offer no remedy. And to inure his success, he set fire to the house of his own brotherhood, where he had the best opportunity of doing it. This was in the year 1304. Florence being afflicted both with fire and the sword, Corso Donati alone remained unarmed in so many tumults, for he thought he would more easily become the arbitrator between the contending parties when, weary of strife, they should be inclined to accommodation. They laid down their arms, however, rather from satiety of evil than from any desire of union, and the only consequence was, that the banished were not recalled, and the party which favored them remained inferior. End of Book 2, Chapter 4. Book 2, Chapter 5 of History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Florence and the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli. Translator unknown. Book 2, Chapter 5. The immigrants attempt to re-enter Florence, but are not allowed to do so. The companies of the people restored. Restless conduct of Corso Donati. The ruin of Corso Donati. Corso Donati accused and condemned. Riot at the house of Corso. Death of Corso. His character. Fruitless attempt of the Emperor Henry against the Florentines. The emigrants are restored to the city. The citizens place themselves under the King of Naples for 5 years. War with Uguccione della Faggiola. The Florentines routed. Florence withdraws herself from the subjection to King Robert and expels the Count Novolo. Lando da Gobbio. His tyranny. His departure. The legate, being returned to Rome, and hearing of the new disturbance which had occurred, persuaded the Pope that if he wished to unite the Florentines, it would be necessary to have 12 of the first citizens appear before him, and having thus removed the principal causes of disunion, he might easily put a stop to it. The pontiff took this advice, and the citizens, among whom was Corso Donati, obeyed the summons. These having left the city, the legate told the exiles that now, when the city was deprived of her leaders, was the time for them to return. They therefore, having assembled, came to Florence, and entering by a part of the wall not yet completed, proceeded to the piazza of St. Giovanni. It is worthy of remark, that those who, a short time previously, when they came unarmed, and begged to be restored to their country, had fought for their return, now, when they saw them in arms and resolved to enter by force, took arms to oppose them, so much more was the common good esteemed than private friendship, and being joined by the rest of the citizens, compelled them to return to the places whence they had come. They failed in their undertaking by having left a part of their force at Lastra, and by not having waited the arrival of Tolesi Uberti, who had to come from Pistoia with 300 horse, for they thought celerity rather than numbers would give them the victory; and it often happens in similar enterprises that delay robs us of the occasion, and too great anxiety to be forward prevents us of the power, or makes us act before we are properly prepared. The banished having retired, Florence again returned to her old divisions, and in order to deprive the Cavalcanti of their authority, the people took from them the Stinchi, a castle situated in the Val di Greve, and anciently belonging to the family. And as those who were taken in it were the first who were put into the new prisons, the latter were, and still continue, named after it, the Stinchi. The leaders of the Republic also re-established the companies of the people, and gave them the ensigns that were first used by the companies of the arts, the heads of which were called gonfaloniers of the companies, and colleagues of the Signory, and ordered, that when any disturbance arose, they should assist the Signory with arms, and in peace with counsel. To the ancient rectors they added an executor, or sheriff, who with the gonfaloniers was to aid in repressing the insolence of the nobility. In the meantime the Pope died. Corso, with the other citizens, returned from Rome, and all would have been well if his restless mind had not occasioned new troubles. It was his common practice to be of a contrary opinion to the most powerful men in the city, and whatever he saw the people inclined to do, he exercised his utmost influence to effect, in order to attach them to himself; so that he was a leader in all differences, at the head of every new scheme, and whoever wished to obtain anything extraordinary had recourse to him. This conduct caused him to be hated by many of the highest distinction, and their hatred increased to such a degree, that the Neri faction to which he belonged became completely divided, for Corso, to attain his ends, had availed himself of private force and authority, and of the enemies of the state. But so great was the influence attached to his person, that every one feared him. Nevertheless, in order to strip him of the popular favor, which by this means may be easily done, a report was set on foot that he intended to make himself prince of the city, and to the design his conduct gave great appearance of probability, for his way of living quite exceeded all civil bounds, and the opinion gained further strength upon his taking to wife a daughter of Uguccione della Faggiola, the head of the Ghibelline and Bianchi faction, and one of the most powerful men in Tuscany. When this marriage became known it gave courage to his adversaries, and they took arms against him; for the same reason the people ceased to defend him, and the greater part of them joined the ranks of his enemies, the leaders of whom were Rosso della Tosi, Pazzino de' Paesi, Geri Spini, and Berto Brunelleschi. These, with their followers, and the greater part of the people, assembled before the palace of the Signory, by whose command a charge was made before Piero Branca, captain of the people, against Corso, of intending, with the aid of Uguccione, to usurp the government. He was then summoned, and for disobedience declared a rebel, nor did 2 hours pass over between the accusation and the sentence. The judgment being given, the Signory, with the companies of the people under their ensigns, went in search of him, who, although seeing himself abandoned by many of his followers, aware of the sentence against him, the power of the Signory, and the multitude of his enemies, remained undaunted, and fortified his houses, in the hope of defending them till Uguccione, for whom he had sent, should come to his relief. His residences, and the streets approaching them, were barricaded and taken possession of by his partisans, who defended them so bravely that the enemy, although in great numbers, could not force them, and the battle became one of the hottest, with wounds and death on all sides. But the people, finding they could not drive them from their ground, took possession of the adjoining houses, and by unobserved passages obtained entry. Corso, thus finding himself surrounded by his foes, no longer retaining any hope of assistance from Uguccione, and without a chance of victory, thought only of effecting his personal safety, and with Gherardo Bordoni, and some of his bravest and most trusted friends, fought a passage through the thickest of their enemies, and effected their escape from the city by the Gate of the Cross. They were, however, pursued by vast numbers, and Gherardo was slain upon the bridge of Africo by Boccaccio Caviculi. Corso was overtaken and made prisoner by a party of Catalan horse, in the service of the Signory, at Rovezzano. But when approaching Florence, that he might avoid being seen and torn to pieces by his victorious enemies, he allowed himself to fall from horseback, and being down, one of those who conducted him cut his throat. The body was found by the monks of San Salvi, and buried without any ceremony due his rank. Such was the end of Corso, to whom his country and the Neri faction were indebted for much both of good and evil, and if he had possessed a cooler spirit he would have left behind him a more happy memory. Nevertheless, he deserves to be enumerated among the most distinguished men our city has produced. True it is that his restless conduct made both his country and his party forgetful of their obligation to him. The same cause also produced his miserable end, and brought many troubles upon both his friends and his country. Uguccione, coming to the assistance of his relative, learned at Remoli that Corso had been overcome by the people, and finding that he could not render him any assistance, in order to avoid bringing evil upon himself without occasion, he returned home. After the death of Corso, which occurred in the year 1308, the disturbances were appeased, and the people lived quietly till it was reported that the Emperor Henry was coming into Italy, and with him all the Florentine emigrants, to whom he had promised restoration to their country. The leaders of the government thought, that in order to lessen the number of their enemies, it would be well to recall, of their own will, all who had been expelled, excepting such as the law had expressly forbidden to return. Of the number not admitted, were the greater part of the Ghibellines, and some of those of the Bianchi faction, among whom were Dante Alighieri, the sons of Veri de' Cerchi and of Giano della Bella. Besides this, they sent for aid to Robert, king of Naples, and not being able to obtain it of him as friends, they gave their city to him for 5 years, that he might defend them as his own people. The emperor entered Italy by the way of Pisa, and proceeded by the marshes to Rome, where he was crowned in the year 1312. Then, having determined to subdue the Florentines, he approached their city by way of Perugia and Arezzo, and halted with his army at the monastery of San Salvi, about a mile from Florence, where he remained 50 days without effecting anything. Despairing of success against Florence, he returned to Pisa, where he entered into an agreement with Frederick, king of Sicily, to undertake the conquest of Naples, and proceeded with his people accordingly, but while filled with the hope of victory, and carrying dismay into the heart of King Robert, having reached Buonconvento, he died. Shortly after this, Uguccione della Faggiuola, having by means of the Ghibelline party become lord of Pisa and of Lucca, caused, with the assistance of these cities, very serious annoyance to the neighboring places. In order to effect their relief, the Florentines requested King Robert would allow his brother Piero to take command of their armies. On the other hand, Uguccione continued to increase his power, and either by force or fraud obtained possession of many castles in the Val d'Arno and the Val di Nievole, and having besieged Monte Catene, the Florentines found it would be necessary to send to its relief, that they might not see him burn and destroy their whole territory. Having drawn together a large army, they entered Val di Nievole, where they came up with Uguccione, and were routed after a severe battle, in which Piero, the king's brother, and 2,000 men were slain; but the body of the prince was never found. Neither was the victory a joyful one to Uguccione, for one of his sons, and many of the leaders of his army, fell in the strife. The Florentines, after this defeat, fortified their territory, and King Robert sent them, for commander of their forces, the Count d'Andria, usually called Count Novello, by whose deportment, or because it is natural to the Florentines to find every state tedious, the city, notwithstanding the war with Uguccione, became divided into friends and enemies of the king. Simon della Tosa, the Maggiolati, and certain others of the people who had attained greater influence in the government than the rest, were leaders of the party against the king. By these means messengers were sent to France, and afterward into Germany, to solicit leaders and forces that they might drive out the count, whom the king had appointed governor, but they failed of obtaining any. Nevertheless they did not abandon their undertaking, but, still desirous of one whom they might worship, after an unavailing search in France and Germany, they discovered him at Abbogio, and having expelled the Count Novello, caused Lando d'Abbogio to be brought into the city as Bargello, sheriff, and gave him the most unlimited power of the citizens. This man was cruel and rapacious, and going through the country accompanied with an armed force, he put many to death at the mere instigation of those who had endowed him with authority. His insolence rose to such a height, that he stamped base metal with the impression used upon the money of the state, and no one had sufficient courage to oppose him, so powerful had he come by the discords of Florence. Great, certainly, but unhappy city! Which neither the memory of past divisions, the fear of her enemies, nor a king's authority, could unite for her own advantage, so that she found herself in a state of the utmost wretchedness, harassed without by Uguccione, and plundered within by Lando d'Agobbio. The friends of the king, and those who opposed Lando and his followers, were either of noble families, or the highest of the people, and all Guelphs, but their adversaries being in power they could not discover their minds without incurring the greatest danger. Being, however, determined to deliver themselves from such disgraceful tyranny, they secretly wrote to King Robert, requesting him to appoint for his vicar in Florence Count Guido de Battefogli. The king complied, and the opposite party, although the Signory were opposed to the king, on account of the good quality of the count, did not dare to resist him. Still his authority was not great, because the Signory and Gonfaloniers of the company were in favor of Lando and his party. During these troubles, the daughter of King Albert of Bohemia passed through Florence, in search of her husband, Charles, the son of King Robert, and was received with the greatest respect by the friends of the king, who complained to her of the unhappy state of the city, and of the tyranny of Lando and his partisans, so that through her influence and the exertions of the king's friends, the citizens were again united, and before her departure, Lando was stripped of all authority and sent back to Agobbio, laden with blood and plunder. In reforming the government, the sovereignty of the city was continued to the king for another 3 years, and as there were then in office 7 signors of the party of Lando, 6 more were appointed of the king's friends, and some magistracies were composed of 13 signors, but not long afterward the number was reduced to 7, according to ancient custom. End of Book 2, Chapter 5. Book 2, Chapter 6 of History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Florence and the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli, translator unknown. Book 2, Chapter 6. War with Castruccio. Castruccio marches against Prato and retires without making any attempt. The emigrants not being allowed to return, endeavor to enter the city by force, and are repulsed. Change in the mode of electing the great officers of state. The Squittini established. The Florentines, under Raymond of Cardona, are routed by Castruccio at Altopascio. Treacherous designs of Raymond. The Florentines give the sovereignty of the city to Charles, Duke of Cambria, who appoints the Duke of Athens for his vicar. The Duke of Calabria comes to Florence. The Emperor Louis of Bavaria visits Italy. The excitement he produces. Death of Castruccio and of Charles, Duke of Calabria. Reform of government. About the same time, Uguccione lost the sovereignty of Lucca and of Pisa, and Castruccio Castracani, a citizen of Lucca, became lord of them, who, being a young man, bold and fierce, and fortunate in his enterprises, in a short time became head of the Ghibellines in Tuscany. On this account the discords among the Florentines were laid aside for some years, at first to abate the increasing power of Castruccio, and afterward to unite their means for mutual defense against him. And in order to give increased strength and efficacy to their counsels, the Signory appointed 12 citizens whom they called buonomini, or good men, without whose advice and consent nothing of importance could be carried into effect. The conclusion of the sovereignty of King Robert being come, the citizens took the government into their own hands, reappointed the usual rectors and magistracies, and were kept united by the dread of Castruccio, who, after many efforts against the lords of Lunigiano, attacked Prato, to the relief of which the Florentines having resolved to go, shut up their shops and houses, and proceeded thither in a body, amounting to 20,000 foot and 1,500 horse. And in order to reduce the number of Castruccio's friends and augment their own, the Signory declared that every rebel of the Guelfic party who should come to the relief of Prato would be restored to his country. They thus increased their army with an addition of 4,000 men. This great force being quickly brought to Prato, alarmed Castruccio so much, that without trying the fortune of battle, he retired toward Lucca. Upon this, disturbances arose in the Florentine camp between the nobility and the people, the latter of whom wished to pursue the foe and destroy him, the former were for returning home, saying they had done enough for Prato in hazarding the safety of Florence on its account, which they did not regret under the circumstances, but now that necessity no longer existing, the propriety of further risk ceased also, as there was little to be gained and much to lose. Not being able to agree, the question was referred to the Signory, among whom the difference of opinion was equally great, and as the matter spread throughout the city, the people drew together, and used such threatening language against the nobility that they, being apprehensive for their safety, yielded, but the resolution being adopted too late, and many unwillingly, gave the enemy time to withdraw in safety to Lucca. This unfortunate circumstance made the people so indignant against the great that the Signory refused to perform the promise made to the exiles, and the latter, anticipating the fact, determined to be beforehand, and were at the gates of Florence to gain admittance into the city before the rest of the forces; but their design did not take effect, for their purpose being foreseen, they were repulsed by those who had remained at home. They then endeavored to acquire by entreaty what they had failed to obtain by force, and sent 8 men as ambassadors to the Signory, to remind them of the promise given, and of the dangers they had undergone, in hope of the reward which had been held out to them. And although the nobility, who felt the obligation on account of their having particularly undertaken to fulfill the promise for which the Signory had bound themselves, used their utmost exertion in favor of the exiles, so great was the anger of the multitude on account of their only partial success against Castruccio, that they could not obtain their admission. This occasioned cost and dishonor to the city, for many of the nobility, taking offense at this proceeding, endeavored to obtain by arms that which had been refused to their prayers, and agreed with the exiles that they should come armed to the city, and that those within would arm themselves in their defense. But the affair was discovered before the appointed day arrived, so that those without found the city in arms, and prepared to resist them. So completely subdued were those without, that none dared to take arms, and thus the undertaking was abandoned, without any advantage having been obtained by the party. After the departure of the exiles it was determined to punish those who had been instrumental in bringing them to the city, but although every one knew who were the delinquents, none ventured to name, and still less to accuse them. It was, therefore, resolved that in order to come at the truth, every one should write the names of those he believed to be guilty, and present the writings secretly to the Capitano. By this means, Amerigo Donati, Teheggio, Frescobaldi, and Lotteringo Gherardini were accused, but the judges being more favorably disposed to them than perhaps their misdeeds deserved, each escaped by paying a fine. The tumults which arose in Florence from the comings of the rebels to the gates showed that one leader was insufficient for the companies of the people. They therefore determined that in future each should have 3 or 4, and to every gonfalonier 2 or 3 pennonieri (pennon bearers) were added, so that if the whole body were not drawn out, a part might operate under one of them. And as often happens in republics, after any disturbance, some old laws are annulled and others renewed, So on this occasion, as it had been previously customary to appoint the Signory for a time only, the then existing Signors and Colleagues, feeling themselves possessed of sufficient power, assumed the authority to fix upon the Signors that would have to sit during the next 40 months, by putting their names into a bag or purse, and drawing them every 2 months. But before the expiration of the 40 months, many citizens were jealous that their names had not been deposited among the rest, and a new emborsation was made. From this beginning arose the custom of emborsing or enclosing the names of all who should take office in any of the magistracies for a long time to come, as well as those whose offices employed them within the city as those abroad, though previously the councils of the retiring magistrates had elected those who were to succeed them. These emborsations were afterwards called squittini or pollings, and it was thought that they would prevent much trouble to the city, and remove the cause of those tumults which every 3 or at most 5 years took place, upon the creation of magistrates, from the number of candidates for office. And not being able to adopt a better expedient, they made use of this, but did not observe the defects which lay concealed under such a trivial accommodation. In 1325, Castruccio, having taken possession of Pistoia, became so powerful that the Florentines, fearing his greatness, resolved before he should get himself firmly seated at his new conquest, to attack him and withdraw it from his authority. Of their citizens and friends they mustered an army amounting to 20,000 foot and 3,000 horse, and with this body encamped before Altopascio, with the intention of taking the place, and thus preventing it from relieving Pistoia. Being successful in the first part of their design, they marched toward Lucca, and laid the country waste in their progress; but from the little prudence and less integrity of their leader, Raimondo di Cardona, they made but a small progress; for he, having observed them upon former occasions very prodigal of their liberty, placing it sometimes in the hands of a king, or persons of even inferior quality, thought if he could bring them into some difficulty, it might easily happen that they would make him their prince. Nor did he fail frequently to mention these matters, and required to have that authority in the city which had been given him over the army, endeavoring to show that otherwise he could not enforce the obedience requisite to a leader. As the Florentines did not consent to this, he wasted time, and allowed Castruccio to obtain the assistance which the Visconti and other tyrants of Lombardy had promised him, and thus became very strong. Raimondo, having wilfully let the opportunity of victory pass away, now found himself unable to escape; for Castruccio coming up with him at Altopascio, a great battle ensued, in which many citizens were slain and taken prisoners, and among the former fell Raimondo, who received from fortune that reward of bad faith and mischievous counsels which he had richly deserved from the Florentines. The injury they suffered from Castruccio, after the battle, in plunder, prisoners, destruction, and burning of property, is quite indescribable; for without any opposition, during many months, he led his predatory forces wherever he thought proper, and it seemed sufficient to the Florentines, if after such a terrible event, they could save their city. Still, they were not so absolutely cast down as to prevent them from raising great sums of money, hiring troops, and sending to their friends for assistance; but all they could do was insufficient to restrain such a powerful enemy, so that they were obliged to offer the sovereignty to Charles, Duke of Calabria, son of King Robert, if they could induce him to come to their defense; for these princes, being accustomed to rule Florence, preferred her obedience to her friendship. But Charles, being engaged in the wars of Sicily, and therefore unable to undertake the sovereignty of the city, sent in his stead Walter, by birth a Frenchman, and Duke of Athens. He, as viceroy, took possession of the city, and appointed the magistrates according to his own pleasure; but his mode of proceeding was quite correct, and so completely contrary to his real nature, that everyone respected him. The affairs of Sicily being composed, Charles came to Florence with 1,000 horse. He made his entry into the city in July, 1326, and his coming prevented further pillage of the Florentine territory by Castruccio. However, the influence which they acquired without the city was lost within her walls, and the evils which they did not suffer from their enemies were brought upon them by their friends; for the Signory could not do anything without the consent of the Duke of Calabria, who in the course of 1 year drew from the people 400,000 florins, although by the agreement entered into with him the sum was not to exceed 200,000, so great were the burdens with which either himself or his father constantly oppressed them. To these troubles were added new jealousies and new enemies, for the Ghibellines of Lombardy became so alarmed upon the arrival of Charles in Tuscany, that Galeazzo Visconti and the other Lombard tyrants, by money and promises, induced Louis of Bavaria, who had lately been elected emperor contrary to the wish of the pope, to come into Italy. After passing through Lombardy he entered Tuscany, and with the assistance of Castruccio made himself master of Pisa, from whence, having pacified with sums of money, he directed his course towards Rome. This caused the Duke of Calabria to be apprehensive for the safety of Naples; he therefore left Florence, and appointed as his viceroy Filippo de Sagunto. After the departure of the emperor, Castruccio made himself master of Pisa, but the Florentines, by a treaty with Pistoia, withdrew her from obedience to him. Castruccio then besieged Pistoia, and persevered with so much vigor and resolution, that although the Florentines often attempted to relieve her, by attacking first his army and then his country, they were unable either by force or policy to remove him, so anxious was he to punish the Pistolesi and subdue the Florentines. At length the people of Pistoia were compelled to receive him for their sovereign, but this event, although greatly to his glory, proved but little to his advantage, for upon his return to Lucca he died. And as one event either of good or evil seldom comes alone, at Naples also died Charles, Duke of Calabria, and Lord of Florence, so that in a short time, beyond the exception of their most sanguine hopes, the Florentines found themselves delivered from the dominion of the one and the fear of the other. Being again free, they set about the reformation of the city, annulled all the old councils, and created two new ones, the one composed of 300 citizens from the class of the people, the other of 250 from the nobility and the people. The first was called the Council of the People, the other the Council of the Commune. End of Book 2, Chapter 6. Book 2, Chapter 7 of History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli. Translator unknown. Book 2, Chapter 7. The Emperor at Rome. The Florentines refuse to purchase Lucca, and repent of it. Enterprise of the Florentines. Conspiracy of the Bardi and the Frescobaldi. The conspiracy discovered and checked. Maffeo de' Marradi appeases the tumult. Lucca is purchased by the Florentines and taken by the Pisans. The Duke of Athens at Florence. The nobility determined to make him prince of the city. The emperor, being arrived at Rome, created an antipope, who did many things in opposition to the church, and attempted many others, but without effect, so that at last he retired with disgrace and went to Pisa, where, either because they were not paid or from disaffection, about 800 German horse mutinied, and fortified themselves at Montechiaro on the Ceruglio, and when the emperor had left Pisa to go to Lombardy, they took possession of Lucca and drove out Francesco Castracani, whom he had left there. Designing to turn their conquest to account, they offered it to the Florentines for 80,000 florins, which, by the advice of Simon della Tosa, was refused. This resolution, if they had remained in it, would have been of the greatest utility to the Florentines; but as they shortly afterward changed their minds, it became pernicious, for although at the time they might have attained peaceful possession of her for a small sum, and would not, they afterwards wished to have her and could not, even for a much larger amount, which caused many and most hurtful changes to take place in Florence. Lucca, being refused by the Florentines, was purchased by Giordino Spinoli, a Genoese, for 30,000 florins. And as men are often less anxious to take what is in their power than desirous of that which they cannot attain, as soon as the purchase of Giordino became known, and for how small a sum it had been bought, the people of Florence were seized with an extreme desire to have it, blaming themselves and those by whose advice they had been induced to reject the offer made to them. And in order to obtain by force what they had refused to purchase, they sent troops to plunder and overrun the country of the Lucchese. About this time the emperor left Italy. The antipope, by means of the Pisans, became a prisoner in France, and the Florentines, from the death of Castruccio, which occurred in 1328, remained in domestic peace until 1340, and gave their undivided attention to external affairs, while many wars were carried on in Lombardy, occasioned by the coming of John, king of Bohemia, and in Tuscany on account of Lucca. During this period Florence was ornamented with many new buildings, and by the advice of Giotto, the most distinguished painter of his time, they built the tower of Santa Reparata. Besides this, the waters of the Arno having, in 1333, risen 12 feet above their ordinary level, destroyed some of the bridges and many buildings, all of which were restored with great care and expense. In the year 1340, new sources of disagreement arose. The great had two ways of increasing or preserving their power: the one, so to restrain the emborsation of magistrates, that the lot always fell upon themselves or their friends; the other, that having the election of the rectors, they were always favourable to their party. The second mode they considered of so great importance, that the ordinary rectors not being sufficient for them, they on some occasions elected a third, and at this time they had made an extraordinary appointment, under the title of Captain of the Guard, of Jacopo Gabrielli of Agobbio, and endowed him with unlimited authority over the citizens. This man, under the sanction of those who governed, committed constant outrages, and among those whom he injured were Piero de' Bardi and Bardo Frescobaldi. These, being of the nobility, and naturally proud, could not endure that a stranger, supported by a few powerful men, should without cause injure them with impunity, and consequently entered into a conspiracy against him and those by whom he was supported. They were joined by many noble families, and in some of the people, who were offended with the tyranny of those in power. Their plan was, that each should bring into his house a number of armed men, and on the morning after the day of All Saints, when almost all would be in the temples praying for their dead, they should take arms, kill the Capitano and those who were at the head of affairs, and then, with a new Signory and new ordinances, reform the government. But as the more dangerous a business is considered, the less willingly it is undertaken, it commonly happens, when there is any time allowed between the determining upon a perilous enterprise and its execution, that the conspiracy, by one means or another, becomes known. Andrea de' Bardi was one of the conspirators, and upon reconsideration of the matter, the fear of the punishment operated more powerfully upon him than the desire of revenge, and he disclosed the affair to Jacopo Alberti, his brother-in-law. Jacopo acquainted the priors, and they informed the government. And as the danger was near, All Saints' Day being just at hand, many citizens met together in the palace, and thinking their peril increased by delay, they insisted that the Signory should order the alarm to be rung, and called the people together in arms. Taldo Valori was at this time Gonfalonier, and Francesco Salviati one of the Signory, who, being relatives of the Bardi, were unwilling to summon the people with the bell, alleging as a reason that it is by no means well to assemble them in arms upon every slight occasion, for power put into the hands of an unrestrained multitude was never beneficial, that it is an easy matter to excite them to violence, but a more difficult thing to restrain them, and that therefore it would be a more prudent course if they were to inquire into the truth of the affair and punish the delinquents by the civil authority, than to attempt, upon a single information, to correct it by such a tumultuous means, and thus hazard the safety of the city. None would listen to these remarks. The Signory were assailed with insolent behavior and indecent expressions, and compelled to sound the alarm, upon which the people presently assembled in arms. On the other hand, the Bardi and the Frescobaldi, finding themselves discovered, that they might conquer with glory or die without shame, armed themselves, in the hope that they would be able to defend that part of the city beyond the river, where their houses were situated, and they fortified the bridge in expectation of assistance, which they expected from the nobles and their friends in the country. Their design was frustrated by the people who, in common with themselves, occupied this part of the city, for these took arms in favor of the Signory, so that, seeing themselves thus circumstanced, they abandoned the bridges, and betook themselves to the street in which the Bardi resided, as being a stronger situation than in any other, and this they defended with great bravery. Jacopo d'Agobbio, knowing the whole conspiracy was directed against himself, in fear of death, terrified and vanquished, kept himself surrounded with forces near the palace of the Signory; but the other rectors, who were much less blamable, discovered greater courage, and especially the podesta or provost, whose name was Maffeo de' Marradi. He presented himself among the combatants without any fear, and passing the bridge of the Rubicante, amid the swords of the Bardi, made a sign that he wished to speak to them. Upon this, their reverence for the man, his noble demeanor, and the excellent qualities he was known to possess, caused an immediate cessation of the combat, and induced them to listen to him patiently. He very gravely, but without the use of any bitter or aggravating expressions, blamed their conspiracy, showed the danger they would incur if they still contended against the popular feeling, gave them reason to hope their complaints would be heard and mercifully considered, and promised that he himself would use his endeavors in their behalf. He then returned to the Signory, and implored them to spare the blood of the citizens, showing the impropriety of judging them unheard, and at length induced them to consent that the Bardi and the Frescobaldi, with their friends, should leave the city, and without impediment be allowed to retire to their castles. Upon their departure, the people being again disarmed, the Signory proceeded against those only of the Bardi and Frescobaldi families who had taken arms. To lessen their power, they bought of the Bardi the castle of Mangona and that of Vernia, and enacted a law which provided that no citizen should be allowed to possess a castle or fortified place within 20 miles of Florence. After a few months, Stiatta Frescobaldi was beheaded, and many of his family banished. Those who governed, not satisfied with having subdued the Bardi and the Frescobaldi, as is most commonly the case, the more authority they possessed the worse use they made of it, and the more insolent they became. As they had hitherto one captain of the guard who afflicted the city, they now appointed another for the country, with unlimited authority, to the end that those whom they suspected might abide neither within nor without. And they excited them to such excesses against the whole of the nobility, that these were driven to desperation, and ready to sell both themselves and the city to obtain a revenge. The occasion at length came, and they did not fail to use it. The troubles of Tuscany and Lombardy had brought the city of Lucca under the rule of Massino della Scala, lord of Verona, who, though bound by contract to assign her to the Florentines, had refused to do so, for, being lord of Parma, he thought he should be able to retain her, and did not trouble himself about his breach of faith. Upon this the Florentines joined the Venetians, and with their assistance brought Mastino to the brink of ruin. They did not, however, derive any benefit from this beyond the slight satisfaction of having conquered him, for the Venetians, who, like all who enter into league with less powerful states than themselves, having acquired Trevigi and Vicenza, made peace with Mastino, without the least regard for the Florentines. Shortly after this, the Visconti, lords of Milan, having taken Parma from Mastino, he found himself unable to retain Lucca, and therefore determined to sell it. The competitors for the purchase were the Florentines and the Pisans, and in the course of the treaty the Pisans, finding that the Florentines, being richer people, were about to obtain it, had recourse to arms, and with the assistance of the Visconti marched against Lucca. The Florentines did not, on that account, withdraw from the purchase, but having agreed upon the terms with Mastino, paid part of the money, gave security for the remainder, and sent Nato Rucellai, Giovanni de Bernardini de' Medici, and Rosso de Riccardi de' Ricci, to take possession, who entered Lucca by force, and Mastino's people delivered the city to them. Nevertheless, the Pisans continued the siege, and the Florentines used their utmost endeavors to relieve her; but after a long war, loss of money, and accumulation of disgrace, they were compelled to retire, and the Pisans became lords of Lucca. The loss of this city, as in like cases commonly happens, exasperated the people of Florence against the members of the government. At every street corner and public place they were openly censured, and the entire misfortune was laid to the charge of their greediness and mismanagement. At the beginning of the war, 20 citizens had been appointed to undertake the direction of it, who appointed Malatesta de Rimini to the command of the forces. He having exhibited little zeal and less prudence, they requested assistance from Robert, king of Naples, and he sent them Walter, duke of Athens, who, as Providence would have it, to bring about the approaching evils, arrived at Florence just at the moment when the undertaking against Lucca had entirely failed. Upon this the 20, seeing the anger of the people, thought to inspire them with fresh hopes by appointment of a new leader, and thus remove, or at least abate, the causes of calumny against themselves. As there was much to be feared, and that the Duke of Athens might have greater authority to defend them, they first chose him for their coadjutor, and then appointed him to the command of the army. The nobility, who were discontented from the causes above mentioned, having many of them been acquainted with Walter, when upon a former occasion he had governed Florence for the Duke of Calabria, thought they had now an opportunity, though with the ruin of the city, subduing of their enemies, for there was no means of prevailing against those who had oppressed them, but of submitting to the authority of a prince who, being acquainted with the worth of one party and the insolence of the other, would restrain the latter and reward the former. To this they added a hope of the benefits they might derive from him when he had acquired the principality by their means. They therefore took several occasions of being with him secretly, and entreated he would take the command wholly upon himself, offering him the utmost assistance in their power. To their influence and entreaty were added also those of some families of the people. These were the Peruzzi, Acciajuoli, Antelesi, and Buonaccorsi, who, being overwhelmed with debts, and without means of their own, wished for those of others to liquidate them, and by the slavery of their country to deliver themselves from their servitude to their creditors. These demonstrations excited the ambitious mind of the duke to greater desire of dominion, and in order to gain himself the reputation of strict equity and justice, and thus increase his favor with the plebeians, he prosecuted those who had conducted the war against Lucca, condemned many to pay fines, others to exile, and put to death Giovanni de' Medici, Nado Rucellai, and Guglielmo Altoviti. End of Book 2, Chapter 7.
Book 2, Chapter 8 of History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli, translator unknown. Book 2, Chapter 8. The Duke of Athens requires to be made Prince of Florence. The Signory address the Duke upon the subject. The plebeians proclaim him Prince of Florence for life. Tyrannical proceedings of the Duke. The city disgusted with him. Conspiracies against the Duke. The Duke discovers the conspiracies and becomes terrified. The city rises against him. He is besieged in the palace. Measures adopted by the citizens for reform of the government. The Duke is compelled to withdraw from the city. Miserable deaths of Guglielmo da Scesi and his son. Departure of the Duke of Athens. His character. These executions greatly terrified the middle class of citizens, but gave satisfaction to the great and to the plebeians. To the latter, because it is their nature to delight in evil, and to the former, by thus seeing themselves avenged of the many wrongs they had suffered from the people. When the Duke passed along the streets he was hailed with loud cheers. The boldness of his proceedings was praised, and both parties joined in open entreaties that he would search out the faults of the citizens and punish them. The office of the 20 began to fall into disuse, while the power of the Duke became great, and the influence of fear excessive, so that everyone, in order to appear friendly to him, caused his arms to be painted over their houses, and the name alone was all he needed to be absolutely prince. Thinking himself upon such a footing that he might safely attempt anything, he gave the Signory to understand that he judged it necessary for the good of the city that the sovereignty should be freely given to him, and that as the rest of the citizens were willing that it should be so, he desired they would also consent. The Signory, notwithstanding many had foreseen the ruin of their country, were much disturbed at this demand, and although they were aware of the dangerous position in which they stood, that they might not be wanting in their duty, resolutely refused to comply. The Duke had, in order to assume a greater appearance of religion and humanity, chosen for his residence the convent of the minor canons of St. Croce, and in order to carry his evil designs into effect, proclaimed that all the people should, on the following morning, present themselves before him in the piazza of the convent. This command alarmed the Signory much more than his discourse to them had done, and they consulted with those citizens whom they thought most attached to their country and to liberty. But they could not devise any better plan, knowing the power of which the Duke was possessed, than to endeavor by entreaty to induce him either to forego his design or to make his government less intolerable. A party of them was, therefore, appointed to wait upon him, one of whom addressed him in the following manner. We appear before you, my lord, induced first by the demand which you have made, and then by the orders you have given for a meeting of the people. For it appears to us very clearly that it is your intention to effect by extraordinary means the design from which we have hitherto withheld our consent. It is not, however, our intention to oppose you with force, but only to show what a heavy charge you take upon yourself, and the dangerous course you adopt, to the end that you may remember our advice and that of those who, not by consideration of what is beneficial for you, but for the gratification of their own unreasonable wishes, have advised you differently. You are endeavoring to reduce to slavery a city that has always existed in freedom, for the authority which we have at times conceded to the kings of Naples was companionship and not servitude. Have you considered the mighty things which the name of liberty implies to such a city as this, and how delightful it is to those who hear it? It has a power which nothing can subdue, time cannot wear away, nor can any degree of merit in a prince countervail the loss of it. Consider, my lord, how great the force must be that can keep a city like this in subjection. No foreign aid would enable you to do it, neither can you confide in those at home, for they who are at present your friends and advise you to adopt the course you now pursue, as soon as with your assistance they have overcome their enemies, will at once turn their thoughts towards effecting your destruction, and then take the government upon themselves. The plebeians in whom you confide will change upon any accident, however trivial, so that in a very short time you may expect to see the whole city opposed to you, which will produce both their ruin and your own. Nor will you be able to find any remedy for this, for princes who have but few enemies may make their government very secure by the death or banishment of those who are opposed to them. But when the hatred is universal, no security whatever can be found, for you cannot tell from what direction the evil may commence, and he who has to apprehend every man his enemy cannot make himself assured of anyone. And if you should attempt to secure a friend or two, you would only increase the dangers of your situation, for the hatred of the rest would be increased by your success, and they would become more resolutely disposed to vengeance. That time can neither destroy nor abate the desire for freedom is most certain, for it has been often observed that those have reassumed their liberty who in their own persons had never tasted of its charms, and love it only from remembrance of what they have heard their fathers relate, and therefore when recovered have preserved it with indomitable resolution and at every hazard. And even when their fathers could not remember it, the public buildings, the halls of the magistracy, and the insignia of free institutions remind them of it. And these things cannot fail to be known and greatly desired by every class of citizens. What is it you imagine you can do that would be an equivalent for the sweets of liberty, or make men lose their desire of their present conditions? No, if you were to join the whole of Tuscany to the Florentine rule, if you were to return to the city daily and triumph over her enemies, what could it avail? The glory would not be ours, but yours. We should not acquire fellow citizens, but partakers of our bondage, who would serve to sink us still deeper in ignominy. And if your conduct were in every respect upright, your demeanor amiable, and your judgments equitable, all these would be insufficient to make you beloved. If you imagine otherwise, you deceive yourself, for to one accustomed to the enjoyment of liberty, the slightest chains feel heavy, and every tie upon his free soul oppresses him. Besides, it is impossible to find a violent people associated with a good prince, for of necessity they must soon become alike, or their difference produce the ruin of one of them. You may therefore be assured that you will either have to hold this city by force, to effect which guards, castles, and external aid have oft been found insufficient, or be content with the authority we have conferred. And this we would advise, reminding you that no dominion can be durable to which the governed do not consent, and we have no wish to lead you, blinded by ambition, to such a point that, unable either to stand or advance, you must, to the great injury of both, or necessity, fall. This discourse did not in the slightest degree soften the obdurate mind of the Duke, who replied that it was not his intention to rob the city of her liberty, but to restore it to her, for those cities alone are in slavery that are disunited, while the united are free. as Florence, by her factions and ambition, had deprived herself of liberty, he should restore, not take it from her. And as he had been induced to take this charge upon himself, not from his own ambition, but at the entreaty of a great number of citizens, they would do well to be satisfied with that which produced contentment among the rest. With regard to the danger he might incur, he thought nothing of it, for it was not the part of a good man to avoid doing good from his apprehension of evil, and it was the part of a coward to shun a glorious undertaking because some uncertainty attended the success of the attempt, and he knew he should so conduct himself that they would soon see they had entertained great apprehensions and been in a little danger. The Signory then agreed, finding they could not do better, that on the following morning the people should be assembled in their accustomed place of meeting, and with their consent the Signory should confer upon the Duke the sovereignty of the city for 1 year, on the same conditions as it had been entrusted to the Duke of Calabria. It was upon the 8th of November, 1342, when the Duke, accompanied by Giovanni della Tosa and all his confederates, with many other citizens, came to the piazza or court of the palace, and having, with the Signory, mounted upon the ringhiera or rostrum, as the Florentines call those steps which lead to the palace, the agreement which had been entered into between the Signory and himself was read. When they had come to the passage which gave the government to him for 1 year, the people shouted, "For life!" Upon this Francesco Rustichelli, one of the Signory, arose to speak and endeavored to abate the tumult and procure a hearing, but the mob with their hootings prevented him from being heard by anyone, so that with the consent of the people the Duke was elected not for 1 year merely, but for life. He was then borne through the piazza by the crowd, shouting his name as they proceeded. It is the custom that he who is appointed to the guard of palace shall, in the absence of the Signory, remain locked within. This office was at the time held by Rinieri di Giotto, who, bribed by the friends of the Duke, without waiting for any force, admitted him immediately. The Signory, terrified and dishonored, retired to their own houses. The palace was plundered by the followers of the Duke, the gonfalons of the people torn to pieces, and the arms of the Duke placed over the palace. All this happened to the indescribable sorrow of good men, though to the satisfaction of those who, either from ignorance or malignity, were consenting parties. The Duke, having acquired the sovereignty of the city, in order to strip those of all authority who had been defenders of her liberty, forbade the Signory to assemble in the palace, and appointed a private dwelling for their use. He took their colors from the gonfaloniers of the companies of the people, abolished the ordinances made for the restraint of the great, set at liberty those who were imprisoned, recalled the Bardi and the Frescobaldi from exile, and forbade everyone from carrying arms about his person. In order the better to defend himself against those within the city, he made friends of all he could around it, and therefore conferred great benefits upon the Aretini and other subjects of the Florentines. He made peace with the Pisans, although raised to power in order that he might carry on war against them, ceased paying interest to those merchants who, during the war against Lucca, had lent money to the Republic, increased the old taxes, levied new ones, and took from the Signory all authority. His rectors were Baglione da Perugia and Guglielmo da Scesi, who, with Cerrettieri Bisdomini, were the persons with whom he consulted on public affairs. He imposed burdensome taxes upon the citizens, his decisions between contending parties were unjust, and that precision and humanity which he had at first assumed became cruelty and pride, so that many of the greatest citizens and noblest people were, either by fines, death, or some new invention, grievously oppressed. And in completing the same bad system both without the city and within, he appointed 6 rectors for the country, who beat and plundered the inhabitants. He suspected the great, although he had been benefited by them, and had restored many to their country. for he felt assured that the generous minds of the nobility would not allow them, from any motives, to submit contentedly to his authority. He also began to confer benefits and advantages upon the lowest orders, thinking that with their assistance and the arms of foreigners he would be able to preserve the tyranny. The month of May, during which feasts are held, being come, he caused many companies to be formed of the plebeians and very lowest of the people, and to these, dignified with splendid titles, he gave colors and money, and while one party went into bacchanalian procession through the city, others were stationed in different parts of it to receive them as guests. As the report of the Duke's authority spread abroad, many of French origin came to him, for all of whom he found offices and emoluments, as if they had been the most trustworthy of men; so that in a short time Florence became not only subject to French dominion, but adopted their dress and manners, for men and women without regard to propriety or sense of shame imitated them. But that which disgusted the people most completely was the violence which, without any distinction of quality or rank, he and his followers committed upon the women. The people were filled with indignation, seeing the majesty of the state overturned, its ordinances annihilated, its laws annulled, and every decent regulation set at naught, for men unaccustomed to royal pomp could not endure to see this man surrounded with his armed satellites on foot and on horseback, and having now a closer view of their disgrace, they were compelled to honor him whom they in the highest degree hated. To this hatred was added the terror occasioned by the continual imposition of new taxes and frequent shedding of blood, with which he impoverished and consumed the city. The Duke was not unaware of these impressions existing strongly in the people's minds, nor was he without fear of the consequences, but still pretended to think himself beloved, and when Matteo di Morozzo, either to acquire his favor or to free himself from danger, gave information that the family of the Medici and some others had entered into a conspiracy against him, he not only did not inquire into the matter, but caused the informer to be put to a cruel death. This mode of proceeding restrained those who were disposed to acquaint him of his danger, and gave additional courage to such as sought his ruin. Bertone Cini, having ventured to speak against the taxes with which the people were loaded, had his tongue cut out with such barbarous cruelty as to cause his death. This shocking act increased the people's rage, and their hatred of the Duke, for those who were accustomed to discourse and to act upon every occasion with the greatest boldness could not endure to live with their hands tied and forbidden to speak. This oppression increased to such a degree that not merely the Florentines, who though unable to preserve their city cannot endure slavery, but the most servile people on earth would have been roused to attempt the recovery of freedom, and consequently many citizens of all ranks resolved either to deliver themselves from this odious tyranny or die in the attempt. 3 distinct conspiracies were formed, one of the great, another of the people, and the third of the working classes, each of which, besides the general causes which operated upon the whole, were excited by some other particular grievance. The great found themselves deprived of all participation in the government, the people had lost the power they possessed, and the artificers saw themselves deficient in the usual remuneration of their labor. Agnolo Acciaiuoli was at this time Archbishop of Florence, and by his discourses had formerly greatly favored the Duke, and procured him many followers among the higher class of the people. But when he found him lord of the city, and became acquainted with his tyrannical mode of proceeding, it appeared to him that he had misled his countrymen, and to correct the evil he had done he saw no other course but to attempt the cure by the means which he had caused it. He therefore became the leader of the first and most powerful conspiracy, and was joined by the Bardi, Rossi, Frescobaldi, Scali Altoviti, Magalotti, Strozzi, and Mancini. Of the second, the principals were Manno and Corso Donati, and with them the Pazzi, Cavicciulli, Cerchi, and Albizzi. Of the third, the first was Antonio Adimari, and with him the Medici, Bordini, Rucellai, and Aldobrandini. It was the intention of these last to slay him in the house of the Albizzi, whither he was expected to go on St. John's Day, to see the horses run, but he not having gone, their design did not succeed. They then resolved to attack him as he rode through the city, but they found this would be very difficult, for he was always accompanied with a considerable armed force, and never took the same route twice together, so that they had no certainty of where to find him. They had a design of slaying him in the council, although they knew that if he were dead, they would be at the mercy of his followers. While these matters were being considered by the conspirators, Antonio Adimari, in expectation of getting assistance from them, disclosed the affair to some Sienese, his friends, naming certain of the conspirators, and assuring them that the whole city was ready to rise at once. One of them communicated the matter to Francesco Brunelleschi, not with a design to injure the plot, but in the hope that he would join them. Francesco, either from personal fear or private hatred of someone, revealed the whole to the Duke, whereupon Pagolo del Mazzega and Simon da Monterapolli were taken, who acquainted him with the number and quality of the conspirators. This terrified him, and he was advised to request their presence rather than to take them prisoners, for if they fled he might without disgrace secure himself by banishment of the rest. He therefore sent for Antonio Adimari, who, confiding in his companions, appeared immediately and was detained. Francesco Brunelleschi and Uguccione Buondelmonti advised the Duke to take as many of the conspirators prisoners as he could, and put them to death. But he, thinking his strength unequal to his foes, did not adopt this course, but took another, which, had it succeeded, would have freed him from his enemies and increased his power. It was the custom of the Duke to call the citizens together upon some occasions, and advised with them. He therefore, having first sent to collect forces from without, made a list of 300 citizens, and gave it to his messengers, with orders to assemble them under the pretence of public business, and having drawn them together, it was his intention either to put them to death or imprison them. The capture of Antonio Adimari and the sending for forces which could not be kept secret alarmed the citizens, and more particularly those who were in the plot, so that the boldest of them refused to attend, and as each had read the list, they sought each other and resolved to rise at once and die like men, with arms in their hands, rather than be led like calves to the slaughter. In a very short time the chief conspirators became known to each other, and resolved that the next day, which was the 26th July 1343, they would raise a disturbance in the old market-place, then arm themselves and call the people to freedom. The next morning being come, at 9 o'clock according to agreement, they took arms, and at the call of liberty assembled, each party in its own district, under the ensigns and with the arms of the people, which had been secretly provided by the conspirators. All the heads of families, as well as the nobility as of the people, met together and swore to stand in each other's defense and effect the death of the Duke, except some of the Buondelmonti and of the Cavalcanti, with those 4 families of the people which had taken so conspicuous a part in making him sovereign, and the butchers, with others, the lowest of the plebeians, who met armed in the piazza in his favor. The Duke immediately fortified the place, and ordered those of his people who were lodged in different parts of the city to mount upon horseback and join those in the court, but on their way thither many were attacked and slain. However, about 300 horse assembled, and the Duke was in doubt whether he should come forth and meet the enemy, or defend himself within. On the other hand, the Medici, Cavicciulli, Rucellai, and other families who had been most injured by him, fearful that if he came forth many of those who had taken arms against him would discover themselves his partisans, in order to deprive him of the occasion of attacking them and increasing the number of his friends, took the lead and assailed the palace. Upon this, those families of the people who had declared for the duke, seeing themselves boldly attacked, changed their minds and all took part with the citizens, except Uguccione Buondelmonti, who retired into the palace, and Giannozzo Cavalcanti, who, having withdrawn with some of his followers to the New Market, mounted upon a bench and begged that those who were going in arms to the piazza would take the part of the duke. In order to terrify them, he exaggerated the number of his people, and threatened all with death who should obstinately persevere in their undertaking against their sovereign. But not finding any one either to follow him or to chastise his insolence, and seeing his labor fruitless, he withdrew to his own house. In the meantime, the contest in the piazza between the people and the forces of the duke was very great, but although the palace served them for defense, they were overcome, some yielding to the enemy, and others, quitting their horses, fled within the walls. While this was going on, Corso and Amerigo Donati, with a part of the people, broke open the stinche, or prisons, burnt the papers of the provost and of the public chamber, pillaged the houses of the rectors, and slew all who had held offices under the duke whom they could find. The duke, finding the piazza in possession of his enemies, the city opposed to him, and without any hope of assistance, endeavored by an act of clemency to recover the favor of the people. Having caused those whom he had made prisoners to be brought before him, with amiable and kindly expressions he set them at liberty, and made Antonio Adimari a knight, although quite against his will. He caused his own arms to be taken down, and those of the people to be replaced over the palace, but these things, coming out of season and forced by his necessities, did him little good. He remained, notwithstanding all he did, besieged in the palace, and saw that having aimed at too much he had lost all, and would most likely after a few days die either of hunger or by the weapons of his enemies. The citizens assembled in the church of Santa Reparata to form the new government, and appointed 14 citizens, half from the nobility and half from the people, who, with the archbishop, were invested with full authority to remodel the state of Florence. They also elected 6 others to take upon them the duties of provost, till he who should be finally chosen took office, the duties of which were usually performed by a subject of some neighboring state. Many had come to Florence in defense of the people, among whom were a party from Siena, with 6 ambassadors, men of high consideration in their own country. These endeavored to bring the people and the duke to terms, but the former refused to listen to any whatever, unless Guglielmo d'Ascesi and his son, with Cerrettieri Bisdomini, were first given up to them. The duke would not consent to this, but being threatened by those who were shut up with him, he was forced to comply. The rage of men is certainly always found greater, and their revenge more furious upon the recovery of liberty, than when it has only been defended. Guglielmo and his son were placed among the thousands of their enemies, and the latter was not yet 18 years old. Neither his beauty, his innocence, nor his youth could save him from the fury of the multitude, but both were instantly slain. Those who could not wound them while alive, wounded them after they were dead, and not satisfied with tearing them to pieces, they hewed their bodies with swords, tore them with their hands, and even with their teeth. And that every sense might be satiated with vengeance, having first heard their moans, seen their wounds, and touched their lacerated bodies, they wished even the stomach to be satisfied, that having glutted their external senses, the one within might also have its share. This rabid fury, however hurtful to the father and son, was favorable to Cerrettieri, for the multitude, wearied with their cruelty toward the former, quite forgot him, so that he, not being asked for, remained in the palace, and during night was conveyed safely away by his friends. The rage of the multitude being appeased by their blood, an agreement was made that the duke and his people, with whatever belonged to him, should quit the city in safety, that he should renounce all claim of whatever kind upon Florence, and that upon his arrival in the Casentino he would ratify his renunciation. On the 6th of August he set out, accompanied by many citizens, and having arrived at the Casentino, he ratified the agreement, although unwillingly, and he would not have kept his word if Count Simon had not threatened to take him back to Florence. This duke, as his proceedings testified, was cruel and avaricious, difficult to speak with, and haughty in reply. He desired the service of men, not the cultivation of their better feelings, and strove rather to inspire them with fear than love. Nor was his person less despicable than his manners. He was short, his complexion was black, and he had a long, thin beard. He was thus in every respect contemptible, and at the end of 10 months his misconduct deprived him of the sovereignty which the evil counsel of others had given him. End of Book 2, Chapter 8. Book 2, Chapter 9 of History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli, translator unknown, Book 2, Chapter 9. Many cities and territories subject to the Florentines rebel. Prudent conduct adopted upon this occasion. The city is divided into quarters. Disputes between the nobility and the people. The bishop endeavors to reconcile them but does not succeed. The government reformed by the people. Riot of Andrea Strozzi. Serious disagreements between the nobility and the people. They come to arms, and the nobility are subdued. The plague in Florence of which Boccaccio speaks. These events taking place in the city induced all the dependencies of the Florentine state to throw off their yoke, so that Arezzo, Castiglione, Pistoia, Volterra, Colle, and San Gimignano rebelled. Thus Florence found herself deprived of both her tyrant and her dominions at the same moment, and in recovering her liberty taught her subjects how they might become free. The duke being expelled and the territories lost, the 14 citizens and the bishop thought it would be better to act kindly towards their subjects in peace than to make them enemies by war, and to show a desire that their subjects should be free as well as themselves. They therefore sent ambassadors to the people of Arezzo to renounce all dominion over that city, and to enter into a treaty with them, to the end that as they could not retain them as subjects, they might make use of them as friends. They also, in the best manner they were able, agreed with the other places that they should retain their freedom, and that, being free, they might mutually assist each other in the preservation of their liberties. This prudent course was attended with a most favorable result, for Arezzo, not many years afterward, returned to the Florentine rule, and the other places, in the course of a few months, returned to their former obedience. Thus it frequently occurs that we sooner attain our ends by a seeming indifference to them than by more obstinate pursuit. Having settled external affairs, they now turned to the consideration of those within the city, and after some altercation between the nobility and the people, it was arranged that the nobility should form 1/3 of the signory and fill 1/2 of the other offices. The city was, as we have before shown, divided into sixths, and hence there would be 6 signors, 1 for each sixth, except when, from some more than ordinary cause, there had been 12 or 13 created. But when this had occurred, they were again soon reduced to 6. It now seemed desirable to make an alteration in this respect, as well because the sixths were not properly divided, as that, wishing to give their proportion to the great, it became desirable to increase the number. They therefore divided the city into quarters, and for each created 3 signors. They abolished the office of Gonfalonier of Justice, and also the Gonfalonier of the companies of the people, and instead of the 12 buonuomini, or good men, created 8 councillors, 4 from each party. The government having been established in this manner, the city might have been in repose if the great had been content to live in that moderation which civil society requires. But they produced a contrary result, for those out of office would not conduct themselves as citizens, and those who were in government wished to be lords, so that every day furnished some new instance of their insolence and pride. These things were very grievous to the people, and they began to regret that for one tyrant put down they had sprung up 1,000. The arrogance of one party and the anger of the other rose to such a degree that the heads of the people complained to the bishop of the improper conduct of the nobility, and what unfit associates they had become for the people, and begged he would endeavor to induce them to be content with their share of administration in the other offices, and leave the magistracy of the signory wholly to themselves. The bishop was naturally a well-meaning man, but his want of firmness rendered him easily influenced. Hence, at the instance of his associates, he at first favored the Duke of Athens, and afterward, by the advice of other citizens, conspired against him. At the reformation of the government he had favored the nobility, and now he appeared to incline toward the people, moved by the reasons which they had advanced. Thinking to find in others the same instability of purpose, he endeavored to effect an amicable arrangement. With this design he called together the 14 who were yet in office, and in the best terms he could imagine, advised them to give up the signory to the people, in order to secure the peace of the city, and assured them that if they refused, ruin would most probably be the result. The discourse excited the anger of the nobility to the highest pitch, and Ridolfo de' Bardi reproved him in unmeasured terms as a man of little faith, reminding him of his friendship for the Duke, to prove the duplicity of his present conduct, and saying that, in driving him away, he had acted the part of a traitor. He concluded by telling him that the honors they had acquired at their own peril they would at their own peril defend. They then left the bishop, and in great wrath informed their associates in the government and all the families of the nobility of what had been done. The people also expressed their thoughts to each other, and as the nobility made preparations for the defense of the signors, they determined not to wait till they had perfected their arrangements, and therefore, being armed, hastened to the palace, shouting as they went along that the nobility must give up their share in the government. The uproar and excitement were astonishing. The signors of the nobility found themselves abandoned, for their friends, seeing all the people in arms, did not dare to rise in their defense, but each kept within his own house. The signors of the people endeavored to abate the excitement of the multitude by affirming their associates to be good and moderate men, but, not succeeding in their attempt, to avoid a greater evil, sent them home to their houses, whither they were with difficulty conducted. The nobility having left the palace, the office of the 4 councillors was taken from their party and conferred upon 12 of the people. To the 8 signors who remained, a Gonfalonier of Justice was added, and 16 Gonfaloniers of the companies of the people, and the council was so reformed that the government remained wholly in the hands of the popular party. At the times these events took place, there was a great scarcity in the city, and discontent prevailed both among the highest and the lowest classes, in the latter for want of food, and in the former from having lost their power in the state. This circumstance induced Andrea Strozzi to think of making himself sovereign of the city. Selling his corn at a lower price than others did, a great many people flocked to his house. Emboldened by the sight of these, he one morning mounted his horse, and, followed by a considerable number, called the people to arms, and in a short time drew together about 4,000 men, with whom he proceeded to the signory, and demanded that the gates of the palace should be opened. but the signors, by threats and the force which they retained in the palace, drove them from the court, and then by proclamation so terrified them that they gradually dropped off and returned to their homes, and Andrea, finding himself alone, with some difficulty escaped falling into the hands of the magistrates. This event, although an act of great temerity, and attended with the result that usually follows such attempts, raised a hope in the minds of the nobility of overcoming the people, seeing that the lowest of the plebeians were at enmity with them; and to profit by this circumstance, they resolved to arm themselves, and with justifiable force recover those rights of which they had been unjustly deprived. Their minds acquired such an assurance of success that they openly provided themselves with arms, fortified their houses, and even sent to their friends in Lombardy for assistance. The people and the Signory made preparation for their defense, and requested aid from Perugia and Siena, so that the city was filled with the armed followers of either party. The nobility on this side of the Arno divided themselves into three parts. The one occupied the houses of the Cavicciulli, near the Church of St. John; another the houses of the Pazzi and the Donati, near the great Church of St. Peter; and the third those of the Cavalcanti in the New Market. Those beyond the river fortified the bridges and the streets in which their houses stood. The Nerli defended the bridge of the Carraia, the Frescobaldi and the Manelli the Church of the Holy Trinity, and the Rossi and the Bardi the bridge of the Rubaconte and the Old Bridge. The people were drawn together under the gonfalon of justice and the ensigns of the companies of the artisans. Both sides being thus arranged in order of battle, the people thought it imprudent to defer the contest, and the attack was commenced by the Medici and the Rondinelli, who assailed the Cavicciulli, where the houses of the latter opened upon the piazza of St. John. Here both parties contended with great obstinacy, and were mutually wounded from the towers by stones and other missiles, and from below by arrows. They fought for 3 hours, but the forces of the people continuing to increase, and the Cavicciulli finding themselves overcome by numbers, and hopeless of other assistance, submitted themselves to the people, who saved their houses and property, and having disarmed them, ordered them to disperse among their relatives and friends, and remain unarmed. Being victorious in the first attack, they easily overpowered the Pazzi and the Donati, whose numbers were less than those they had subdued, so that there only remained on this side of the Arno the Cavalcanti, who were strong both in respect of the post they had chosen and in their followers. Nevertheless, seeing all the gonfalons against them, and that the others had been overcome by 3 gonfalons alone, they yielded without offering much resistance. 3 parts of the city were now in the hands of the people, and only 1 in possession of the nobility. But this was the strongest, as well on account of those who held it, as from its situation, being defended by the Arno. Hence it was first necessary to force the bridges. The old bridge was first assailed and offered a brave resistance, for the towers were armed and the streets barricaded, and the barricades defended by the most resolute men, so that the people were repulsed with great loss. Finding their labor at this point fruitless, they endeavored to force the Rubaconte bridge, but no better success resulting, they left 4 gonfalons in charge of the 2 bridges, and with the others attacked the bridge of the Carraia. Here, although the Nerli defended themselves like brave men, they could not resist the fury of the people, for this bridge, having no towers, was weaker than the others, and was attacked by the Capponi and many families of the people who lived in that vicinity. Being thus assailed on all sides, they abandoned the barricades and gave way to the people, who then overcame the Rossi and the Frescobaldi, for all those beyond the Arno took part with the conquerors. There was now no resistance made except by the Bardi, who remained undaunted, notwithstanding the failure of their friends, the union of the people against them, and the little chance of success which they seemed to have. They resolved to die fighting, and rather see their houses burned and plundered than submit to the power of their enemies. They defended themselves with such obstinacy that many fruitless attempts were made to overcome them, both at the Old Bridge and the Rubaconte, but their foes were always repulsed with loss. There had in former times been a street which led between the houses of the Pitti from the Roman road to the walls upon Mount St. George. By this way the people sent 6 gonfalons with orders to assail their houses from behind. This attack overcame the resolution of the Bardi and decided the day in favor of the people. For when those who defended the barricades in the street learned that their houses were being plundered, they left the principal fight and hastened to their defense. This caused the old bridge to be lost. The Bardi fled in all directions and were received into the houses of the Quaratesi, Panzanesi, and Mozzi. The people, especially the lower classes, greedy for spoil, sacked and destroyed their houses, and pulled down and burned their towers and palaces with such outrageous fury that the most cruel enemy of the Florentine name would have been ashamed of taking part in such wanton destruction. The nobility being thus overcome, the people reformed the government, and as they were of 3 kinds, the higher, the middle, and the lower class, it was ordered that the first should appoint 2 signors, the 2 latter 3 each, and that the gonfalonier should be chosen alternately from either party. Besides this, all the regulations for the restraint of the nobility were renewed, and in order to weaken them still more, many were reduced to the grade of the people. The ruin of the nobility was so complete and depressed them so much that they never afterward ventured to take arms for the recovery of their power, but soon became humbled and abject in the extreme. And thus Florence lost the generosity of her character and her distinction in arms. After these events the city remained in peace till the year 1353. In the course of this period occurred the memorable plague described with so much eloquence by Giovanni Boccaccio, and by which Florence lost 96,000 souls. In 1348 began the first war with the Visconti, occasioned by the Archbishop, then Prince of Milan. And when this was concluded, dissensions again arose in the city, for although the nobility were destroyed, fortune did not fail to cause new divisions and new troubles. End of Book 2, Chapter 9.
Book 3, Chapter 1 of A History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli, translator unknown. Book 1, Chapter 3. Reflections upon the domestic discords of republics. A parallel between the discords of Rome and those of Florence. Enmities between the families of the Ricci and the Albizzi. Uguccione de' Ricci causes the laws against the Ghibellines to be renewed in order to injure the Albizzi. Piero degli Albizzi derives advantage from it. Origin of admonitions and the troubles which result from them. Uguccione de' Ricci moderates their injustice. Difficulties increase. A meeting of the citizens. They address the Signory. The Signory attempt to remedy the evils. Those serious though natural enmities which occur between the popular classes and the nobility, arising from the desire of the latter to command and the disinclination of the former to obey, are the causes of most of the troubles which take place in cities, and from this diversity of purpose all the other evils which disturb republics derive their origin. This kept Rome disunited, and this, if it be allowed to compare small things with great, held Florence in disunion, although in each city it produced a different result, for animosities were only beginning with the people and the nobility of Rome contended, while ours were brought to a conclusion by the contentions of our citizens. A new law settled the disputes of Rome. Those of Florence were only terminated by the death and banishment of many of her best people. Those of Rome increased her military virtue, while that of Florence was quite extinguished by her divisions. The quarrels of Rome established different ranks of society. Those of Florence abolished the distinctions which had previously existed. The diversity of effects must have been occasioned by the different purposes which the two people had in view. While the people of Rome endeavoured to associate with the nobility in the supreme honours, those of Florence strove to exclude the nobility from all participation in them. As the desire of the Roman people was more reasonable, no particular offence was given to the nobility. They therefore consented to it without having recourse to arms, so that after some disputes concerning particular points, both parties agreed to the enactment of a law which, while it satisfied the people, preserved the nobility in the enjoyment of their dignity. On the other hand, the demands of the people of Florence being insolent and unjust, the nobility became desperate, prepared for their defence with their utmost energy, and thus bloodshed and the exile of citizens followed. The laws which were afterward made did not provide for the common good, but were framed wholly in favour of the conquerors. This too must be observed, that from the acquisition of power made by the people of Rome, their minds were very much improved; for all the offices of state being attainable as well by the people as the nobility, the peculiar excellencies of the latter exercised a most beneficial influence upon the former, and as the city increased in virtue, she attained a more exalted greatness. But in Florence, the people being conquerors, the nobility were deprived of all participation in the government, and in order to regain a portion of it, it became necessary for them not only to seem like the people, but to be like them in behaviour, mind, and mode of living. Hence arose those changes in armorial bearings, and in the titles of families, which the nobility adopted, in order that they might seem to be of the people. Military virtue and generosity of feeling became extinguished in them. The people not possessing these qualities, they could not appreciate them, and Florence became by degrees more and more depressed and humiliated. The virtue of the Roman nobility degenerating into pride, the citizens soon found that the business of state could not be carried on without a prince. Florence had now come to such a point, that with a comprehensive mind at the head of affairs, she would easily have been made to take any form that he might have been disposed to give her, as may be partly observed by a perusal of the preceding book. Having given an account of the origin of Florence, the commencement of her liberty, with the causes of her divisions, and shown how the factions of the nobility and the people ceased with the tyranny of the Duke of Athens, and the ruin of the former, we have now to speak of the animosities between the citizens and the plebeians, and the various circumstances which they produced. The nobility being overcome, and the war with the Archbishop of Milan concluded, there did not appear any cause of dissension in Florence. But the evil fortune of the city, and the defective nature of her laws, gave rise to enmities between the family of the Albizzi and that of the Ricci, which divided her citizens as completely as those of the Buono del Monte and the Uberti, or the Donati and the Cerchi had formerly done. The pontiffs, who at this time resided in France, and the emperors, who abode in Germany, in order to maintain their influence in Italy, sent among us multitudes of soldiers of many countries, as English, Dutch, and Bretons. As these, upon the conclusion of a war, were thrown out of pay, though still in the country, they, under the standard of some soldier of fortune, plundered such people as were least prepared to defend themselves. In the year 1353, one of these companies came into Tuscany under the command of Monsignor Rial of Provence, and his approach terrified all the cities of Italy. The Florentines not only provided themselves forces, but many citizens, among whom were the Albizzi and the Ricci, armed themselves in their own defence. These families were at the time full of hatred against each other, and each thought to obtain the sovereignty of the republic by overcoming his enemy. They had not yet proceeded to open violence, but only contended in the magistracies and councils. The city being all in arms, a quarrel arose in the old market-place, and, as it frequently happens in similar cases, a great number of people were drawn together. The disturbance spreading, it was told that the Ricci and the Albizzi had assailed their partisans, and to the Albizzi that the Ricci were in quest of them. Upon this the whole city arose, and it was all the magistrates could do to restrain these families, and prevent the actual occurrence of a disaster which, without being the fault of either of them, had been wilfully though falsely reported as having already taken place. This apparently trifling circumstance served to inflame the minds of the parties, and make each the more resolved to increase the number of their followers. and as the citizens, since the ruin of the nobility, were on such an equality that the magistrates were more respected now than they had previously been, they designed to proceed towards the suppression of this disorder with civil authority alone. We have before related that after the victory of Charles I, the government was formed of the Guelphic party, and that it thus acquired great authority over the Ghibellines. But time, a variety of circumstances, and new divisions had so contributed to sink this party feeling into oblivion, that many of Ghibelline descent now filled the highest offices. Observing this, Uguccione, the head of the family of the Ricci, contrived that the laws against the Ghibellines should be again brought into operation, many imagining the Albizzi to be of that faction, they having arisen in Arezzo, and come long ago to Florence. Uguccione by this means hoped to deprive the Albizzi of participation in the government, for all of Ghibelline blood who were found to hold offices would be condemned in the penalties which this law provided. The design of Uguccione was discovered to Piero, son of Filippo degli Albizzi, and he resolved to favour it, for he saw that to oppose it would at once declare him a Ghibelline, and thus the law which was renewed by the ambition of the Ricci for his destruction, instead of robbing Piero degli Albizzi of his reputation, contributed to increase his influence, although it laid the foundation of many evils. Now it is possible for a republic to enact a law more pernicious than one relating to matters which have long transpired. Piero having favoured this law, which had been contrived by his enemies for his stumbling block, it became the stepping stone to his greatness. For making himself the leader of this new order of things, his authority went on increasing, and he was in greater favour with the Guelphs than any other man. As there could not be found a magistrate willing to search out who were Ghibellines, and as this renewed enactment against them was therefore of small value, it was provided that authority should be given to the Capitani to find out who were of this faction, and having discovered, to signify and admonish them that they were not to take upon themselves any office of government, to which admonitions, if they were disobedient, they became condemned in the penalties. Hence all those who in Florence are deprived of the power to hold offices are called ammoniti, or admonished. The Capitani, in time acquiring greater audacity, admonished not only those to whom the admonition was applicable, but any others at the suggestion of their own avarice or ambition, and from 1356, when this law was made, to 1366, there had been admonished above 200 citizens. The captains of the parts and the sect of the Guelphs were thus become powerful, for every one honoured them for fear of being admonished, and most particularly the leaders, who were Piero degli Albizzi, Lapo da Castiglionchio, and Carlo Strozzi. This insolent mode of proceeding was offensive to many, but none felt so particularly injured with it as the Ricci, for they knew themselves to have occasioned it. They saw it involved the ruin of the republic, and their enemies, the Albizzi, contrary to their intention, became great in consequence. On this account, Uguccione de' Ricci, being one of the Signory, resolved to put an end to the evil which he and his friends had originated, and with a new law provided that to the 6 captains of parts an additional 3 should be appointed, of whom 2 should be chosen from the companies of minor artificers, and that before any party could be declared Ghibelline, the declaration of the Capitani must be confirmed by 24 Guelphic citizens appointed for the purpose. This provision tempered for a time the power of the Capitani, so that the admonitions were greatly diminished, if not wholly laid aside. Still the parties of the Albizzi and the Ricci were continually on the alert to oppose each other's laws, deliberations, and enterprises, not from a conviction of their inexpediency, but from a hatred of their promoters. In such distractions the time passed from 1366 to 1371, when the Guelphs again regained the ascendant. There was in the family of the Buondelmonti a gentleman named Benchi, who, as an acknowledgment of his merit in a war against the Pisans, though one of the nobility, had been admitted among the people, and thus became eligible to office among the Signory. But when about to take his seat with them, a law was made that no nobleman who had been of the popular class should be allowed to assume that office. This gave great offence to Benchi, who, in union with Piero degli Albizzi, determined to depress the less powerful of the popular party with admonitions, and obtain the government for themselves.
By the interest which Benchi possessed with the ancient nobility, and that of Piero with most of the influential citizens, the Guelphic party resumed their ascendancy, and by new reforms among the parts, so remodelled the administration as to be able to dispose of the offices of the captains and the 24 citizens at pleasure. They then returned to the admonitions with greater audacity than ever, and the house of the Albizzi became powerful as the head of this faction. On the other hand, the Ricci made the most strenuous exertions against their designs, so that anxiety universally prevailed, and ruin was apprehended alike from both parties. In consequence of this, a great number of citizens, out of love to their country, assembled in the church of San Piero Scaraggio, and after a long consideration of the existing disorders, presented themselves before the signors, whom one of the principal among them addressed in the following terms: "Many of us, magnificent signors, were afraid of meeting even for consideration of public business, without being publicly called together, lest we should be noted as presumptuous or condemned as ambitious. But seeing that so many citizens daily assemble in the lodges and halls of the palace, not for any public utility, but only for the gratification of their own ambition, we have thought that as those who assemble for the ruin of the republic are fearless, so still less ought they to be apprehensive who meet together only for its advantage. Nor ought we to be anxious respecting the opinion they may form of our assembling, since they are so utterly indifferent to the opinion of others. Our affection for our country, magnificent signors, caused us to assemble first, and now brings us before you to speak of grievances already great and daily increasing in our republic, and to offer our assistance for their removal. And we doubt not that, though a difficult undertaking, it will still be attended with success, if you will lay aside all private regards, and authoritatively use the public force. The common corruption of all the cities of Italy, magnificent signors, has infested and still vitiates your own, for when this province had shaken off the imperial yoke, her cities not being subject to any powerful influence that might restrain them, administered affairs, not as free men do, but as a factious populace, and hence have arisen all the other evils and disorders that have appeared. In the first place, there cannot be found among the citizens either unity or friendship, except with those whose common guilt, either against their country or against private individuals, is a bond of union. And as the knowledge of religion and the fear of God seem to be alike extinct, oaths and promises have lost their validity, and are kept as long as it is found expedient. They are adopted only as a means of deception, and he is most applauded and respected whose cunning is most efficient and secure. On this account bad men are received with the approbation due to virtue, and good ones are regarded only in the light of fools. And certainly in the cities of Italy all that is corruptible and corrupting is assembled. The young are idle, the old lascivious, and each sex and every age abounds with debasing habits, which the good laws, by misapplication, have lost the power to correct. Hence arises the avarice so observable among the citizens, and that greediness, not for true glory, but for unworthy honours, from which follow hatred, animosities, quarrels, and factions, resulting in deaths, banishments, affliction to all good men, and the advancement of the most unprincipled. For the good, confiding in their innocence, seek neither safety nor advancement by illegal methods as the wicked do, and thus unhonoured and undefended they sink into oblivion. From proceedings such as these arise at once the attachment for and influence of parties. Bad men follow them through ambition and avarice, and necessity compels the good to pursue the same course. And most lamentable it is to observe how the leaders and movers of parties sanctify their base designs with words that are all piety and virtue. They have the name of liberty constantly in their mouths, though their actions prove them her greatest enemies. The reward which they desire from victory is not the glory of having given liberty to the city, but the satisfaction of having vanquished others, and of making themselves rulers, and to attain their end there is nothing too unjust, too cruel, too avaricious for them to attempt. Thus laws and ordinances, peace, wars, and treaties are adopted and pursued not for the public good, not for the common glory of the state, but for the convenience or advantage of a few individuals. And if other cities abound in these disorders, ours is more than any infected with them, for her laws, statutes, and civil ordinances are not, nor have they ever been, established for the benefit of men in a state of freedom, but according to the wish of the faction that has been uppermost at the time. Hence it follows that, when one party is expelled or a faction extinguished, another immediately arises. For in a city that is governed by parties rather than by laws, as soon as one becomes dominant and unopposed, it must of necessity soon divide against itself. For the private methods at first adapted for its defence will now no longer keep it united. The truth of this both the ancient and modern dissensions of our city prove. Every one thought that when the Ghibellines were destroyed, the Guelphs would long continue happy and honoured. Yet after a short time they divided into the Bianchi and Neri, the black faction and the white. When the Bianchi were overcome, the city was not long free from factions, for either in favour of the emigrants, or in account of the animosity between the nobility and the people, we were still constantly at war. And as if resolved to give up to others what in mutual harmony we either would not or were unable to retain, we confided in the care of our precious liberty first to King Robert, then to his brother, next to his son, and at last to the Duke of Athens. Still we have never in any condition found repose, but seem like men who can neither agree to live in freedom nor be content with slavery. Nor did we hesitate, so greatly does the nature of our ordinances dispose us to division, while yet under our allegiance to the king, to substitute for his majesty one of the vilest of men born at Agobbio. For the credit of the city, the name of the Duke of Athens ought to be consigned to oblivion. His cruel and tyrannical disposition, however, might have taught us wisdom and instructed us how to live. But no sooner was he expelled than we handled our arms, and fought with more hatred and greater fury than we had ever done on any former occasion, so that the ancient nobility were vanquished, the city was left at the disposal of the people. It was generally supposed that no further occasion of quarrel or of party animosity could arise, since those whose pride and insupportable ambition had been regarded as the causes of them were depressed. However, experience proves how liable human judgment is to error, and what false impressions men imbibe, even in regard to the things that most intimately concern them. For we find the pride and ambition of the nobility are not extinct, but only transferred from them to the people who at this moment, according to the usual practice of ambitious men, are endeavouring to render themselves masters of the republic. And knowing that they have no chance of success but what is offered by discord, they have again divided the city, and the names of Guelph and Ghibelline, which were beginning to be forgotten, and it would have been well if they had never been heard among us, are repeated anew in our ears. It seems almost necessarily ordained, in order that in human affairs there may be nothing either settled or permanent, that in all republics there are what may be called fatal families, born for the ruin of their country. Of this kind of pest our city has produced a more copious brood than any other, for not one but many have disturbed and harassed her. First the Buon del Monte and the Uberti, then the Donati and the Cerci, and now, O ridiculous, O disgraceful thought, the Ricci and the Albizzi have caused a division of her citizens. We have not dwelt upon our corrupt habits, or our old and continuous dissensions to occasion you alarm, but to remind you of their causes, to show that as you doubtless are aware of them, we also keep them in view, and to remind you that their results ought not to make you diffident of your power to repress the disorders of the present time. The ancient families possessed so much influence, and were held in such high esteem, that civil force was insufficient to restrain them. But now, when the empire has lost its ascendancy, the Pope is no longer formidable, and the whole of Italy is reduced to a state of the most complete equality, there can be no difficulty. Our republic might more especially than any other, although at first our former practices seem to present a reason to the contrary, not only keep itself united, but be improved by good laws and civil regulations. If you, the Signory, would once resolve to undertake the matter, and to this we, induced by no other motive than the love of our country, would most strongly urge you. It is true the corruption of the country is great, and much discretion will be requisite to correct it, but do not impute the past disorders to the nature of the men, but to the times, which being changed, give reasonable ground to hope that, with better government, our city will be attended with better fortune, for the malignity of the people will be overcome by restraining the ambition and annulling the ordinances of those who have encouraged faction, and adopting in their stead only such principles as are conformable to true civil liberty. And be assured that these desirable ends will be more certainly attained by the benign influence of the laws, than by a delay which will compel the people to effect them by force and arms. The Signory, induced by the necessity of the case, of which they were previously aware, and further encouraged by the advice of those who now addressed them, gave authority to 56 citizens to provide for the safety of the republic. It is usually found that most men are better adapted to pursue a good course already begun, than to discover one applicable to immediate circumstances. These citizens thought rather of extinguishing existing factions than of preventing the formation of new ones, and effected neither of these objects. The facilities for the establishment of new parties were not removed, and out of those which they guarded against, another more powerful arose, which brought the republic into still greater danger. They, however, deprived 3 of the family of the Albizzi, and 3 of that of the Ricci, of all the offices of government, except those of the Guelfic party, for 3 years. And among the deprived were Piero degli Albizzi and Uguccione de' Ricci. They forbade the citizens to assemble in the palace except during the sittings of the Signory. They provided that if any one were beaten, or possession of his property detained from him, he might bring his case before the council and denounce the offender, even if he were one of the nobility, and that if it were proved, the accused should be subject to the usual penalties. This provision abated the boldness of the Ricci, and increased that of the Albizzi, since, although it applied equally to both, the Ricci suffered from it by far the most. For if Piero were excluded from the palace of the Signory, the chamber of the Guelphs, in which he possessed the greatest authority, remained open to him, and if he and his followers had previously been ready to admonish, they became after this injury doubly so. To this predisposition for evil, new excitements were added. End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Book 3, Chapter 2 of History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli, translator unknown. Book 3, Chapter 2. The War of the Florentines against the Pope's Legate, and the Causes of it. League against the Pope. The censures of the Pope disregarded in Florence. The city is divided into 2 factions, the one the Capitani di Parte, the other of the 8 commissioners of the war. Measures adopted by the Guelfic party against their adversaries. The Guelphs endeavour to prevent Salvestro de' Medici from being chosen Gonfalonier, Salvestro de' Medici Gonfalonier, his law against the nobility, and in favour of the Ammoniti. The Collegi disapprove of the law. Salvestro addresses the council in its favour. The law is passed. Disturbances in Florence. The papal chair was occupied by Gregory XI. He, like his predecessors, residing at Avignon, governed Italy by legates who, proud and avaricious, oppressed many of the cities. One of these legates, then at Bologna, taking advantage of a great scarcity of food at Florence, endeavoured to render himself master of Tuscany, and not only withheld provisions from the Florentines, but in order to frustrate their hope of the future harvest, upon the approach of spring, attacked them with a large army, trusting that being famished and unarmed, he should find them an easy conquest. He might perhaps have been successful, had not his forces been mercenary and faithless, and, therefore, induced to abandon the enterprise for the sum of 130,000 florins, which the Florentines paid them. People may go to war when they will, but cannot always withdraw when they like. This contest, commenced by the ambition of the legate, was sustained by the resentment of the Florentines, who entered into a league with Bernabo of Milan, and with the cities hostile to the church, appointed 8 citizens for the administration of it, giving them authority to act without appeal, and to expend whatever sums they might judge expedient, without rendering an account of the outlay. This war against the pontiff, though Uguccione was now dead, reanimated those who had followed the party of the Ricci, who in opposition to the Albizzi had always favoured Bernabo and opposed the church, and this the rather because the 8 commissioners of war were all enemies of the Guelphs. This occasioned Piero degli Albizzi, Lapo da Castiglionchio, Carlo Strozzi, and others, to unite themselves more closely in opposition to their adversaries. The Eight carried on the war, and the others admonished during 3 years, when the death of the pontiff put an end to the hostilities, which had been carried on with so much ability, and with such entire satisfaction to the people, that at the end of each year the Eight were continued in office, and were called Santi, or Holy, although they had set ecclesiastical censures at defiance, plundered the churches of their property, and compelled the priests to perform divine service. So much did citizens at that time prefer the good of their country to their ghostly consolations, and thus showed the Church, that if as her friends they had defended, they could as enemies depress her. For the whole of Romagna, the Marches, and Perugia were excited to rebellion. Yet while this war was carried on against the Pope, they were unable to defend themselves against the captains of the parts and their faction. For the insolence of the Guelphs against the Eight attained such a pitch, that they could not restrain themselves from abusive behavior, not merely against some of the most distinguished citizens, but even against the Eight themselves, and the captains of the parts conducted themselves with such arrogance, that they were feared more than the Signory. Those who had business with them treated them with greater reverence, and their court was held in higher estimation, so that no ambassador came to Florence without commission to the captains. Pope Gregory being dead, and the city freed from external war, there still prevailed great confusion within, for the audacity of the Guelphs was insupportable, and as no available mode of subduing them presented itself, it was thought that recourse must be had to arms, to determine which party was the strongest. With the Guelphs were all the ancient nobility, and the greater part of the most popular leaders, of which number, as already remarked, were Lapo, Piero, and Carlo. On the other side were all the lower orders, the leaders of whom were the 8 commissioners of war, Giorgio Scali and Tommaso Strozzi, and with them the Ricci, Alberti, and Medici. The rest of the multitude, as most commonly happens, joined the discontented party. It appeared to the heads of the Guelphic faction that their enemies would be greatly strengthened, and themselves in considerable danger in case a hostile Signory should resolve on their subjugation. Desirous, therefore, of being prepared against this calamity, the leaders of the party assembled to take into consideration the state of the city and that of their own friends in particular, and found the Ammoniti so numerous and so great a difficulty, that the whole city was excited against them on this account. They could not devise any other remedy than that as their enemies had deprived them of all the offices of honor, they should banish their opponents from the city, take possession of the palace of the Signory, and bring over the whole state to their own party, in imitation of the Guelphs of former times, who found no safety in the city till they had driven all their adversaries out of it. They were unanimous upon the main point, but did not agree upon the time of carrying it into execution. It was in the month of April, in the year 1378, when Lapo, thinking delay inadvisable, expressed his opinion that procrastination was in the highest degree perilous to themselves. As in the next Signory, Salvestro de' Medici would very probably be elected Gonfalonier, and they all knew he was opposed to their party. Piero degli Albizzi, on the other hand, thought it better to defer, since they would require forces which could not be assembled without exciting observation, and if they were discovered, they would incur great risk. He thereupon judged it preferable to wait till the approaching feast of St. John, on which, being the most solemn festival of the city, vast multitudes would be assembled, among whom they might conceal whatever numbers they pleased. To obviate their fears of Salvestro, he was to be admonished, and if this did not appear likely to be effectual, they would admonish one of the colleague of his quarter, and upon redrawing, as the ballot boxes would be nearly empty, chance would very likely occasion that either he or some associate of his would be drawn, and he would thus be rendered incapable of sitting as Gonfalonier. They therefore came to the conclusion proposed by Piero, though Lapo consented reluctantly, considering the delay dangerous, and that as no opportunity can be in all respects suitable, he who waits for the concurrence of every advantage either never makes an attempt, or, if induced to do so, is most frequently foiled. They admonished the colleague, but did not prevent the appointment of Salvestro, for the design was discovered by the 8, who took care to render all attempts upon the drawing futile. Salvestro Alamanno de' Medici was therefore drawn Gonfalonier, and, being one of the noblest popular families, he could not endure that the people should be oppressed by a few powerful persons. Having resolved to put an end to their insolence, and perceiving the middle classes favourably disposed, and many of the highest people on his side, he communicated his design to Benedetto Alberti, Tommaso Strozzi, and Giorgio Scali, who all promised their assistance. They therefore secretly drew up a law which had for its object to revive the restrictions upon the nobility, to retrench the authority of the Capitani di Parte, and to recall the Ammoniti to their dignity. In order to attempt and obtain their ends at one and the same time, having to consult first the colleagues and then the councils, Salvestro being provost, which office for the time makes it possessor almost prince of the city, he called together the colleagues and the council on the same morning, and the colleagues being apart, he proposed the law prepared by himself and his friends, which, being a novelty, encountered in their smaller number so much opposition that he was unable to have it passed. Salvestro, seeing his first attempt likely to fail, pretended to leave the room for a private reason, and, without being perceived, went immediately to the council, and taking a lofty position from which he could be both seen and heard, said, that considering himself invested with the office of Gonfalonier, not so much to preside in private cases, for which proper judges were appointed who have their regular sittings, as to guard the state, correct the insolence of the powerful, and ameliorate those laws by the influence of which the republic was being ruined. He had carefully attended to both these duties, and to his utmost ability provided for them, but found the perversity of some so much opposed to his just designs as to deprive him of all opportunity of doing good, and them not only of the means of assisting him with their counsel, but even hearing him. Therefore, finding he no longer contributed either to the benefit of the republic or of the people generally, he could not perceive any reason for his longer holding the magistracy, of which he was either undeserving, or others thought him so, and would therefore retire to his house, that the people might appoint another in his stead, who would either have greater virtue or better fortune than himself. And having said this, he left the room as if to return home. Those of the council who were in the secret, and others desirous of novelty, raised a tumult, at which the Signory and the colleagues came together, and finding the Gonfalonier leaving them, entreatingly and authoritatively detained him, and obliged him to return to the council room, which was now full of confusion. Many of the noble citizens were threatened in opprobrious language, and an artificer seized Carlo Strozzi by the throat, and would undoubtedly have murdered him, but was with difficulty prevented by those around. He who made the greatest disturbance, and incited the city to violence, was Benedetto degli Alberti, who, from a window of the palace, loudly called the people to arms, and presently the courtyards were filled with armed men, and the colleagues granted to threats what they had refused to entreaty. The Capitani di Parte had at the same time drawn together a great number of citizens to their hall to consult upon the means of defending themselves against the order of the Signors. But when they heard the tumult that was raised, and were informed of the course the councils had adopted, each took refuge in his own house. Let no one, when raising popular commotions, imagine he can afterward control them at his pleasure, or restrain them from proceeding to the commission of violence. Salvestro intended to enact his law, and compose the city, but it happened otherwise, for the feelings of all had become so excited, that they shut up the shops. The citizens fortified themselves in their houses, many conveyed their valuable property into the churches and monasteries, and every one seemed to apprehend something terrible at hand. The companies of the arts met, and each appointed an additional officer or syndic, upon which the priors summoned their colleagues and these syndics, and consulted a whole day how the city might be appeased with satisfaction to the different parties. But much difference of opinion prevailed, and no conclusion was come to. On the following day the arts brought forth their banners, which the Signory understanding, and being apprehensive of evil, called the council together to consider what course to adopt. But scarcely were they met when the uproar recommenced, and soon the ensigns of the arts, surrounded by vast numbers of armed men, occupied the courts. Upon this the council, to give the arts and the people hope of redress, and free themselves as much as possible from the charge of causing the mischief, gave a general power, which in Florence is called Balia, to the Signors, the colleagues, the Eight, the Capitani di Parte, and to the syndics of the arts, to reform the government of the city, for the common benefit of all. While this was being arranged, a few of the ensigns of the arts and some of the mob, desirous of avenging themselves for the recent injuries they had received from the Guelphs, separated themselves from the rest, and sacked and burnt the house of Lapo di Castiglionchio, who, when he learnt the proceedings of the Signory against the Guelphs, and saw the people in arms, having no other resource but concealment or flight, first took refuge in Santa Croce, and afterwards, being disguised as a monk, fled into the Casentino, where he was often heard to blame himself for having consented to wait till St. John's Day, before they had made themselves sure of the government. Piero degli Albizzi and Carlo Strozzi hid themselves upon the first outbreak of the tumult, trusting that when it was over, by the interest of their numerous friends and relations, they might remain safely in Florence. The house of Lapo being burnt, as mischief begins with difficulty but easily increases, many other houses, either through public hatred or private malice, shared the same fate, and the rioters, that they might have companions more eager than themselves to assist them in their work of plunder, broke open the public prisons, and then sacked the monastery of the Agnoli and the convent of San Spirito, whither many citizens had taken their most valuable goods for safety. Nor would the public chambers have escaped the destroyers' hands, except out of reverence for one of the signors, who on horseback, and followed by many citizens in arms, opposed the rage of the mob. End of Book 3, Chapter 2.
Book 3, Chapter 3 of History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli, translator unknown. Book 3, Chapter 3. Contrary measures adopted by the magistrates to effect a pacification. Luigi Guicciardini the Gonfalonier entreats the magistrates of the arts to endeavor to pacify the people. Serious riot caused by the plebeians. The woolen art. The plebeians assemble. The speech of a seditious plebeian. Their resolution thereupon. The Signory discover the designs of the plebeians. Measures adopted to counteract them. This popular fury being abated by the authority of the Signors and the approach of night, on the following day the Balia received the admonished, on condition that they should not, for 3 years, be capable of holding any magistracy. They annulled the laws made by the Guelphs to the prejudice of the citizens, declared Lapo da Castiglionchio and his companions rebels, and with them many others, who were the objects of universal detestation. After these resolutions, the new Signory were drawn for, and Luigi Guicciardini appointed Gonfalonier, which gave hope that the tumults would soon be appeased, for every one thought them to be peaceable men and lovers of order. Still the shops were not opened, nor did the citizens lay down their arms, but continued to patrol the city in great numbers, so that the Signory did not assume the magistracy with the usual pomp, but merely assembled within the palace, omitting all ceremony. The Signory, considering nothing more advisable in the beginning of their magistracy than to restore peace, caused a relinquishment of arms, ordered the shops to be opened, and the strangers who had been called to their aid to return to their homes. They appointed guards in many parts of the city, so that if the admonished would only have remained quiet, order would soon have been re-established. But they were not satisfied to wait 3 years for the recovery of their honors, so that to gratify them the arts again met, and demanded of the Signory, that for the benefit and quiet of the city they would ordain that no citizens should at any time, whether Signor, colleague, Capitano di Parte, or consul of any art whatever, be admonished as a Ghibelline, and further, that new ballots of the Guelphic party should be made, and the old ones burned. These demands were at once acceded to, not only by the Signors, but by all the councils, and thus it was hoped that the tumults newly excited would be settled. But since men are not satisfied with recovering what is their own, but wish to possess the property of others and to revenge themselves, those who were in hopes of benefiting by these disorders persuaded the artificers that they would never be safe, if several of their enemies were not expelled from the city or destroyed. This terrible doctrine coming to the knowledge of the Signory, they caused the magistrates of the arts and their syndics to be brought before them, and Luigi Guicciardini the Gonfalonier addressed them in the following words: "If these Signors, and I with them, had not been long acquainted with the fate of this city, that as soon as external wars have ceased the internal commerce, we should have been more surprised, and our displeasure would have been greater. But as evils to which we are accustomed are less annoying, we have endured past disturbances patiently, they having arisen for the most part without our fault, and we hoped that, like former troubles, they would soon have an end, after the many and great concessions we had made at your suggestion. But finding that you are yet unsettled, that you contemplate the commission of new crimes against your fellow citizens, and are desirous of making new exiles, our displeasure increases in proportion to your misconduct. And certainly, could we have believed that during our magistracy the city was to be ruined, whether with or without your concurrence, we should certainly, either by flight or exile, have avoided these horrors. But trusting that we had to do with those who possessed some feelings of humanity and some love of their country, we willingly accepted the magistracy, thinking that, by our gentleness, we should overcome your ambition. But we perceive from experience that the more humble our behavior, the more concessions we make, the prouder you become, and the more exorbitant are your demands. And though we speak thus, it is not in order to offend, but to amend you. Let others tell you pleasing tales; our design is to communicate only what is for your good. Now we would ask you, and have you answer on your honour, what is there yet ungranted that you can, with any appearance of propriety, require? You wish to have authority taken from the Capitani di Parte, and it is done. You wished that the ballotings should be burned, and a reformation of them take place, and we consent. You desired that the admonished should be restored to their honours, and it is permitted. At your entreaty we have pardoned those who have burned down houses and plundered churches, many honourable citizens have been exiled to please you, and at your suggestion new restraints have been laid upon the great. When will there be an end of your demands? And how long will you continue to abuse our liberality? Do you not observe with how much more moderation we bear defeat than you your victory? To what end will your divisions bring our city? Have you forgotten that when disunited Castruccio, a low citizen of Lucca, subdued her? Or that a Duke of Athens, your hired captain, did so too? But when the citizens were united in her defence, an Archbishop of Milan and a Pope were unable to subdue it, and after many years of war, were compelled to retire with disgrace. Then why would you, by your discords, reduce to slavery in a time of peace, that city, which so many powerful enemies have left free, even in war? What can you expect from your disunion but subjugation? Or from the property of which you have already plundered, or may yet plunder us, but poverty? For this property is the means by which we furnish occupation for the whole city, and if you take it from us, our means of finding that occupation is withdrawn. Besides, those who take it will have difficulty in preserving what is dishonestly acquired, and thus poverty and destitution are brought upon the city. Now I and these signors command, and if it were consistent with propriety, we would entreat you, that you allow your minds to be calmed, be content, rest satisfied with the provisions that have been made for you, and if you should be found to need anything further, make your request with decency and order, not with tumult, for when your demands are reasonable they will always be complied with, and you will not give occasion to evil designing men to ruin your country and cast the blame upon yourselves. These words, conveying nothing but the truth, produced a suitable effect upon the minds of the citizens, who, thanking the Gonfalonier for having acted toward them the part of a king senior, and toward the city that of a good citizen, offered their obedience in whatever might be committed to them. And the seniors, to prove the sincerity of their intentions, appointed 2 citizens for each of the superior magistracies, who, with syndics of the arts, were to consider what could be done to restore quiet, and report their resolutions to the seniors. While these things were in progress, a disturbance arose, much more injurious to the republic than anything that had hitherto occurred. The greatest part of the fires and robberies which took place on the previous days were perpetrated by the very lowest of the people, and those who had been the most audacious were afraid that when the greater differences were composed, they would be punished for the crimes they had committed, and that, as usual, they would be abandoned by those who had instigated them to the commission of crime. To this may be added the hatred of the lower orders toward the richer citizens and the principals of the arts, because they did not think themselves remunerated for their labour in a manner equal to their merits. From the time of Charles I, when the city was divided into arts, a head or governor was appointed to each, and it was provided that the individuals of each art should be judged in civil matters by their own superiors. These arts, as we have before observed, were at first 12; in the course of time they were increased to 21, and attained so much power, that in a few years they grasped the entire government of the city, and as some were in greater esteem than others, they were divided into major and minor. 7 were called major, and 14 the minor arts. From this division, and from other causes which we have narrated above, arose the arrogance of the Capitani di Parte; for those citizens who had formerly been Guelphs, and had the constant disposal of the magistracy, favored the followers of the major and persecuted the minor arts and their patrons, and hence arose the many commotions already mentioned. When the companies of the arts were first organized, many of those trades, followed by the lowest of the people and the plebeians, were not incorporated, but were ranged under those arts most nearly allied to them, and hence, when they were not properly remunerated for their labor, or their masters oppressed them, they had no one of whom to seek redress, except the magistrate of the art to which theirs was subject, and of him they did not think justice always attainable. Of the arts, that which had always been, and now has, the greatest number of these subordinates is the woolen, which, being both then and still the most powerful body, and first in authority, supports the greater part of the plebeians and lowest of the people. The lower classes, then, the subordinates not only of the woolen, but also of the other arts, were discontented, from the causes just mentioned, and their apprehension of punishment for the burnings and robberies they had committed did not tend to compose them. Meetings took place in different parts during the night, to talk over the past and to communicate the danger in which they were, when one of the most daring and experienced, in order to animate the rest, spoke thus: "If the question now were, whether we should take up arms, rob and burn the houses of citizens, and plunder churches, I am one of those who would think it worthy of further consideration, and should, perhaps, prefer poverty and safety to the dangerous pursuit of an uncertain good. But as we have already armed, and many offences have been committed, it appears to me that we have to consider how to lay them aside, and secure ourselves from the consequences of what is already done. I certainly think, that if nothing else could teach us, necessity might. You see the whole city full of complaint and indignation against us; the citizens are closely united, and the signors are constantly with the magistrates. You may be sure they are contriving something against us; they are arranging some new plan to subdue us. We ought, therefore, to keep two things in view, and have 2 points to consider. The one is, to escape with impunity for what has been done during the last few days, and the other, to live in greater comfort and security for the time to come. We must, therefore, I think, in order to be pardoned for our faults, commit new ones, redoubling the mischief, and multiplying the fires and robberies, and in doing this, endeavour to have as many companions as we can, for when many are in fault, few are punished; small crimes are chastened, but great and serious ones rewarded. When many suffer, few seek vengeance, for general evils are endured more patiently than private ones. To increase the number of misdeeds will, therefore, make forgiveness more easily attainable, and will open the way to secure what we require for our own liberty. And it appears evident that the gain is certain, for our opponents are disunited and rich; their disunion will give us the victory, and their riches, when they have become ours, will support us. Be not deceived about that antiquity of blood, by which they exalt themselves above us; for all men having had one common origin, they are all equally ancient, and nature has made us all after one fashion. Strip us naked, and we shall be found alike. Dress us in their clothing, and they in ours; we shall appear noble, they ignoble, for poverty and riches make all the difference. It grieves me much to think that some of you are sorry inwardly for what is done, and resolve to abstain from anything more of the kind. Certainly, if it be so, you are not the men I took you for, because neither shame nor conscience ought to have any influence with you. Conquerors, by what means soever, are never considered aught but glorious. We have no business to think about conscience, for when, like us, men have to fear hunger and imprisonment or death, the fear of hell neither can nor ought to have any influence upon them. If you only notice human proceedings, you may observe that all who attain great power and riches make use of either fraud or force, and what they have acquired, either by deceit or violence, in order to conceal the disgraceful methods of attainment, they endeavor to sanctify with the false title of honest gains. Those who either from imprudence or want of sagacity avoid doing so, are always overwhelmed with servitude and poverty, for faithful servants are always servants, and honest men are always poor, nor do any ever escape from servitude but the bold and faithless, or from poverty but the rapacious and fraudulent. God and nature have thrown all human fortunes into the midst of mankind, and they are thus attainable rather by rapine than by industry, by wicked actions rather than by good. Hence it is that men feed upon each other, and those who cannot defend themselves must be worried. Therefore we must use force when the opportunity offers, and fortune cannot present us one more favourable than the present, when the citizens are still disunited, the Signory doubtful, and the magistrates terrified, for we may easily conquer them before they can come to any settled agreement. By this means we shall either obtain the entire government of the city, or so large a share of it, as to be forgiven past errors, and have sufficient authority to threaten the city with a renewal of them at some future time. I confess this course is bold and dangerous, but when necessity presses, audacity becomes prudence, and in great affairs the brave never think of dangers. The enterprises that are begun with hazard always have a reward at last, and no one ever escaped from embarrassment without some peril. Besides, it is easy to see from all their preparations of prisons, racks, and instruments of death, that there is more danger in inaction than in endeavouring to secure ourselves, for in the first case the evils are certain, in the latter doubtful. How often have I heard you complain of the avarice of your superiors, and the injustice of your magistrates? Now then is the time, not only to liberate yourself from them, but to become so much superior, that they will have more causes of grief and fear from you, than you from them. The opportunity presented by circumstance passes away, and when gone, it will be vain to think it can be recalled. You see the preparations of our enemies, let us anticipate them, and those who are first in arms will certainly be victors, to the ruin of their enemies, and their own exultation, and thus honours will accrue to many of us, and security to all. These arguments greatly inflamed minds already disposed to mischief, so that they determined to take up arms as soon as they had acquired a sufficient number of associates, and bound themselves by oath to mutual defence, in case any of them were subdued by the civil power. While they were arranging to take possession of the republics, their design became known to the Signory, who, having taken a man named Simone, learned from him the particulars of the conspiracy, and that the outbreak was to take place on the following day. Finding the danger so pressing, they called together the colleagues and those citizens who, with the syndics of the arts, were endeavouring to effect the union of the city. It was then evening, and they advised the Signors to assemble the consuls of the trades, who proposed that whatever armed force was in Florence should be collected, and with the Gonfaloniers of the people and their companies, meet under arms in the piazza next morning. It happened that while Simone was being tortured, a man named Niccolò da San Friano was regulating the palace clock, and becoming acquainted with what was going on, returned home and spread the report of it in his neighbourhood, so that presently the piazza of St. Spirito was occupied by above 1,000 men. This soon became known to the other conspirators, and San Pietro Maggiore and St. Lorenzo, their places of assembly, were presently full of them, all under arms. End of Book 3, Chapter 3. Book 3, Chapter 4 of History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli. Translator unknown. Book 3, Chapter 4. Proceedings of the Plebeians. The demand they make of the Signory. They insist that the Signory leaves the palace. The Signory leave the palace. Michael de Lando Gonfalonier. Complaints and movements of the plebeians against Michael de Lando. Michael de Lando proceeds against the plebeians and reduces them to order. Character of Michael de Lando. At daybreak of the 21st of July, there did not appear in the piazza above 80 men in arms friendly to the Signory, and not one of the Gonfaloniers, for knowing the whole city to be in a state of insurrection they were afraid to leave their homes. The first body of plebeians that made its appearance was that which had assembled at San Pietro Maggiore, but the armed force did not venture to attack them. Then came the other multitudes, and finding no opposition, they loudly demanded their prisoners from the Signory, and being resolved to have them by force if they were not yielded to their threats, they burned the house of Luigi Guicciardini, and the Signory, for fear of greater mischief, set them at liberty. With this addition to their strength they took the gonfalon of justice from the bearer, and under the shadow of authority which it gave them, burned the houses of many citizens, selecting those whose owners had publicly or privately excited their hatred. Many citizens, to avenge themselves for private injuries, conducted them to the houses of their enemies, for it was quite sufficient to ensure its destruction, if a single voice from the mob called out, "To the house of such a one," or if he who bore the gonfalon took the road toward it. All the documents belonging to the woolen trade were burned, and after the commission of much violence, by way of associating it with something laudable, Salvestro de' Medici and 63 other citizens were made knights, among whom were Benedetto and Antonio degli Alberti, Tommaso Strozzi, and others similarly their friends, though many received the honor against their wills. It was a remarkable peculiarity of the riots, that many who had their houses burned, were on the same day and by the same party made knights, so close were the kindness and the injury together. This circumstance occurred to Luigi Guicciardini, Gonfalonier of Justice. In this tremendous uproar, the Signory, finding themselves abandoned by their armed force, by the leaders of the arts, and by the Gonfaloniers, became dismayed, for none had come to their assistance in obedience to orders, and of the 16 gonfalons, the ensign of the Golden Lion and of the Veo, under Giovenco della Struffa and Giovanni Cambi alone appeared, and these, not being joined by any other, soon withdrew. Of the citizens, on the other hand, some, seeing the fury of this unreasonable multitude and the palace abandoned, remained within doors; others followed the armed mob, in the hope that, by being among them, they might more easily protect their own houses or those of their friends. The power of the plebeians was thus increased, and that of the Signory weakened. The tumult continued all day, and at night the rioters halted near the palace of Stefano, behind the church of St. Barnabas. Their number exceeded 6,000, and before daybreak they obtained by threats the ensigns of the trades, with which, and the gonfalon of justice, when morning came, they proceeded to the palace of the provost, who, refusing to surrender it to them, they took possession of it by force. The Signory, desirous of a compromise, since they could not restrain them by force, appointed 4 of the colleagues to proceed to the palace of the provost, and endeavor to learn what was their intention. They found that the leaders of the plebeians, with the syndics of the trades and some citizens, had resolved to signify their wishes to the Signory. They therefore returned with 4 deputies of the plebeians, who demanded that the woolen trade should not be allowed to have a foreign judge; that there should be formed 3 new companies of the arts, namely, one for the wool combers and dyers, one for the barbers, doublet makers, tailors, and such like, and the third for the lowest class of people. They required that the 3 new arts should furnish 2 seniors, the 14 minor arts 3, and that the Signory should provide a suitable place of assembly for them. They also made it a condition that no member of these companies should be expected during 2 years to pay any debt that amounted to less than 50 ducats, that the bank should take no interest on loans already contracted, and that only the principal sum should be demanded, that the condemned and the banished should be forgiven, and the admonished should be restored to participation in the honors of government. Besides these, many other articles were stipulated in favor of their friends, and a requisition made that many of their enemies should be exiled and admonished. These demands, though grievous and dishonorable to the republic, were, for fear of further violence, granted, by the joint deliberation of the Signors, Colleagues, and Council of the People. But in order to give it full effect, it was requisite that the Council of the Commune should also give its consent, and as they could not assemble 2 councils during the same day, it was necessary to defer it till the morrow. However, the trades appeared content, the plebeians satisfied, and both promised, that these laws being confirmed, every disturbance should cease. On the following morning, while the Council of the Commune were in consultation, the impatient and volatile multitude entered the piazza, under their respective ensigns, with loud and fearful shouts, which struck terror into all the council and Signory, and Guerrente Marignoli, one of the latter, influenced more by fear than anything else, under pretence of guarding the lower doors, left the chamber and fled to his house. He was unable to conceal himself from the multitude, who, however, took no notice, except that upon seeing him they insisted that all the Signors should quit the palace, and declared that if they refused to comply, their houses should be burned and their families put to death. The law had now been passed, the Signors were in their own apartments, the council had descended from the chamber, and without leaving the palace, hopeless of saving the city, they remained in the lodges and courts below, overwhelmed with grief at seeing such depravity in the multitude, and such perversity or fear in those who might either have restrained or suppressed them. The Signory too were dismayed and fearful for the safety of their country, finding themselves abandoned by one of their associates, and without any aid or even advice, when at this moment of uncertainty as to what was about to happen, or what would be best to be done, Tommaso Strozzi and Benedetto Alberti, either from motives of ambition, being desirous of remaining masters of the palace, or because they thought it the most advisable step, persuaded them to give way to the popular impulse, and withdraw privately to their homes. This advice, given by those who had been the leaders of the tumult, although the others yielded, filled Alamanno Acciajuoli and Niccolò del Bene, two of the Signors, with anger; and, reassuming a little vigour, they said that if the others would withdraw they could not help it, but they would remain as long as they continued in office, if they did not in the meantime lose their lives. These dissensions redoubled the fears of the Signory and the rage of the people, so that the Gonfalonier, disposed rather to conclude his magistracy in dishonour than in danger, recommended himself to the care of Tommaso Strozzi, who withdrew him from the palace and conducted him to his house. The other Signors were, one after another, conveyed in the same manner, so that Alamanno and Niccolò, not to appear more valiant than wise, seeing themselves left alone, also retired, and the palace fell into the hands of the plebeians and the 8 commissioners of war, who had not yet laid down their authority. When the plebeians entered the palace, the standard of the Gonfalonier of Justice was in the hands of Michael di Lando, a woolcomber. This man, barefoot, with scarcely anything upon him, and the rabble at his heels, ascended the staircase, and having entered the audience chamber of the Signory, he stopped, and turning to the multitude, said, "You see this palace is now yours, and the city is in your power. What do you think ought to be done?" To which they replied, that they would have him for their Gonfalonier and lord, and that he should govern them and the city as he thought best. Michael accepted the command, and as he was a cool and sagacious man, more favoured by nature than by fortune, he resolved to compose the tumult, and restore peace to the city. To occupy the minds of the people, and to give himself time to make some arrangement, he ordered that one Nutto, who had been appointed Bargello or sheriff, by Lapo da Castiglionchio, should be sought. The greater part of his followers went to execute this command, and to commence with justice the government he had acquired by favour, he commanded that no one should either burn or steal anything, while to strike terror into all, he caused a gallows to be erected in the court of the palace. He began the reform of government by deposing the syndics of the trades, and appointing new ones. He deprived the Signory and the colleagues of their magistracy, and burned the balloting purses containing the names of those eligible to office under the former government. In the meantime, Ser Nutto, being brought by the mob into the court, was suspended from the gallows by one foot, and those around having torn him to pieces, in little more than a moment nothing remained of him but that foot by which he had been tied. The 8 commissioners of war, on the other hand, thinking themselves, after the departure of the Signors, left sole masters of the city, had already formed a new Signory; but Michael, on hearing this, sent them an order to quit the palace immediately, for he wished to show that he could govern Florence without their assistance. He then assembled the syndics of the trades, and created as a Signory, 4 from the lowest plebeians, 2 from the major, and 2 from the minor trades. Besides this, he made a new selection of names for the balloting purses, and divided the state into 3 parts, one composed of the new trades, another of the minor, and the third of the major trades. He gave to Salvestro de' Medici the revenue of the shops upon the old bridge; for himself he took the provostry of Empoli, and conferred benefits upon many other citizens, friends of the plebeians, not so much for the purpose of rewarding their labours, as that they might serve to screen him from envy. It seemed to the plebeians that Michael, in his reformation of the state, had too much favoured the higher ranks of the people, and that themselves had not a sufficient share in the government to enable them to preserve it, and hence, Prompted by their usual audacity, they again took arms, and coming tumultuously into the court of the palace, each body under their particular ensigns, insisted that the Signory should immediately descend and consider new means for advancing their well-being and security. Michael, observing their arrogance, was unwilling to provoke them, but without further yielding to their request, blamed the manner in which it was made, and advised them to lay down their arms, and promised that then would be conceded to them what otherwise, for the dignity of the state, must of necessity be withheld. The multitude, enraged at this reply, withdrew to Santa Maria Novella, where they appointed 8 leaders for their party, with officers and other regulations to ensure influence and respect, so that the city possessed 2 governments, and was now under the direction of 2 distinct powers. These new leaders determined that 8, elected from their trades, should constantly reside in the palace with the Signory, and that whatever the Signory should determine must be confirmed by them before it became law. They took from Salvestro de' Medici and Michael di Lando the whole of what their former decrees had granted them, and distributed to many of their party offices and emoluments to enable them to support their dignity. These resolutions being passed, to render them valid they sent 2 of their body to the Signory, to insist on their being confirmed by the council, with an intimation that if not granted they would be vindicated by force. This deputation, with amazing audacity and surpassing presumption, explained their commission to the Signory, upbraided the Gonfalonier with the dignity they had conferred upon him, the honour they had done him, and with the ingratitude and want of respect he had shown toward them. Coming to threats toward the end of their discourse, Michael could not endure their arrogance, and sensible rather of the dignity of the office he held than of the meanness of his origin, determined by extraordinary means to punish such extraordinary insolence, and drawing the sword with which he was girt, seriously wounded, and caused them to be seized and imprisoned. When the fact became known, the multitude were filled with rage, and thinking that by their arms they might ensure what without them they had failed to effect, they seized their weapons and with the utmost fury resolved to force the Signory to consent to their wishes. Michael, suspecting what would happen, determined to be prepared, for he knew his credit rather required him to be the first to attack than to await the approach of the enemy, or, like his predecessors, dishonour both the palace and himself by flight. He therefore drew together a good number of citizens, for many began to see their error, mounted on horseback, and, followed by crowds of armed men, proceeded to Santa Maria Novella, to encounter his adversaries. The plebeians, who as before observed were influenced by a similar desire, had set out about the same time as Michael, and it happened that as each took a different route, they did not meet in their way, and Michael, upon his return, found the piazza in their possession. The contest was now for the palace, and joining in the fight, he soon vanquished them, drove part of them out of the city, and compelled the rest to throw down their arms and escape or conceal themselves, as well as they could. Having thus gained the victory, the tumults were composed, solely by the talents of the Gonfalonier, who in courage, prudence, and generosity surpassed every other citizen of his time, and deserves to be enumerated among the glorious few who have greatly benefited their country, for had he possessed either malice or ambition, the republic would have been completely ruined, and the city must have fallen under greater tyranny than that of the Duke of Athens. But his goodness never allowed a thought to enter his mind opposed to the universal welfare; his prudence enabled him to conduct affairs in such a manner, that a great majority of his own faction reposed the most entire confidence in him, and he kept the rest in awe by the influence of his authority. These qualities subdued the plebeians, and opened the eyes of the superior artificers, who considered how great must be the folly of those, who having overcome the pride of the nobility, could endure to submit to the nauseous rule of the rabble. End of Chapter 3, Book 4. Book 3, Chapter 5, of History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli, translator unknown. Book 3, Chapter 5. New regulations for the elections of the Signory. Confusion in the city. Piero degli Albizzi and other citizens condemned to death. The Florentines alarmed by the approach of Charles of Durazzo. The measures adopted in consequence thereof. Insolent conduct of Giorgio Scali, Benedetto Alberti, Giorgio Scali beheaded. By the time Michael di Lando had subdued the plebeians, the new Signory was drawn, and among those who composed it were two persons of such base and mean condition that the desire increased in the minds of the people to be freed from the ignominy into which they had fallen; and when, upon the 1st of September, the new Signory entered office and the retiring members were still in the palace, the piazza being full of armed men, a tumultuous cry arose from the midst of them, that none of the lowest of the people should hold office among the Signory. The obnoxious two were withdrawn accordingly. The name of one was Il Tira, of the other Borachio, and in their stead were elected Giorgio Scali and Francesco de Micheli. The company of the lowest trade was also dissolved, and its members deprived of office, except Michael di Lando, Lorenzo di Puccio, and a few others of better quality. The honors of government were divided into two parts, one of which was assigned to the superior trades, the other to the inferior, except that the latter were to furnish 5 Signors, and the former only 4. The Gonfalonier was to be chosen alternately from each. The government thus composed, restored peace to the city for the time; but though the republic was rescued from the power of the lowest plebeians, the inferior trades were still more influential than the nobles of the people, who, however, were obliged to submit for the gratification of the trades, of whose favor they wished to deprive the plebeians. The new establishment was supported by all who wished the continued subjugation of those who, under the name of the Guelphic party, had practised such excessive violence against the citizens; and as among others, thus disposed, were Giorgio Scali, Benedetto Alberti, Salvestro de' Medici, and Tommaso Strozzi, these 4 almost became princes of the city. This state of the public mind strengthened the divisions already commenced between the nobles of the people and the minor artificers by the ambition of the Ricci and the Albizzi, from which, as at different times very serious effects arose, and as they will hereafter be frequently mentioned, we shall call the former the popular party, the latter the plebeian. This condition of things continued 3 years, during which many were exiled and put to death, for the government lived in constant apprehension, knowing that both within and without the city many were dissatisfied with them. Those within, either attempted or were suspected of attempting, every day, some new project against them; those without, being under no restraint, were continually, by means of some prince or republic, spreading reports tending to increase the disaffection. Giannozzo da Salerno was at this time in Bologna. He held a command under Charles of Durazzo, a descendant of the kings of Naples, who, designing to undertake the conquest of the dominions of Queen Giovanna, retained his captain in that city, with the concurrence of Pope Urban, who was at enmity with the queen. Many Florentine emigrants were also at Bologna, in close correspondence with him and Charles. This caused the rulers in Florence to live in continual alarm, and induced them to lend a willing ear to any calumnies against the suspected. While in this disturbed state of feeling, it was disclosed to the government that Giannozzo da Salerno was about to march to Florence with the emigrants, and that great numbers of those within were to rise in arms, and deliver the city to him. Upon this information, many were accused, the principal of whom were Piero degli Albizzi and Carlo Strozzi; after those, Cipriano Mangione, Jacopo Sacchetti, Donato Barbadori, Filippo Strozzi, and Giovanni Anselmi, the whole of whom, except Carlo Strozzi who fled, were made prisoners; and the Signory, to prevent any one from taking arms in their favor, appointed Tommaso Strozzi and Benedetto Alberti with a strong armed force to guard the city. The arrested citizens were examined, and although nothing was elicited against them sufficient to induce the Capitano to find them guilty, their enemies excited the minds of the populace to such a degree of outrageous and overwhelming fury against them that they were condemned to death, as it were, by force. Nor was the greatness of his family, or his former reputation of any service to Piero degli Albizzi, who had once been, of all the citizens, the man most feared and honored. Some one, either as a friend to render him wise in his prosperity, or an enemy to threaten him with the fickleness of fortune, had, upon the occasion of his making a feast for many citizens, sent him a silver bowl full of sweetmeats, among which a large nail was found, and being seen by many present, was taken for a hint to him to fix the wheel of fortune, which, having conveyed him to the top, must, if the rotation continued, also bring him to the bottom. This interpretation was verified, first by his ruin, and afterward by his death. After this execution the city was full of consternation, for both victors and vanquished were alike in fear; but the worst effects arose from the apprehensions of those possessing the management of affairs, for every accident, however trivial, caused them to commit fresh outrages, either by condemnations, admonitions, or banishment of citizens, to which must be added, as scarcely less pernicious, the frequent new laws and regulations which were made for the defence of the government, all of which were put in execution to the injury of those opposed to their faction. They appointed 46 persons, who, with the Signory, were to purge the republic of all suspected by the government. They admonished 39 citizens, ennobled many of the people, and degraded many nobles to the popular rank. To strengthen themselves against external foes, they took into their pay John Hawkwood, an Englishman of great military reputation, who had long served the Pope and others in Italy. Their fears from without were increased by a report that several bodies of men were being assembled by Charles of Durazzo for the conquest of Naples, and many Florentine immigrants were said to have joined him. Against these dangers, in addition to the forces which had been raised, large sums of money were provided, and Charles, having arrived at Arezzo, obtained from the Florentines 40,000 ducats, and promised that he would not molest them. His enterprise was immediately prosecuted, and having occupied the kingdom of Naples, he sent Queen Giovanna a prisoner into Hungary. This victory renewed the fears of those who managed the affairs of Florence, for they could not persuade themselves that their money would have a greater influence on the king's mind than the friendship which his house had long retained for the Guelphs, whom they so grievously opposed. This suspicion thus increasing, multiplied oppressions, which again, instead of diminishing the suspicion, augmented it, so that most men lived in the utmost discontent. To this the insolence of Giorgio Scali and Tommaso Strozzi, who by their popular influence overawed the magistrates, also contributed, for the rulers were apprehensive that, by the power these men possessed with the plebeians, they could set them at defiance; and hence it is evident that not only to good men, but even to the seditious, this government appeared tyrannical and violent. To put a period to the outrageous conduct of Giorgio, it happened that a servant of his accused Giovanni di Cambio of practices against the state, but the Capitano declared him innocent. Upon this, the judge determined to punish the accuser with the same penalties that the accused would have incurred had he been guilty, but Giorgio Scali, unable to save him either by his authority or entreaties, obtained the assistance of Tommaso Strozzi, and with a multitude of armed men, set the informer at liberty and plundered the palace of the Capitano, who was obliged to save himself by flight. This act excited such great and universal animosity against him that his enemies began to hope they would be able to effect his ruin, and also to rescue the city from the power of the plebeians, who for 3 years had held her under their arrogant control. To the realization of this design the Capitano greatly contributed, for the tumult having subsided, he presented himself before the Signors, and said, he had cheerfully undertaken the office to which they had appointed him, for he thought he should serve upright men who would take arms for the defense of justice, and not impede its progress. But now that he had seen and had experience of the proceedings of the city, and the manner in which affairs were conducted, that dignity which he had voluntarily assumed with the hope of acquiring honor and emolument, he now more willingly resigned, to escape from the losses and danger to which he found himself exposed. The complaint of the Capitano was heard with the utmost attention by the Signory, who promised to remunerate him for the injury he had suffered, and provide for his future security. He was satisfied. Some of them then obtained an interview with certain citizens who were thought to be lovers of the common good, and least suspected by the state, and in conjunction with these, it was concluded that the present was a favorable opportunity for rescuing the city from Giorgio and the plebeians, the last outrage he had committed having completely alienated the great body of the people from him. They judged it best to profit by the occasion before the excitement had abated, for they knew that the favor of the mob is often gained or lost by the most trifling circumstance, and more certainly to ensure success, they determined if possible to obtain the concurrence of Benedetto Alberti, for without it they considered their enterprise to be dangerous. Benedetto was one of the richest citizens, a man of unassuming manners, an ardent lover of the liberties of his country, and one to whom tyrannical measures were in the highest degree offensive, so that he was easily induced to concur in their views and consent to Giorgio's ruin. His enmity against the nobles of the people and the Guelphs, and his friendship for the plebeians, were caused by the insolence and tyrannical proceedings of the former; but finding that the plebeians had soon become quite as insolent, he quickly separated himself from them, and the injuries committed by them against the citizens were done wholly without his consent. So that the same motives which made him join the plebeians induced him to leave them. Having gained Benedetto and the leaders of the trades to their side, they provided themselves with arms and made Giorgio prisoner. Tommaso fled. The next day Giorgio was beheaded, which struck so great a terror into his party that none ventured to express the slightest disapprobation, but each seemed anxious to be foremost in defense of the measure. On being led to execution, in the presence of that people who only a short time before had idolized him, Giorgio complained of his hard fortune and the malignity of those citizens who, having done him an undeserved injury, had compelled him to honor and support a mob, possessing neither faith nor gratitude. Observing Benedetto Alberti among those who had armed themselves for the preservation of order, he said, "Do you, too, consent, Benedetto, that this injury shall be done to me? Were I in your place and you in mine, I would take care that no one should injure you. I tell you, however, this day is the end of my troubles and the beginning of yours." He then blamed himself for having confided too much in a people who may be excited and inflamed by every word, motion, and breath of suspicion. With these complaints he died in the midst of his armed enemies, delighted at his fall. Some of his most intimate associates were also put to death, and their bodies dragged about by the mob. End of Book 3, Chapter 5. Book 3, Chapter 6 of History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli. Translator unknown. Book 3, Chapter 6. Confusion and riots in the city. Reform of government in opposition to the plebeians. Injuries done to those who favored the plebeians. Michael de Lando banished. Benedetto Alberti hated by the Signory. Fears excited by the coming of Louis of Anjou. The Florentines purchase Arezzo. Benedetto Alberti becomes suspected and is banished. His discourse upon leaving the city. Other citizens banished and admonished. War with Giovanni Galeazzo, Duke of Milan. The death of Giorgio caused very great excitement. Many took arms at the execution in favor of the Signory and the Capitano, and many others, either for ambition or as a means for their own safety, did the same. The city was full of conflicting parties, who each had a particular end in view, and wished to carry it into effect before they disarmed. The ancient nobility, called the Great, could not bear to be deprived of public honors, for the recovery of which they used their utmost exertions, and earnestly desired that authority might be restored to the Capitani di Parte. The nobles of the people and the major trades were discontented at the share the minor trades and lowest of the people possessed in the government, while the minor trades were desirous of increasing their influence, and the lowest people were apprehensive of losing the companies of their trades and the authority which these conferred. Such opposing views occasioned Florence, during a year, to be disturbed by many riots. Sometimes the nobles of the people took arms, sometimes the major and sometimes the minor trades and lowest of the people, and it often happened that, though in different parts, all were at once in insurrection. Hence many conflicts took place between the different parties or with the forces of the palace, for the Signory sometimes yielding, and at other times resisting, adopted such remedies as they could for these numerous evils. At length, after 2 assemblies of the people, and many Baglias appointed for the reformation of the city, after much toil, labor, and imminent danger, a government was appointed, by which all who had been banished since Silvestro de' Medici was Gonfalonier were restored. They who had acquired distinctions or emoluments by the Balia of 1378 were deprived of them. The honors of government were restored to the Guelphic party. The 2 new companies of the trades were dissolved, and all who had been subject to them assigned to their former companies. The minor trades were not allowed to elect the Gonfalonier of Justice. Their share of honors was reduced from half to a third, and those of the highest rank were withdrawn from them altogether. Thus the nobles of the people and the Guelphs repossessed themselves of the government, which was lost by the plebeians after it had been in their possession from 1378 to 1381, when these changes took place. The new establishment was not less injurious to the citizens, or less troublesome at its commencement, than that of the plebeians had been; for many of the nobles of the people, who had distinguished themselves as leaders of the plebeians, were banished, with a great number of the leaders of the latter, among whom was Michael de Lando; nor could all the benefits conferred upon the city by his authority, when in danger from the lawless mob, save him from the rabid fury of the party that was now in power. His good offices evidently excited little gratitude in his countrymen. The neglect of their benefactors is an error into which princes and republics frequently fall, and hence mankind, alarmed by such examples, as soon as they begin to perceive the ingratitude of their rulers, set themselves against them. As these banishments and executions had always been offensive to Benedetto Alberti, they continued to disgust him, and he censured them both publicly and privately. The leaders of the government began to fear him, for they considered him one of the most earnest friends of the plebeians, and thought he had not consented to the death of Giorgio Scali from disapprobation of his proceeding, but that he might be left himself without a rival in the government. His discourse and his conduct alike served to increase their suspicions, so that all the ruling party had their eyes upon him, and eagerly sought an opportunity of crushing him. During this state of things, external affairs were not of serious importance, for some which ensued were productive of apprehension rather than of injury. At this time Louis of Anjou came into Italy, to recover the kingdom of Naples for Queen Giovanna, and drive out Charles of Durazzo. His coming terrified the Florentines, for Charles, according to the custom of old friends, demanded their assistance, and Louis, like those who seek new alliances, required their neutrality. The Florentines, that they might seem to comply with the request of Louis, and at the same time assist Charles, discharged from their service Sir John Hawkwood, and transferred him to that of Pope Urban, who was friendly to Charles; but this deceit was at once detected, and Louis considered himself greatly injured by the Florentines. While the war was carried on between Louis and Charles in Puglia, new forces were sent from France in aid of Louis, and on arriving in Tuscany were, by the emigrants of Arezzo, conducted to that city, and took it from those who held possession for Charles. And when they were about to change the government of Florence, as they had already done that of Arezzo, Louis died, and the order of things in Puglia and in Tuscany was changed accordingly, for Charles secured the kingdom, which had been all but lost, and the Florentines, who were apprehensive for their own city, purchased Arezzo from those who held it for Louis. Charles, having secured Puglia, went to take possession of Hungary, to which he was heir, leaving with his wife, his children, Ladislas and Giovanna, who were yet infants. He took possession of Hungary, but was soon after slain there. As great rejoicings were made in Florence on account of this acquisition as ever took place in any city for a real victory, which served to exhibit the public and private wealth of the people, many families endeavoring to vie with the state itself in displays of magnificence. The Alberti surpassed all others. The tournaments and exhibitions made by them were rather suitable for a sovereign prince than for any private individuals. These things increased the envy with which the family was regarded, and being joined with suspicions which the state entertained of Benedetto, were the causes of his ruin. The rulers could not endure him, for it appeared as if, at any moment, something might occur, which, with the favor of his friends, would enable him to recover his authority, and drive them out of the city. While in this state of suspicion and jealousy, it happened that while he was Gonfalonier of the Companies, his son-in-law, Filippo Magliati, was drawn Gonfalonier of Justice, and this circumstance increased the fears of the government, for they thought it would strengthen Benedetto's influence, and place the state in the greater peril. Anxious to provide a remedy, without creating much disturbance, they induced Beze Magalotti, his relative and enemy, to signify to the Signory that Filippo, not having attained the age required for the exercise of that office, neither could nor ought to hold it. The question was examined by the Signors, and part of them, out of hatred, others in order to avoid disunion among themselves, declared Filippo ineligible to the dignity, and in his stead was drawn Bardo Mancini, who was quite opposed to the plebeian interests, and an inveterate foe of Benedetto. This man, having entered upon the duties of his office, created a Balia for the reformation of the state, which banished Benedetto Alberti and admonished all the rest of his family except Antonio. Before his departure, Benedetto called them together, and observing their melancholy demeanour, said, "You see, my fathers, and you the elders of our house, how fortune has ruined me and threatened you. I am not surprised at this, neither ought you to be so, for it always happens thus to those who among a multitude of the wicked wish to act rightly, and endeavour to sustain what the many seek to destroy. The love of my country made me take part with Silvestro de' Medici, and afterwards separated me from Giorgio Scali. The same cause compelled me to detest those who now govern, who, having none to punish them, will allow no one to reprove their misdeeds. I am content that my banishment should deliver from them the fears they entertain, not of me only, but of all who they think perceives or is acquainted with their tyrannical and wicked proceedings, and they have aimed their first blow at me, in order the more easily to oppress you. I do not grieve on my own account, for those honours which my country bestowed on me while free, she cannot in her slavery take from me, and the recollection of my past life will always give me greater pleasure than the pain imparted by the sorrows of exile. I deeply regret that my country is left a prey to the greediness and pride of the few who keep her in subjugation. I grieve for you, for I fear that the evils which this day cease to affect me, and commence with you, will pursue you with even greater malevolence than they have me. Comfort, then, each other, resolve to bear up against every misfortune, and conduct yourselves in such a manner, that when disasters befall you, and there will be many, every one may know that they have come upon you undeservedly." Not to give a worse impression of his virtue abroad than he had done at home, he made a journey to the sepulchre of Christ, and while upon his return, died at Rhodes. His remains were brought to Florence, and interred with all possible honours, by those who had persecuted him, when alive, with every species of calumny and injustice. The family of the Alberti was not the only injured party during these troubles of the city, for many others were banished and admonished. Of the former were Piero Benetti, Matteo Alderotti, Giovanni and Francesco del Bene, Giovanni Benci, Andrea Adimari, and with them many members of the minor trades. Of the admonished were the Covini, Benini, Rinucci, Formiconi, Corbizzi, Manelli, and Alderotti. It was customary to create the Balia for a limited time, and when the citizens elected had effected the purpose of their appointment, they resigned from the office from motives of good feeling and decency, although the time allowed might not have expired. In conformity with this laudable practice, the Balia of that period, supposing they had accomplished all that was expected of them, wished to retire; but when the multitude were acquainted with their intention, they ran armed to the palace, and insisted that before resigning their power many other persons should be banished and admonished. This greatly displeased the Signors, but without disclosing the extent of their displeasure, they contrived to amuse the multitude with promises, till they had assembled a sufficient body of armed men, and then took such measures, that fear induced the people to lay aside the weapons which madness had led them to take up. Nevertheless, in some degree to gratify the fury of the mob, and to reduce the authority of the plebeian trades, it was provided, that as the latter had previously possessed a third of the honours, they should in future have only a fourth. That there might always be two of the Signors particularly devoted to the government, they gave authority to the Gonfalonier of Justice, and 4 others, to form a ballot purse of select citizens, from which, in every Signory, 2 should be drawn. This government, from its establishment in 1381, till the alterations now made, had continued 6 years, and the internal peace of the city remained undisturbed until 1393. During this time, Giovanni Galeazzo Visconti, usually called the Count of Virtù, imprisoned his uncle Barnabo, and thus became sovereign of the whole of Lombardy. As he had become Duke of Milan by fraud, he designed to make himself King of Italy by force. In 1391 he commenced a spirited attack upon the Florentines, but such various changes occurred in the course of the war that he was frequently in greater danger than the Florentines themselves, who, though they made a brave and admirable defense for a republic, must have been ruined if he had survived. As it was, the result was attended with infinitely less evil than their fears of so powerful an enemy had led them to apprehend, for the duke, having taken Bologna, Pisa, Perugia, and Siena, and prepared a diadem with which to be crowned King of Italy at Florence, died, before he had tasted the fruit of his victories, or the Florentines began to feel the effect of their disasters. End of Book 3, Chapter 6. Book 3, Chapter 7 of History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli. Translator unknown. Book 3, Chapter 7. Maso degli Albizzi. His violence excites the anger of the people. They have recourse to Veri de' Medici. The modesty of Veri. He refuses to assume the dignity of prince, and appeases the people. Discourse of Veri to the Signory. The banished Florentines endeavor to return. They secretly enter the city and raise a tumult. Some of them slain, others taken to the church of St. Reparata. A conspiracy of exiles supported by the Duke of Milan. The conspiracy discovered, and the parties punished. Various enterprises of the Florentines. Taking of Pisa. War with the King of Naples. Acquisition of Cortona. During the war with the Duke of Milan, the office of Gonfalonier of Justice fell to Maso degli Albizzi, who by the death of Piero in 1379 had become the inveterate enemy of the Alberti, and as party feeling is incapable either of repose or abatement, he determined, notwithstanding Benedetto had died in exile, that before the expiration of his magistracy he would revenge himself on the remainder of that family. He seized the opportunity afforded by a person, who on being examined respecting correspondence maintained with the rebels, accused Andrea and Alberto degli Alberti of such practices. They were immediately arrested, which so greatly excited the people, that the Signory, having provided themselves with an armed force, called the citizens to a general assembly or parliament, and appointed a Balia, by whose authority many were banished, and a new ballot for the offices of the government was made. Among the banished were nearly all the Alberti; many members of the trades were admonished, and some put to death. Stung by these numerous injuries, the trades and the lowest of the people rose in arms, considering themselves despoiled both of honor and life. One body of them assembled in the piazza; another ran to the house of Veri de' Medici, who, after the death of Salvestro, was head of the family. The Signory, in order to appease those who came to the piazza or court of the palace, gave them for leaders, with the ensigns of the Guelphs and of the people in their hands, Rinaldo Gianfigliazzi and Donato Acciajuoli, both men of the popular class, and more attached to the interests of the plebeians than any other. Those who went to the house of Veri de' Medici begged that he would be pleased to undertake the government, and free them from the tyranny of those citizens who were destroying the peace and safety of the commonwealth. It is agreed by all who have written concerning the events of this period, that if Veri had had more ambition than integrity, he might without any impediment have become prince of the city; for the unfeeling treatment which, whether right or wrong, had been inflicted upon the trades and their friends, had so excited the minds of men to vengeance, that all they required was some one to be their leader. Nor were there wanting those who could inform him of the state of public feeling, for Antonio de' Medici, with whom he had for some time been upon terms of most intimate friendship, endeavored to persuade him to undertake the government of the republic. To this Veri replied, "Thy menaces, when thou wert my enemy, never alarmed me; nor shall thy counsel, now when thou art my friend, do me any harm." Then, turning toward the multitude, he bade them be of good cheer, for he would be their defender, if they would allow themselves to be advised by him. He then went, accompanied by a great number of citizens, to the piazza, and addressed directly to the audience chamber of the Signory, whom he addressed to this effect: that he could not regret having lived so as to gain the love of the Florentines, but he was sorry they had formed an opinion of him which his past life had not warranted; for never having done anything that could be construed as either factious or ambitious, he could not imagine how it had happened that they should think him willing to stir up strife as a discontented person, or usurp the government of his country like an ambitious one. He therefore begged that the infatuation of the multitude might not injure him in their estimation, for, to the utmost of his power, their authority should be restored. He then recommended them to use good fortune with moderation, for it would be much better to enjoy an imperfect victory with safety to the city than a complete one at her ruin. The Signory applauded Veri's conduct, begged he would endeavor to prevent recourse to arms, and promised that what he and the other citizens might deem most advisable should be done. Veri then returned to the piazza, where the people who had followed him were joined by those led by Donato and Rinaldo, and informed the united companies that he had found the Signory most kindly disposed toward them, that many things had been taken into consideration, which the shortness of time and the absence of the magistrates rendered incapable of being finished. He therefore begged that they would lay down their arms and obey the Signory, assuring them that humility would prevail rather than pride, entreaties rather than threats, and if they would take his advice, their privileges and security would remain unimpaired. He thus induced them to return peaceably to their homes. The disturbance having subsided, the Signory armed the piazza, enrolled 2,000 of the most trusty citizens, who were divided equally by Gonfalons, in order to be in readiness to give their assistance whenever required, and they forbade the use of arms to all who were not thus enrolled. Having adopted these precautionary measures, they banished and put to death many of those members of the trades who had shown the greatest audacity in the late riots, and to invest the office of Gonfalonier of Justice with more authoritative majesty, they ordered that no one should be eligible to it under 45 years of age. Many other provisions for the defense of the state were made, which appeared intolerable to those against whom they were directed, and were odious even to the friends of the Signory themselves, for they could not believe a government to be either good or secure which needed so much violence for its defense, a violence excessively offensive not only to those of the Alberti who remained in the city and to the Medici who felt themselves injured by these proceedings, but also to many others. The first who attempted resistance was Donato, the son of Jacopo Acciajuoli, who thought of great authority, and the superior rather than the equal of Maso degli Albizzi, who, on account of the events which took place while he was Gonfalonier of Justice, was almost at the head of the republic, could not enjoy repose amid such general discontent, or, like many others, convert social evils to his own private advantage, and therefore resolved to attempt the restoration of the exiles to their country, or at least their offices to the admonished. He went from one to another, disseminating his views, showing that the people would not be satisfied, or the ferment of parties subside, without the changes he proposed, and declared that if he were in the Signory, he would soon carry them into effect. In human affairs, delay causes tedium, and haste danger. To avoid what was tedious, Donato Acciajuoli resolved to attempt what involved danger. Michel Acciajuoli, his relative, and Niccolò Ricoveri, his friend, were of the Signory. This seemed to Donato a conjuncture of circumstances too favorable to be lost, and he requested they would propose a law to the councils which would include the restoration of the citizens. They, at his entreaty, spoke about the matter to their associates, who replied that it was improper to attempt any innovation in which the advantage was doubtful and the danger certain. Upon this, Donato, having in vain tried all other means he could think of, excited with anger, gave them to understand that since they would not allow the city to be governed with peaceful measures, he would try what could be done with arms. These words gave so great offense, that being communicated to the heads of the government, Donato was summoned, and having appeared, the truth was proven by those to whom he had entrusted the message, and he was banished to Barletta. Alamanno and Antonio de' Medici were also banished, and all those of that family, who were descended from Alamanno, with many who, though of the inferior artificers, possessed influence with the plebeians. These events took place 2 years after the reform of government effected by Maso degli Albizzi. At this time many discontented citizens were at home, and others banished in the adjoining states. Of the latter there lived at Bologna Picchio Cavicciulli, Tommaso de' Ricci, Antonio de' Medici, Benedetto degli Spini, Antonio Girolami, Cristofano de' Colonna, and 2 others of the lowest order, all bold young men, and resolved upon returning to their country at any hazard. These were secretly told by Pigelio and Borrocchio Cavicciulli, who, being admonished, lived in Florence, that if they came to this city they should be concealed in their house, from which they might afterward issue, slay Maso degli Albizzi, and call the people to arms, who, full of discontent, would willingly arise, particularly as they would be supported by the Ricci, Adimari, Medici, Manelli, and many other families. Excited with these hopes, on the 4th of August, 1397, they came to Florence, and having entered unobserved according to their arrangement, they sent one of their party to watch Maso, designing with his death to raise the people. Maso was observed to leave his house and proceed to that of an apothecary, near the church of San Pietro Maggiore, which he entered. The man who went to watch him ran to give information to the other conspirators, who took their arms and hastened to the house of the apothecary, but found that Maso had gone. However, undaunted with the failure of their first attempt, they proceeded to the old market, where they slew one of the adverse party, and with loud cries of "People, arms, liberty, and death to the tyrants," directed their course toward the new market, and at the end of the Calimala slew another. Pursuing their course with the same cries, and finding no one join them in arms, they stopped at the Loggia Nigetosa, where, from an elevated situation, being surrounded with a great multitude, assembled to look on rather than assist them, they exhorted the men to take arms and deliver themselves from the slavery which weighed so heavily upon them, declaring that the complaints of the discontented in the city, rather than their own grievances, had induced them to attempt their deliverance. They had heard that many prayed to God for an opportunity of avenging themselves, and vowed they would use it whenever they found any one to conduct them; but now, when the favorable circumstances occurred, and they found those who were ready to lead them, they stared at each other like men stupefied, and would wait till those who were endeavoring to recover for them their liberty were slain, and their own chains more strongly riveted upon them. They wondered that those who were wont to take arms upon slight occasions remained unmoved under the pressure of so many and so great evils, and that they could willingly suffer such numbers of their fellow citizens to be banished, so many admonished, when it was in their power to restore the banished to their country, and the admonished to the honors of the state. These words, although full of truth, produced no effect upon those to whom they were addressed, for they were either restrained by their fears, or, on account of the 2 murders which had been committed, disgusted with the parties. Thus the movers of the tumult, finding that neither words or deeds had force sufficient to stir any one, saw, when too late, how dangerous a thing it is to attempt to set a people free who are resolved to be slaves, and, despairing of success, they withdrew to the temple of Santa Reparata, where, not to save their lives, but to defer the moment of their death, they shut themselves up. Upon the first rumour of the affair, the Signory, being in fear, armed and secured the palace; but when the facts of the case were understood, the parties known, and whither they had betaken themselves, their fears subsided, and they sent the Capitano with a sufficient body of armed men to secure them. The gates of the temple were forced without much trouble; part of the conspirators were slain defending themselves; the remainder were made prisoners and examined, but none were found implicated in the affair except Borachio and Pigelio Cavicciulli, who were put to death with them. Shortly after this event, another occurred of greater importance. The Florentines were, as we have before remarked, at war with the Duke of Milan, who, finding that with merely an open force he could not overcome them, had recourse to secret practices, and with the assistance of the exiles of whom Lombardy was full, he formed a plot to which many in the city were accessory. It was resolved by the conspirators that most of the emigrants, capable of bearing arms, should set out from the places nearest Florence, enter the city by the river Arno, and with their friends hasten to the residence of the chiefs of the government, and, having slain them, reform the republic according to their own will. Of the conspirators within the city, one was of the Ricci, named Samminiato, and, as it often happens in treacherous practices, few are insufficient to effect the purpose of the plot, and among many secrecy cannot be preserved; so while Samminiato was in quest of associates, he found an accuser. He confided the affair to Salvestro Cavicciulli, whose wrongs and those of his friends were thought sufficient to make him faithful; but he, more influenced by immediate fear than the hope of future vengeance, discovered the whole affair to the Signory, who, having caused Samminiato to be taken, compelled him to tell all the particulars of the matter. However, none of the conspirators were taken, except Tommaso Davizi, who, coming from Bologna, and unaware of what had occurred at Florence, was seized immediately upon his arrival. All the others had fled immediately upon the apprehension of Samminiato. Samminiato and Tommaso having been punished according to their deserts, a Balia was formed of many citizens, which sought the delinquents, and took measures for the security of the state. They declared 6 of the family of the Ricci rebels; also 6 of the Alberti, 2 of the Medici, 3 of the Scali, 2 of the Strozzi, Bindo Altoviti, Bernardo Adimari, and many others of inferior quality. They admonished all the family of the Alberti, the Ricci, and the Medici for 10 years, except a few individuals. Among the Alberti, not admonished, was Antonio, who was thought to be quiet and peaceable. It happened, however, before all suspicion of the conspiracy had ceased, a monk was taken who had been observed during its progress to pass frequently between Bologna and Florence. He confessed that he had often carried letters to Antonio, who was immediately seized, and though he denied all knowledge of the matter from the first, the monk's accusation prevailed, and he was fined in a considerable sum of money, and banished a distance of 300 miles from Florence. That the Alberti might not constantly place the city in jeopardy, every member of the family was banished whose age exceeded 15 years. These events took place in the year 1400, and 2 years afterward died Giovanni Galeazzo, Duke of Milan, whose death, as we have said above, put an end to the war, which had then continued 12 years. At this time, the government having gained greater strength and being without enemies, external or internal, undertook the conquest of Pisa, and having gloriously completed it, the peace of the city remained undisturbed from 1400 to 1433, except that in 1412, the Alberti, having crossed the boundary they were forbidden to pass, a Balia was formed which with new provisions fortified the state and punished the offenders with heavy fines. During this period also, the Florentines made war with Ladislaus, king of Naples, who finding himself in great danger ceded to them the city of Cortona, of which he was master, but soon afterward, recovering his power, he renewed the war, which became far more disastrous to the Florentines than before, and had it not, in 1414, been terminated by his death, as that of Lombardy had been by the death of the Duke of Milan, he, like the Duke, would have brought Florence into great danger of losing her liberty. Nor was the war with the king concluded with less good fortune than the former, for when he had taken Rome, Siena, the whole of La Marca and Romagna, and had only Florence itself to vanquish, he died. Thus death has always been more favorable to the Florentines than any other friend, and more potent to save them than their own valor. From the time of the king's decease, peace was preserved both at home and abroad for 8 years, at the end of which, with the wars of Filippo, Duke of Milan, the spirit of faction again broke out, and was only appeased by the ruin of that government which continued from 1381 to 1434, had conducted with great glory so many enterprises, acquired Arezzo, Pisa, Cortona, Leghorn, and Montepulciano, and would have accomplished more if the citizens had lived in unity, and had not revived former factions, as in the following book will be particularly shown. End of Book 3, Chapter 7.
Book 4, Chapter 1 of History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniele. History of Florence and the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli. Translator unknown. Book 4, Chapter 1. License and slavery, peculiar defects in republican governments. Application of this reflection to the state of Florence. Giovanni di Medici re-establishes the authority of his family. Filippo Visconti, Duke of Milan, endeavors to make amicable arrangements with the Florentines. Their jealousy of him. Precautionary measures against him. War declared. The Florentines are routed by the ducal forces. Republican governments, more especially those imperfectly organized, frequently change their rulers and the form of their institutions, not by the influence of liberty and subjection, as many suppose, but by that of slavery and license. For with the nobility or the people, the ministers, respectively of slavery or licentiousness, only the name of liberty is in any estimations, neither of them choosing to be subject either to magistrates or laws. When, however, a good, wise, and powerful citizen appears, which is but seldom, who establishes ordinances capable of appeasing or restraining these contending dispositions, so as to prevent them from doing mischief, then the government may be called free, and its institutions firm and secure. For having good laws for its basis, and good regulations for carrying them into effect, it needs not, like others, the virtue of one man for its maintenance. With such excellent laws and institutions, many of those ancient republics which were of long duration were endowed. But these advantages are, and always have been, denied to those which frequently change from tyranny to license, or the reverse, because, from the powerful enemies which each condition creates itself, they neither have, nor can possess, any stability. For tyranny cannot please the good, and license is offensive to the wise. The former may easily be productive of mischief, while the latter can scarcely be beneficial. In the former the insolent have too much authority, and in the latter the foolish, so that each requires for their welfare the virtue of the good fortune of some individual, who may be removed by death or become unserviceable by misfortune. Hence it appears that the government which commenced in Florence at the death of Giorgio Scali in 1381 was first sustained by the talents of Maso degli Albizzi, and then by those of Niccolò da Uzzano. The city remained tranquil from 1414 to 1422, for the king Ladislaus was dead, and Lombardy divided into several parts, so that there was nothing either internal or external to occasion uneasiness. Next to Niccolò da Uzzano in authority were Bartolomeo Valori, Neurone di Nigi, Rinaldo degli Albizzi, Neri di Gino, and Lapo Niccolini. The faction that arose from the quarrels of the Albizzi and the Ricci, and which were afterwards so unhappily revived by Salvestro de' Medici, were never extinguished, for though the party most favored the rebel only continued 3 years, and in 1381 was put down, still, as it comprehended the greatest numerical proportion, it was never entirely extinct, though the frequent bailias and persecutions of its leaders from 1381 to 1400 reduced it almost to nothing. The first families that suffered in this way were the Alberti, the Ricci, and the Medici, which were frequently deprived both of men and money, and if any of them remained in the city, they were deprived of the honors of government. These oft-repeated acts of oppression humiliated the faction, and almost annihilated it. Still many retained the remembrance of the injuries they had received, and the desire of vengeance remained pent in their bosoms, ungratified and unquenched. Those nobles of the people, or new nobility, who peaceably governed the city, committed 2 errors, which eventually caused the ruin of their party. The first was that by long continuance in power they became insolent. The second, that the envy they entertained toward each other, and their uninterrupted possession of power, destroyed the vigilance over those who might injure them, which they ought to have exercised. Thus daily renewing the hatred of a mass of the people by their sinister proceedings, and either negligent of the threatened dangers, because rendered fearless by prosperity, or encouraging them through mutual envy, they gave an opportunity to the family of the Medici to recover their influence. The first to do so was Giovanni de' Bicci de' Medici, who, having become one of the richest men, and being of a human and benevolent disposition, obtained the supreme magistracy by the consent of those in power. This circumstance gave so much gratification to the mass of the people, the multitude thinking they had now found a defender, that not without occasion the judicious of the party observed it with jealousy, for they perceived all the former feelings of the city revived. Niccolò da Uzzano, need not fail to acquaint the other citizens with the matter, explaining to them how dangerous it was to aggrandize one who possessed so much influence, that it was easy to remedy an evil at its commencement, but exceedingly difficult after having allowed it to gather strength, and that Giovanni possessed several qualities far surpassing those of Salvestro. The associates of Niccolò were uninfluenced by his remarks, for they were jealous of his reputation, and desired to exalt some person by means of whom he might be humbled. This was the state of Florence, in which opposing feelings began to be observable when Filippo Visconti, second son of Giovanni Galeazzo, having, by the death of his brother, become master of all Lombardy, and thinking he might undertake almost anything, greatly desired to recover Genoa, which enjoyed freedom under the dogiate of Tommaso da Campofregoso. He did not think it advisable to attempt this or any other enterprise till he had renewed amicable relations with the Florentines, and made his good understanding with them known. But, with the aid of their reputation, he trusted he should attain his wishes. He therefore sent ambassadors to Florence to signify his desires. Many citizens were opposed to his design, but did not wish to interrupt the peace with Milan, which had now continued for many years. They were fully aware of the advantages it would derive from a war with Genoa, and the little use it would be to Florence. Many others were inclined to accede to it, but would set a limit to his proceedings, which, if he were to exceed, all would perceive his base design, and thus they might, when the treaty was broken, more justifiable make war against him. The question having been strongly debated, an amicable arrangement was at length effected, by which Filippo engaged not to interfere with anything on the Florentine side of the rivers Magra and Panaro. Soon after the treaty was concluded, the duke took possession of Brescia, and shortly afterward of Genoa, contrary to the expectation of those who had advocated peace, for they thought Brescia would be defended by the Venetians, and Genoa would be able to defend herself. And, as in the treaty which Filippo made with the Doge of Genoa, he had acquired Serezana and other places situated on the side of the Magra, upon condition that, if he wished to alienate them, they should be given to the Genoese, it was quite palpable that he had broken the treaty, and he had besides entered into another treaty with the legate of Bologna, in opposition to his engagement respecting the Panaro. These things disturbed the minds of the citizens, and made them, apprehensive of new troubles, consider the means to be adopted for their defense. The dissatisfaction of the Florentines coming to the knowledge of Filippo, he, either to justify himself, or to become acquainted with their prevailing feelings, or to lull them to repose, sent ambassadors to the city to intimate that he was greatly surprised at the suspicions they entertained, and offered to revoke whatever he had done that could be thought as a ground of jealousy. This embassy produced no other effect than that of dividing the citizens. One party, that in greatest reputation, judged it best to arm and prepare to frustrate the enemy's designs, and if he were to remain quiet, it would not be necessary to go to war with him, but an endeavor might be made to preserve peace. Many others, whether envious of those in power, or fearing a rupture with the duke, considered it unadvisable so lightly to entertain suspicions of an ally, and thought his proceedings need not have excited so much distrust. That appointing to 10 and hiring forces was in itself a manifest declaration of war, which, if undertaken against so great a prince, would bring certain ruin upon the city without the hope of any advantage. For possession could never be retained of the conquests that might be made, because Romagna lay between, and the vicinity of the church ought to prevent any attempt against Romagna itself. However, the views of those who were in favor of a war prevailed. The council of them were appointed, forces were hired, and new taxes levied, which, as they were more burdensome upon the lower than the upper ranks, filled the city with complaints, and all condemned the ambition and avarice of the great, declaring that, to gratify themselves and oppress the people, they would go to war without any justifiable motive. They had not yet come to an open rupture with the duke, but everything tended to excite suspicion, for Filippo had, at the request of the legate of Bologna, who was in fear of Antonio Bentivogli, an emigrant of Bologna at Castel Bolognese, sent forces to that city, which, being close upon the Florentine territory, filled the citizens with apprehension. But what gave everyone greater alarm, and offered sufficient occasion for the declaration of war, was the expedition made by the duke against Furli. Giorgio de' Laffi was lord of Furli, who, dying, left Tibaldo, his son, under the guardianship of Filippo. The boy's mother, suspicious of his guardian, sent him to Lodovico Alidossi, her father, who was lord of Imola, but she was compelled by the people of Furli to obey the will of her deceased husband, to withdraw him from the natural guardian and place him in the hands of the duke. Upon this, Filippo, the better to conceal his purpose, caused the Marquis of Ferrara to send Guido Tortello as his agent, with forces to seize the government of Furli, and thus the territory fell into the duke's hands. When this was known at Florence, together with the arrival of forces at Bologna, the arguments in favor of war were greatly strengthened. But there were still many opposed to it, and among the rest Giovanni de' Medici, who publicly endeavored to show that even if the ill designs of the duke were perfectly manifest, it would still be better to wait and let him commence the attack, than to assail him, for in the former case they would be justified in the view of the princes of Italy as well as in their own. But if they were to strike the first blow at the duke, public opinion would be as favorable to him as to themselves, and besides they could not so confidently demand assistance as assailants as they might do if assailed, and that men always defend themselves more vigorously when they attack others. The advocates of war considered it improper to await the enemy in their houses, and better to go and seek him, that fortune is always more favorable to assailants than to such as merely act on the defensive, and that it is less injurious, even when attended with greater immediate expense, to make war at another's door than at our own. These views prevailed, and it was resolved that the Ten should provide all the means in their power for rescuing Furli from the hands of the duke. Filippo, finding the Florentines resolved to occupy the places he had undertaken to defend, postponed all personal considerations, and sent Agnolo della Pergola with a strong force against Imola, that Ludovico, having to provide for defense of his own possessions, might be unable to protect the interests of his grandson. Agnolo approached Imola while the forces of the Florentines were at Modigliana, and an intense frost having rendered the ditches of the city passable, he crossed them during the night, captured the place, and sent Lodovico a prisoner to Milan. The Florentines, finding Imola in the hands of the enemy, and the war publicly known, sent their forces to Furli, and besieged it on all sides. That the duke's people might not relieve it, they hired Count Alberigo, who from Zagonara, his own domain, overran the country daily up to the gates of Imola. Agnolo della Pergola, finding the strong position which the Florentines had taken prevented him from relieving Furli, determined to attempt the capture of Zagonara, thinking they would not allow the place to be lost, and that in the endeavor to relieve it they would be compelled to give up their design against Furli, and come to an engagement under great disadvantage. Thus the duke's people compelled Alberigo to sue for terms, which he obtained on condition of giving up Zagonara, if the Florentines did not relieve him in 15 days. This misfortune being known in the Florentine camp and in the city, and all being anxious that the enemy should not obtain the expected advantage, they enabled him to secure a greater, for having abandoned the siege of Furli to go to the relief of Zagonara, on encountering the enemy they were soon routed, not so much by the bravery of their adversaries as by the severity of the season, for having marched many hours through deep mud and heavy rain, they found the enemy quite fresh, and were therefore easily vanquished. Nevertheless, in this great defeat, famous throughout all Italy, no death occurred except those of Lodovico degli Abizi and 2 of his people, who, having fallen from their horses, were drowned in the morass. End of Book 4, Chapter 1. Recording by Daniele. November 2008. Book 4, Chapter 2 of History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniele. History of Florence and the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli. Translator unknown. Book 4, Chapter 2. The Florentines murmur against those who had been advocates of the war. Rinaldo degli Abizi encourages the citizens. Measures for the persecution of the war. Attempt of the higher classes to deprive the plebeians of their share in the government. Rinaldo degli Abizi addresses an assembly of citizens and advises the restoration of the Grandi. Niccolò da Uzzano wishes to have Giovanni de' Medici on their side. Giovanni disapproves of the advice of Rinaldo degli Abizi. The defeat at Zagonara spread consternation through Florence, but none felt it so severely as the nobility, who had been in favor of the war, for they perceived their enemies to be inspirited and themselves disarmed, without friends, and opposed by the people, who at the corners of the street insulted them with the sarcastic expressions, complaining on the heavy taxes and the unnecessary war, and saying, "Oh, they appointed the tent to frighten the enemy. Have they relieved Furli, and rescued her from the hands of the duke? No, but their designs have been discovered. And what had they in view? Not the defense of liberty, for they not love her, but to aggrandize their own power, which God has very justly abated. This is not the only enterprise by many a one with which they have oppressed the city, for the war against King Ladislaus was a similar kind. To whom will they flee for assistance now? To Pope Martin, whom they ridiculed before the face of Braccio, or to Queen Giovanna, whom they abandoned and compelled to throw herself under the protection of the King of Aragon? To these reproaches was added all that might be expected from an enraged multitude. Seeing the discontent so prevalent, the Signory resolved to assemble a few citizens, and with soft words endeavor to soothe the popular irritation. On this occasion Rinaldo degli Albizzi, the eldest son of Maso, who, by his own talents and the respect he derived from the memory of his father, aspired to the first offices in the government, and spoke at great length, showing that it is not right to judge of actions merely by their effects, for it often happens that what has been very maturely considered is attended with unfavorable results; that if we are to applaud evil counsels because they are sometimes followed by fortunate events, we should only encourage men in error which would bring great mischief upon the republic, because evil counsels is not always attended with happy consequences. In the same way, it would be wrong to blame a wise resolution because of its being attended with an unfavorable issue, for by so doing we should destroy the inclination of citizens to offer advice and speak the truth. He then showed the propriety of undertaking the war, and that if it had not been commenced by the Florentines in Romagna, the Duke would have assailed them in Tuscany. But since it had pleased God that the Florentine people should be overcome, their loss would be still greater if they allowed themselves to be dejected; but if they set a bold front against the adversity, and made good use of the means within their power, they would not be sensible of their loss or the Duke of his victory. He assured them they ought not to be alarmed by impending expenses and consequent taxation, because the latter might be reduced, and the future expense would not be so great as the former had been; for less preparation is necessary for those engaged in self-defense than for those who design to attack others. He advised them to imitate the conduct of their forefathers, who, by courageous conduct in adverse circumstances, had defended themselves against all their enemies. Thus encouraged, the citizens engaged Count Oddo, the son of Braccio, and united with him, for directing the operation of the war, Niccolò Piccino, a pupil of his father's, and one of the most celebrated of all who had served under him. To these they added other leaders, and remounted some of those who had lost their horses in the late defeat. They also appointed 20 citizens to levy new taxes, who, finding the great quite subdued by recent loss, took courage and drained them without mercy. These burdens were very grievous to the nobility, who at first, in order to conciliate, did not complain of their own particular hardship, but censured the tax generally as unjust, and advised that something should be done in the way of relief. But their advice was rejected in the councils. Therefore, to render the law as offensive as possible, and to make all sensible of its injustice, they contrived that the taxes should be levied with the utmost rigor, and made it lawful to kill any that might resist the officers employed to collect them. Hence followed many lamentable collisions, attended with the blood and death of the citizens. It began to be the impression of all that arms would be resorted to, and all prudent persons apprehended some approaching evil; for the higher ranks, accustomed to be treated with respect, could not endure to be used like dogs, and the rest were desirous that the taxation should be equalized. In consequence of this state of things, many of the first citizens met together, and it was resolved that it had become necessary for their safety that some attempt should be made to recover the government, since their want of vigilance had encouraged men to censure public actions, and allowed those to interfere in affairs who had hitherto been merely the leaders of the rebel. Having repeatedly discussed the subject, they resolved to meet again at an appointed hour, when upwards of 70 citizens assembled in the church of Saint Stephen with the permission of Lorenzo Ridolfi and Francesco Gianfigliazzi, both members of the Signory. Giovanni de' Medici was not among them, either because being under suspicion he was not invited, or that entertaining different views he was unwilling to interfere. Rinaldo degli Albizzi addressed the assembly, describing the condition of the city, and showing how by their own negligence it had again fallen under the power of the plebeians, from whom it had been wrested by their fathers in 1381. He reminded them of the iniquity of the government which was in power from 1378 to 1381, and that all who were present had to lament, some a father, others a grandfather, put to death by its tyranny. He assured them they were now in the same danger, and that the city was sinking under the same disorders. The multitude had already imposed a tax of its own authority, and would soon, if not restrained by greater force or better regulations, appoint the magistrates who, in this case, would occupy their places, and overturn the government which for 42 years had ruled the city with so much glory. The citizens would then be subject to the will of the multitude, and live disorderly and dangerous, or be under the command of some individual who might make himself prince. For these reasons he was of opinion that whoever loved his country and his honor must arouse himself and call to mind the virtue of Bardo Mancini, who, by the ruin of the Alberti, rescued the city from the dangers then impending, and that the cause of the audacity now assumed by the multitude was the extensive squittini or pollings which by their negligence were allowed to be made. For thus the palace had become filled with the lawmen. He therefore concluded that the only means of remedying the evil was to restore the government to the nobility, and diminish the authority of the minor trades by reducing the companies from 14 to 7, which would give to the plebeians less authority in the councils, both by the reduction in their number and by increasing the authority of the great, who on account of former enmities would be disinclined to favor them. He added that it is a good thing to know how to avail themselves of men according to the times, and that as their fathers had used the plebeians to reduce the influence of the great, that now, the great having been humbled, and the plebeians become insolent, it was well to restrain the insolence of the latter by the assistance of the former. To effect this they might proceed either openly or otherwise, for some of them belonging to the Council of 10, forces might be led into the city without exciting observation. Rinaldo was much applauded, and his advice was approved of by the whole assembly. Niccolò d'Aussano, who among others replied to it, said, all that Rinaldo had advanced was correct, and the remedies he proposed good and certain, if they could be adopted without an absolute division of the city, and this, he had no doubt, would be effected if they could induce Giovanni de' Medici to join them, for with him on their side, the multitude being deprived of their chief and stay, would be unable to oppose them; but that if he did not concur with them, they could do nothing without arms, and that with them they would incur the risk of being vanquished, or of not being able to reap the fruit of victory. He then modestly reminded them of what he had said upon a former occasion, and of their reluctance to remedy the evil, when it might easily have been done, that now the same remedy could not be attempted without incurring the danger of greater evils, and therefore there was nothing left for them to do but to gain him over their side if practicable. Rinaldo was then commissioned to wait upon Giovanni and try if he could induce him to join them. He undertook this commission, and in the most prevailing words he could make use of, endeavored to induce him to coincide with their views, and begged that he would not be favoring an audacious mob, enable them to complete the ruin both of the government and the city. To this Giovanni replied, that he considered it the duty of a good and wise citizen to avoid altering the institutions to which a city is accustomed, there being nothing so injurious to the people as such a change, for many are necessarily offended, and where there are several discontented, some unpropitious event might be constantly apprehended. He said it appeared to him that their resolution would have two exceedingly pernicious effects: the one conferring honors on those who, having never possessed them, esteemed them the less, and therefore had the less occasion to grieve for their absence; the other taking them from those who, being accustomed to their possession, would never be at rest till they were restored to them. It would thus be evident that the injury done to one party was greater than the benefit they had conferred upon the other, so that whoever was the author of the proposition, he would gain few friends and make many enemies, and that the latter would be more resolutely bent on injuring him, that the former would be zealous for his defense, for mankind are naturally more disposed to revenge than to gratitude, as if the latter could only be exercised with some inconvenience to themselves, while the former brings alike gratification and profit. Then, directing his discourse more particularly to Rinaldo, he said, "And you, if you could call to mind past events, and knew how craftily affairs are conducted in this city, would not be so eager in this pursuit, for he who advises it, when by your aid he was wrested the power from the people, will, with the people's assistance, who will have become your enemies, deprive you of it; and it will happen to you as to Benedetto Alberti, who, at the persuasion of those who were not his friends, consented to the ruin of Giorgio Scali and Tommaso Strozzi, and shortly afterward was himself sent into exile by the very same man. He therefore advised Rinaldo to think more maturely of these things, and endeavor to imitate his father, who, to obtain the benevolence of all, reduced the price of the salt, provided that whoever owed taxes under half a florin should be at liberty to pay them or not, as he thought proper, and that at a meeting of the councils everyone should be free from the importunities of his creditors. He concluded by saying, that as regarded himself, he was disposed to let the government of the city remain as it was. End of Book 4, Chapter 2. Recording by Daniele. October 2008.
Book 4, Chapter 3 of History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli, translator unknown. Book 4, Chapter 3. Giovanni de' Medici acquires the favor of the people. Bravery of Biagio del Melano. Baseness of Zanobi del Pino. The Florentines obtain the friendship of the Lord of Faenza. League of the Florentines with the Venetians. Origin of the Catasto. The rich citizens discontented with it. Peace with the Duke of Milan. New disturbances on account of the Catasto. These events, and the circumstances attending them, becoming known to the people, contributed greatly to increase the reputation of Giovanni, and brought odium on those who had made the proposals. But he assumed an appearance of indifference in order to give less encouragement to those who by his influence were desirous of change. In his discourse he intimated to every one that it is not desirable to promote factions, but rather to extinguish them, and that whatever might be expected of him, he only sought the union of the city. This, however, gave offence to many of his party, for they would have rather seen him exhibit greater activity. Among others so disposed was Alemanno de' Medici, who, being of a restless disposition, never ceased exciting him to persecute enemies and favor friends, condemning his coldness and slow method of proceeding, which he said was the cause of his enemies practising against him, and that these practices would one day effect the ruin of himself and his friends. He endeavored to excite Cosmo, his son, with similar discourses. But Giovanni, for all that was either disclosed or foretold him, remained unmoved, although parties were now declared, and the city in manifest disunion. There were at the palace, in the service of the Signory, 2 chancellors, Ser Martino and Ser Pagolo. The latter favored the party of Niccolò da Uzzano, the former that of Giovanni, and Rinaldo, seeing Giovanni unwilling to join them, thought it would be advisable to deprive Ser Martino of his office, that he might have the palace more completely under his control. The design becoming known to his adversaries, Ser Martino was retained and Ser Pagolo discharged, to the great injury and displeasure of Rinaldo and his party. This circumstance would soon have produced most mischievous effects, but for the war with which the city was threatened, and the recent defeat suffered at Zagonaro, which served to check the audacity of the people. For while these events were in progress at Florence, Agnolo della Pergola, with the forces of the Duke, had taken all the towns and cities possessed by the Florentines in Romagna, except Castracaro and Modigliano, partly from the weakness of the places themselves, and partly by the misconduct of those who had the command of them. In this course of the campaign 2 instances occurred which served to show how greatly courage is admired even in enemies, and how much cowardice and pusillanimity are despised. Biagio del Melano was castellan in the fortress of Monte Petroso. Being surrounded by enemies, and seeing no chance of saving the place, which was already in flames, he cast clothes and straw from a part which was not yet on fire, and upon these he threw his 2 little children, saying to the enemy, "Take to yourselves those goods which fortune has bestowed upon me, and of which you may deprive me, but those of the mind, in which my honor and glory consist, I will not give up, neither can you wrest them from me." The besiegers ran to save the children, and placed for their father ropes and ladders by which to save himself, but he would not use them, and rather chose to die in the flames than owe his safety to the enemies of his country, an example worthy of that much lauded antiquity, which offers nothing to surpass it, and which we admire the more for the rarity of any similar occurrence. Whatever could be recovered from the ruins was restored for the use of the children, and carefully conveyed to their friends. Nor was the Republic less grateful, for as long as they lived they were supported at her charge. An example of an opposite character occurred at Gaglietta, where Zanobi del Pino was governor. He, without offering the least resistance, gave up the fortress to the enemy, and besides this, advised Agnolo della Pergola to leave the Alps of Romagna, and come among the smaller hills of Tuscany, where he might carry on the war with less danger and greater advantage. Agnolo could not endure the mean and base spirit of this man, and delivered him to his own attendants, who, after many reproaches, gave him nothing to eat but paper painted with snakes, saying that of a Guelph they would make him a Ghibelline, and thus fasting he died in a few days. At this time Count Odo and Niccolò Piccinino entered the Val di Lamona, with the design of bringing the Lord of Faenza over to the Florentines, or at least inducing him to restrain the incursions of Agnolo de Pergola into Romagna. But this valley is naturally strong and its inhabitants warlike. Count Odo was slain there, and Niccolò Piccinino sent a prisoner to Faenza. Fortune, however, caused the Florentines to obtain by their loss what, perhaps, they would have failed to acquire by victory, for Niccolò so prevailed with the Lord of Faenza and his mother that they became friends of the Florentines. By this treaty Niccolò Piccinino was set at liberty, but did not take the advice he had given others, for while in treaty with the city concerning the terms of his engagement, either the conditions proposed were insufficient, or he found better elsewhere, for quite suddenly he left Arezzo, where he had been staying, passed into Lombardy, and entered the service of the Duke. The Florentines, alarmed by this circumstance, and reduced to despondency by their frequent losses, thought themselves unable to sustain the war alone, and sent ambassadors to the Venetians, to beg they would lend their aid to oppose the greatness of one who, if allowed to aggrandize himself, would soon become as dangerous to them as to the Florentines themselves. The Venetians were advised to adopt the same course by Francesco Carmignuola, one of the most distinguished warriors of those times, who had been in the service of the duke, and had afterward quitted it, but they hesitated, not knowing how far to trust him, for they thought his enmity with the duke was only feigned. While in this suspense, it was found that the duke, by means of a servant of Carmignuola, had caused poison to be given him in his food, which, although it was not fatal, reduced him to extremity. The truth being discovered, the Venetians laid aside their suspicion, and as the Florentines still solicited their assistance, a treaty was formed between the two powers, by which they agreed to carry on the war at the common expense of both, the conquests in Lombardy to be assigned to the Venetians, those in Romagna and Tuscany to the Florentines, and Carmignuola was appointed captain general of the league. By this treaty the war was commenced in Lombardy, where it was admirably conducted, for in a few months many places were taken from the duke, together with the city of Brescia, the capture of which was in those days considered a most brilliant exploit. The war had continued from 1422 to 1427, and the citizens of Florence were so wearied of the taxes that had been imposed during that time, that it was resolved to revise them, preparatory to their amelioration. That they might be equalized according to the means of each citizen, it was proposed that whoever possessed property of the value of 100 florins should pay half a florin of taxes. Individual contribution would thus be determined by an invariable rule, and not left to the discretion of parties, and as it was found that the new method would press heavily upon the powerful classes, they used their utmost endeavors to prevent it from becoming law. Giovanni de' Medici alone declared himself in favor of it, and by his means it was passed. In order to determine the amount each had to pay, it was necessary to consider his property in the aggregate, which the Florentines call accatastare, and which in this application of it would signify to rate or value, and hence this tax received the name of catasto. The new method of rating formed a powerful check to the tyranny of the great, who could no longer oppress the lower classes, or silence them with threats in the council as they had formerly done, and it therefore gave general satisfaction, though to the wealthy classes it was in the highest degree offensive. But as it is found men are never satisfied, but that the possession of one advantage only makes them desire more, the people, not content with the equality of taxation which the new law produced, demanded that the same rule should be applied to past years, that an investigation should be made to determine how much, according to the catasto, the rich had paid less than their share, and that they should now pay up to an equality with those who, in order to meet the demand unjustly made, had been compelled to sell their possessions. This proposal alarmed the great more than the catasto had done, and in self-defense they unceasingly decried it, declaring it in the highest degree unjust, and being laid not only on immovable but movable property, which people possess today and lose tomorrow, that many persons have hidden wealth which the catasto cannot reach, that those who leave their own affairs to manage those of the republic should be less burdened by her, it being enough for them to give their labor, and that it was unjust of the city to take both their property and their time, while of others she only took money. The advocates of the catasto replied that if movable property varies, the taxes would also vary, and frequently rating it would remedy the evil to which it was subject, that it was unnecessary to mention those who possessed hidden property, for it would be unreasonable to take taxes for that which produced no interest, and that if it paid nothing it could not fail to be discovered, that those who did not like to labor for the republic might cease to do so, for no doubt she would find plenty of loving citizens who would take pleasure in assisting her with both money and counsel, that the advantages and honors of a participation in the government are so great that of themselves they are a sufficient remuneration to those who thus employ themselves without wishing to be excused from paying their share of taxes. But, they added, the real grievance had not been mentioned, for those who were offended with the catasto regretted they could no longer involve the city in all the difficulties of war without injury to themselves, now that they had to contribute like the rest, and that if this law had then been enforced they would not have gone to war with King Ladislaus or the Duke Filippo, both which enterprises had been not through necessity, but to impoverish the citizens. The excitement was appeased by Giovanni de' Medici, who said, "It is not well to go into things so long past, unless to learn something for our present guidance, and if in former times the taxation has been unjust, we ought to be thankful that we have now discovered a method of making it equitable, and hope that this will be the means of uniting the citizens, not of dividing them, which would certainly be the case were they to attempt the recovery of taxes for the past, and make them equal to the present, and that he who is content with a moderate victory is always most successful, where those who would more than conquer commonly lose. With such words as these he calmed the disturbance, and this retrospective equalization was no longer contemplated. The war with the Duke still continued, but peace was at length restored by means of a legate of the Pope. The Duke, however, from the first disregarded the conditions, so that the League again took arms, and meeting the enemy's forces at Maclovio, routed them. After this defeat the Duke again made proposals for peace, to which the Florentines and Venetians both agreed, the former from jealousy of the Venetians, thinking they had spent quite enough money in the aggrandizement of others, the latter because they found Carmignuola, after the defeat of the Duke, proceed but coldly in their cause, so that they thought it no longer safe to trust him. A treaty was therefore concluded in 1428, by which the Florentines recovered the places they had lost in Romagna, and the Venetians kept Brescia, to which the Duke added Bergamo and the country around it. In this war the Florentines expended 3 millions and a half of ducats, extended the territory and power of the Venetians, and brought poverty and disunion upon themselves. Being at peace with their neighbors, domestic troubles recommenced. The great citizens could not endure the catasto, and not knowing how to set it aside, they endeavored to raise up more numerous enemies to the measure, and thus provide themselves with allies to assist them in annulling it. They therefore instructed the officers appointed to levy the tax, that the law required them to extend the catasto over the property of their nearest neighbors, to see if Florentine wealth was concealed among it. The dependent states were therefore ordered to present a schedule of their property against a certain time. This was extremely offensive to the people of Volterra, who sent to the Signory to complain of it, but the officers, in great wrath, committed 18 of the complainants to prison. The Volterrani, however, out of regard for their fellow countrymen who were arrested, did not proceed to any violence. End of Book 4, Chapter 3. Recording by Without a Map. travelingwithoutamap.blogspot.com.
Book 4, Chapter 4 of The History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli, translator unknown. Book 4, Chapter 4. Death of Giovanni de' Medici. His character. Insurrection of Volterra. Volterra returns to her allegiance. Niccolò Fortebraccio attacks the Lucchese. Diversity of opinion about the Lucchese war. War with Lucca. Astore Gianni and Rinaldo degli Albizzi appointed commissaries. Violence of Astore Gianni. About this time Giovanni de' Medici was taken ill, and finding his end approach, called his sons Cosmo and Lorenzo to him, to give them his last advice, and said, I find I have nearly reached the term which God and nature appointed at my birth, and I die content, knowing that I leave you rich, healthy, and of such standing in society, that if you pursue the same course that I have, you will live respected in Florence, and in favour with every one. Nothing cheers me so much at this moment as the recollection that I have never wilfully offended any one, but have always used my utmost endeavours to confer benefits upon all. I would have you do so too. With regard to state affairs, if you would live in security, take just such a share as the laws and your countrymen think proper to bestow. Thus you will escape both danger and envy. For it is not what is given to any individual, but what he has determined to possess, that occasions odium. You will thus have a larger share than those who endeavour to engross more than belongs to them, for they thus usually lose their own, and before they lose it, live in constant disquiet. By adopting this method, although among so many enemies, and surrounded by so many conflicting interests, I have not only maintained my reputation, but increased my influence. If you pursue the same course, you will be attended by the same good fortune. If otherwise, you may be assured your end will resemble that of those who in our times have brought ruin both upon themselves and their families." Soon after this interview with his sons, Giovanni died, regretted by every one, as his many excellencies deserved. He was compassionate, not only bestowing alms on those who asked them, but very frequently relieving the necessities of the poor, without having been solicited so to do. He loved all, praised the good, and pitied the infirmities of the wicked. He never sought the honours of government, yet enjoyed them all, and never went to the palace unless by request. He loved peace and shunned war, relieved mankind in adversity, and assisted them in prosperity. Never applied the public money to his own uses, but contributed to the public wealth. He was courteous in office, not a man of great eloquence, but possessed of extraordinary prudence. His demeanour expressed melancholy, but after a short time his conversation became pleasant and facetious. He died exceedingly rich in money, but still more in good fame and the best wishes of mankind, and the wealth and respect he left behind him were not only preserved but increased by his son Cosmo. The Volterran ambassadors grew weary of lying in prison, and to obtain their liberty promised to comply with the commands of the Florentines. Being set free and returned to their city, the time arrived for the new priors to enter upon office, and among those who were drawn was one named Giusto, a plebeian, but possessing great influence with his class, and one of those who had been imprisoned at Florence. He, being inflamed with hatred against the Florentines, on account of his public as well as personal injuries, was further stimulated by Giovanni di Contugi, a man of noble family, and his colleague in office, to induce the people, by the authority of the priors and his own influence, to withdraw their country from the power of the Florentines, and make himself prince. Prompted by these motives, Giusto took arms, rode through the city, seized the Capitano, who resided in it, on behalf of the Florentines, and with the consent of the people became lord of Volterra. This circumstance greatly displeased the Florentines, but having just made peace with the duke, and the treaty being yet uninfringed on either side, they bethought themselves in a condition to recover the place. And that the opportunity might not be lost, they immediately appointed Rinaldo degli Albizzi and Palastrozzi commissaries, and sent them upon the expedition. In the meantime, Giusto, who expected the Florentines would attack him, requested assistance of Lucca and Siena. The latter refused, alleging her alliance with Florence; and Pagolo Guinigi, to regain the favour of the Florentines, which he imagined he had lost in the war with the duke, and by his friendship for Filippo, not only refused assistance to Giusto, but sent his messenger prisoner to Florence. The commissaries, to come upon the Volterrani unawares, assembled their cavalry, and having raised a good body of infantry in the Val d'Arno Inferiore and the country about Pisa, proceeded to Volterra. Although attacked by the Florentines and abandoned by his neighbours, Giusto did not yield to fear, but trusting to the strength of the city and the ruggedness of the country around it, prepared for his defence. There lived at Volterra one Arcolano, brother of that Giovanni Contugi who had persuaded Giusto to assume the command. He possessed influence among the nobility, and having assembled a few of his most confidential friends, he assured them that by this event God had come to the relief of their necessities, for if they would only take arms, deprive Giusto of the signory, and give up the city to the Florentines, they might be sure of obtaining the principal offices, and the place would retain all its ancient privileges. Having gained them over, they went to the palace in which Giusto resided, and while part of them remained below, Arcolano, with 3 others, proceeded to the chamber above, where, finding him with some citizens, they drew him aside, as if desirous to communicate something of importance, and conversing on different subjects, led him to the lower apartment, and fell upon him with their swords. They, however, were not so quick as to prevent Giusto from making use of his own weapon, for with it he seriously wounded two of them; but being unable to resist so many, he was at last slain, and his body thrown into the street. Arcolano and his party gave up the city to the Florentine commissaries, who, being at hand with their forces, immediately took possession. But the condition of Volterra was worse than before, for among other things which operated to her disadvantage, most of the adjoining countryside was separated from her, and she was reduced to the rank of a vicariate. Volterra having been lost and recovered almost at the same time, present circumstances afforded nothing of sufficient importance to occasion a new war, if ambition had not again provoked one. Niccolò Fortebraccio, the son of a sister of Braccio da Perugia, had been in the service of the Florentines during most of their wars with the duke. Upon the restoration of peace he was discharged, but when the affair of Volterra took place, being encamped with his people at Fucecchio, the commissaries availed themselves both of himself and his forces. Some thought that while Rinaldo conducted the expedition along with him, he persuaded him, under one pretext or another, to attack the Lucchese, assuring him that if he did so, the Florentines would consent to undertake an expedition against them, and would appoint him to the command. When Volterra was recovered, and Niccolò returned to his quarters at Fucecchio, he, either at the persuasion of Rinaldo or of his own accord, in November 1429, took possession of Ruoti and Compito, castles belonging to the Lucchese, with 300 cavalry and as many infantry, and then descending into the plain, plundered the inhabitants to a vast amount. The news of this incursion having reached Florence, persons of all classes were seen gathered in parties throughout the city discussing the matter, and nearly all were in favour of an expedition against Lucca. Of the grandees thus disposed were the Medici and their party, and with them also Rinaldo, either because he thought the enterprise beneficial to the republic, or induced by his own ambition and the expectation of being appointed to the command. Niccolò da Uzzano and his party were opposed to the war. It seems hardly credible that such contrary opinions should prevail, though at different times, in the same men and the same city, upon the subject of war; for the same citizens and people that, during the 10 years of peace, had incessantly blamed the war undertaken against Duke Filippo in defence of liberty, now, after so much expense and trouble, with their utmost energy insisted on hostilities against Lucca, which, if successful, would deprive that city of her liberty, while those who had been in favour of a war with the duke were opposed to the present. So much more ready are the multitude to covet the possessions of others than to preserve their own, and so much more easily are they led by the hope of acquisition than by the fear of loss. The suggestions of the latter appear incredible till they are verified, and the pleasing anticipations of the former are cherished as facts, even while the advantages are very problematical, or at best remote. The people of Florence were inspired with hope by the acquisitions which Niccolò Fortebraccio had made, and by letters received from their rectors in the vicinity of Lucca; for their deputies at Vico and Pescia had written that if permission were given to them to receive the castles that offered to surrender, the whole country of Lucca would very soon be obtained. It must, however, be added that an ambassador was sent by the governor of Lucca to Florence to complain of the attack made by Niccolò, and to entreat that the Signory would not make war against a neighbour, and a city that had always been friendly to them. The ambassador was Jacopo Viviani, who, a short time previously, had been imprisoned by Pagolo Guinigi, governor of Lucca, for having conspired against him. Although he had been found guilty, his life was spared, and as Pagolo thought the forgiveness mutual, he reposed confidence in him. Jacopo, more mindful of the danger he had incurred than of the lenity exercised towards him, on his arrival in Florence, secretly instigated the citizens to hostilities, and these instigations, added to other hopes, induced the Signory to call the council together, at which 498 citizens assembled, before whom the principal men of the city discussed the question. Among the first who addressed the assembly in favour of the expedition was Rinaldo. He pointed out the advantage that would accrue from the acquisition, and justified the enterprise from its being left open to them by the Venetians and the duke, and that as the Pope was engaged in the affairs of Naples, he could not interfere. He then remarked upon the facility of the expedition, showing that Lucca, being now in bondage to one of her own citizens, had lost her natural vigour and former anxiety for the preservation of her liberty, and would either be surrendered to them by the people in order to expel the tyrant, or by the tyrant for fear of the people. He recalled the remembrance of the injuries done to the republic by the governor of Lucca, his malevolent disposition toward them, and their embarrassing situation with regard to him, if the Pope or the Duke were to make war upon them, and concluded that no enterprise was ever undertaken by the people of Florence with such perfect facility, more positive advantage, or greater justice in its favour. In a reply to this, Niccolò da Uzzano stated that the city of Florence never entered on a more unjust or more dangerous project, or one more pregnant with evil, than this. In the first place, they were going to attack a Guelphic city that had always been friendly to the Florentine people, and had frequently, at great hazard, received the Guelphs into her bosom when they were expelled from their own country. That in the history of the past there was not an instance, while Lucca was free, of her having done an injury to the Florentines, and that, if they had been injured by her enslavers, as formerly by Castruccio, and now by the present governor, the fault was not in the city, but in her tyrant. That if they could assail the latter without detriment to the people, he should have less scruple, but as this was impossible, he could not consent that a city which had been friendly to Florence should be plundered of her wealth. However, as it was usual at present to pay little or no regard either to equity or injustice, he would consider the matter solely with reference to the advantage of Florence. He thought that what could not easily be attended by pernicious consequences might be esteemed useful, but he could not imagine how an enterprise should be called advantageous in which the evils were certain and the utility doubtful. The certain evils were the expenses with which it would be attended, and these he foresaw would be sufficiently great to alarm even a people that had long been in repose, much more one wearied, as they were, by a tedious and expensive war. The advantage that might be gained was the acquisition of Lucca, which he acknowledged to be great, but the hazards were so enormous and immeasurable as in his opinion to render the conquest quite impossible. He could not induce himself to believe that the Venetians or Filippo would willingly allow them to make the acquisition, for the former only consented in appearance, in order to avoid the semblance of ingratitude, having so lately, with Florentine money, acquired such an extent of dominion. That as regarded the Duke, it would greatly gratify him to see them involved in new wars and expenses, for being exhausted and defeated on all sides, he might again assail them, and that if, after having undertaken it, their enterprise against Lucca were to prove successful, and offer them the fullest hope of victory, the Duke would not want an opportunity of frustrating their labours, either by assisting the Lucchese secretly with money, or by apparently disbanding his own troops, and then sending them, as if they were soldiers of fortune, to their relief. He therefore advised that they should give up the idea, and behave towards the tyrant in such a way as to create him as many enemies as possible, for there was no better method of reducing Lucca than to let them live under the tyrant, oppressed and exhausted by him; for, if prudently managed, that city would soon get into such a condition that he could not retain it, and being ignorant or unable to govern itself, it must of necessity fall into their power. But he saw that his discourse did not please them, and that his words were unheeded. He would, however, predict this to them, that they were about to commence a war in which they would expend vast sums, incur great domestic dangers, and instead of becoming masters of Lucca, they would deliver her from her tyrant, and of a friendly city, feeble and oppressed, they would make one free and hostile, and that in time she would become an obstacle to the greatness of their own republic. The question having been debated on both sides, they proceeded to vote as usual, and of the citizens present only 98 were against the enterprise. Thus determined in favour of war, they appointed a council of 10 for its management, and hired forces, both horse and foot. Astore Gianni and Rinaldo degli Albizzi were appointed commissaries, and Niccolò Fortebraccio, on agreeing to give up to the Florentines the places he had taken, was engaged to conduct the enterprise as their captain. The commissaries having arrived with the army in the country of the Lucchese, divided their forces, one part of which, under Astore, extended itself along the plain, towards Camaiore and Pietrasanta, while Rinaldo, with the other division, took the direction of the hills, presuming that when the citizens found themselves deprived of the surrounding country, they would easily submit. The proceedings of the commissaries were unfortunate, not that they failed to occupy many places, but from the complaints made against them of mismanaging the operations of the war, and Astore Gianni had certainly given very sufficient cause for the charges against him. There is a fertile and populous valley near Pietrasanta called Seravezza, whose inhabitants, on learning the arrival of the commissary, presented themselves before him, and begged he would receive them as faithful subjects of the Florentine Republic. Astore pretended to accept their proposal, but immediately ordered his forces to take possession of all the passes and strong positions of the valley, assembled the men in the principal church, took them all prisoners, and then caused his people to plunder and destroy the whole country with the greatest avarice and cruelty, making no distinction in favour of consecrated places, and violating the women, both married and single. These things being known in Florence, displeased not only the magistracy, but the whole city. End of chapter 4. Book 4, Chapter 5 of The History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli. Translator unknown. Book 4, Chapter 5. The inhabitants of Seravezza appealed to the Signory. Complaints against Rinaldo degli Albizzi. The commissaries changed. Filippo Brunelleschi proposes to submerge the country about Lucca. Pagolo Guinigi asks assistance of the Duke of Milan. The Duke sends Francesco Sforza. Pagolo Guinigi expelled. The Florentines routed by the forces of the Duke. The acquisitions of the Lucchese after the victory. Conclusion of the war. A few of the inhabitants of the valley of Seravezza, having escaped the hands of the commissary, came to Florence and acquainted every one in the streets with their miserable situation, and by the advice of those who, either through indignation at his wickedness, or from being of the opposite party, wished to punish the commissary, they went to the Council of 10, and requested an audience. This being granted, one of them spoke to the following effect: "We feel assured, magnificent lords, that we shall find credit and compassion from the Signory, when you learn how your commissary has taken possession of our country, and in what manner he has treated us. Our valley, as the memorials of your ancient houses abundantly testify, was always Guelphic, and has often proved a secure retreat to your citizens when persecuted by the Ghibellines. Our forefathers, and ourselves too, have always revered the name of this noble republic as the leader and head of their party. While the Lucchese were Guelphs, we willingly submitted to their government, but when enslaved by the tyrant, who forsook his old friends to join the Ghibelline faction, we have obeyed him more through force than goodwill. And God knows how often we have prayed that we might have an opportunity of showing our attachment to our ancient party. But how blind are mankind in their wishes! That which we desired for our safety has proved our destruction. As soon as we learnt that your ensigns were approaching, we hastened to meet your commissary, not as an enemy, but as the representative of our ancient laws, placed our valley, our persons, and our fortunes in his hands, and commended them to his good faith, believing him to possess the soul, if not of a Florentine, at least of a man. Your lordships will forgive us, for, unable to support his cruelties, we are compelled to speak. Your commissary has nothing of the man but the shape, nor of a Florentine but the name. A more deadly pest, a more savage beast, a more horrid monster never was imagined in the human mind, for, having assembled us in our church under pretence of wishing to speak with us, he made us prisoners. He then burnt and destroyed the whole valley, carried off our property, ravaged every place, destroyed everything, violated the women, dishonoured the virgins, and dragging them from the arms of their mothers, gave them up to the brutality of his soldiery. If by any injury to the Florentine people we merited such treatment, or if he had vanquished us armed in our defence, we should have less reason for complaint. We should have accused ourselves, and thought that either our mismanagement or our arrogance had deservedly brought the calamity upon us. But after having freely presented ourselves to him unarmed, to be robbed and plundered with such unfeeling barbarity is more than we can bear. And though we might have filled Lombardy with complaints and charges against this city, and spread the story of our misfortunes over the whole of Italy, we did not wish to slander so just and pious a republic, with the baseness and perfidy of one wicked citizen, whose cruelty and avarice, had we known them before our ruin was complete, we should have endeavoured to satiate, though indeed they are insatiable, and with one half of our property have saved the rest. But the opportunity is past. We are compelled to have recourse to you, and beg that you will succour the distresses of your subjects, that others may not be deterred by our example from submitting themselves to your authority. And if our extreme distress cannot prevail with you to assist us, be induced, by your fear of the wrath of God, who has seen his temple plundered and burnt, and his people betrayed in his bosom. Having said this, they threw themselves on the ground, crying aloud, and praying that their property and their country might be restored to them, and that if the Signory could not give them back their honour, they would at least restore husbands to their wives, and children to their fathers. The atrocity of the affair having already been made known, and now by the living words of the sufferers presented before them, excited the compassion of the magistracy. They ordered the immediate return of Astorre, who, being tried, was found guilty and admonished. They sought the goods of the inhabitants of Seravezza. All that could be recovered was restored to them, and as time and circumstance gave opportunity, they were compensated for the rest. Complaints were made against Rinaldo degli Albizzi that he carried on the war, not for the advantage of the Florentine people, but his own private emolument; that as soon as he was appointed commissary, he lost all desire to take Lucca, for it was sufficient for him to plunder the country, fill his estates with cattle, and his house with booty; and not content with what his own satellites took, he purchased that of the soldiery, so that instead of a commissary he became a merchant. These calumnies coming to his ears disturbed the temper of this proud but upright man, more than quite became his dignity. he was so exasperated against the citizens and magistracy that, without waiting for or asking permission, he returned to Florence, and presenting himself before the Council of Ten, he said that he well knew how difficult and dangerous a thing it was to serve an unruly people and a divided city, for the one listens to every report, the other pursues improper measures, they neglect to reward good conduct, and heap censure upon whatever appears doubtful, so that victory wins no applause, error is accused by all, and if vanquished, universal condemnation is incurred, from one's own party through envy, and from enemies through hatred, persecution results. He confessed that the baseness of the present calumnies had conquered his patience and changed the temper of his mind. But he would say he had never, for fear of a false accusation, avoided doing what appeared to him beneficial to the city. However, he trusted the magistrates would in future be more ready to defend their fellow citizens, so that the latter might continue anxious to effect the prosperity of their country; that, as it was not customary at Florence to award triumphs for success, they ought at least to be protected from calumny; and that being citizens themselves, and at any moment liable to false accusations, they might easily conceive how painful it is to an upright mind to be oppressed with slander. The Ten endeavoured, as well as circumstances would admit, to soothe the acerbity of his feelings, and confided the care of the expedition to Neri di Gino and Alemanno Salviati, who, instead of overrunning the country, advanced near to Lucca. As the weather had become extremely cold, the forces established themselves at Campanole, which seemed to the commissaries waste of time, and wishing to draw nearer the place, the soldiery refused to comply, although the Ten had insisted they should pitch their camp before the city, and would not hear of any excuse. At that time there lived at Florence a very distinguished architect, named Filippo di Ser Brunelleschi, of whose works our city is full, and whose merit was so extraordinary that after his death his statue in marble was erected in the principal church, with an inscription underneath, which still bears testimony to those who read it of his great talents. This man pointed out that in consequence of the relative positions of the river Serchio and the city of Lucca, the wastes of the river might be made to inundate the surrounding country, and place the city in a kind of lake. His reasoning on this point appeared so clear, and the advantage to the besiegers so obvious and inevitable, that the Ten were induced to make the experiment. The result, however, was quite contrary to their expectation, and produced the utmost disorder in the Florentine camp, for the Lucchese raised high embankments in the direction of the ditch made by our people to conduct the waters of the Serchio, and one night cut through the embankment of the ditch itself, so that, having first prevented the water from taking the course designed by the architect, they now caused it to overflow the plain, and compelled the Florentines, instead of approaching the city as they wished, to take a more remote position. The design having failed, the Council of Ten, who had been re-elected, sent as commissary Giovanni Guicciardini, who encamped before Lucca with all possible expedition. Pagolo Guinigi, finding himself thus closely pressed, by the advice of Antonio del Rosso, then representative of the Sienese at Lucca, sent Salvestro Trento and Leonardo Bonvisi to Milan to request assistance from the Duke, but finding him indisposed to comply, they secretly engaged, on the part of the people, to deliver their governor up to him, and give him possession of the place, at the same time intimating that if he did not immediately follow this advice he would not long have the opportunity, since it was the intention of Pagolo to surrender the city to the Florentines, who were very anxious to obtain it. The Duke was so much alarmed with this idea that, setting aside all other considerations, he caused Count Francesco Sforza, who was engaged in his service, to make a public request for permission to go to Naples, and having obtained it, he proceeded with his forces directly to Lucca, though the Florentines, aware of the deception and apprehensive of the consequences, had sent to the Count Boccaccino Alamanni, his friend, to frustrate this arrangement. Upon the arrival of the Count at Lucca, the Florentines removed their camp to Librafatta, and the Count proceeded immediately to Pescia, where Pagolo Diacetto was lieutenant governor, who, promoted by fear rather than any better motive, fled to Pistoia, and if the place had not been defended by Giovanni Malavolti, to whom the command was entrusted, it would have been lost. The Count, failing in his attempt, went to Borgo a Buggiano, which he took, and burnt the castle of Stigliano, in the same neighbourhood. The Florentines, being informed of these disasters, found that they must have recourse to those remedies which upon former occasions had often proved useful. Knowing that with mercenary soldiers, when force is insufficient, corruption commonly prevails, they offered the Count a large sum of money on condition that he should quit the city and give it up to them. The Count, finding that no more money was to be had from Lucca, resolved to take it of those who had it to dispense, and agreed with the Florentines not to give them Lucca, which for decency he could not consent to, but to withdraw his troops and abandon it, on condition of receiving 50,000 ducats; and having made this agreement, to induce the Lucchese to excuse him to the duke, he consented that they should expel their tyrant. Antonio del Rosso, as we remarked above, was Sienese ambassador at Lucca, and with the authority of the Count he contrived the ruin of Pagolo Guinigi. The heads of the conspiracy were Piero Cenami and Giovanni da Chivizzano. The Count resided upon the Serchio, at a short distance from the city, and with him was Lancilaio, the son of Pagolo. The conspirators, about 40 in number, went armed at night in search of Pagolo, who, on hearing the noise they made, came towards them quite astonished, and demanded the cause of their visit; to which Piero Cenami replied, that they had long been governed by him, and led about against the enemy, to die either by hunger or the sword, but were resolved to govern themselves for the future, and demanded the keys of the city and the treasure. Pagolo said the treasure was consumed, but the keys and himself were in their power. He only begged that as his command had begun and continued without bloodshed, it might conclude in the same manner. Count Francesco conducted Pagolo and his son to the duke, and they afterward died in prison. The departure of the Count having delivered Lucca from her tyrant, and the Florentines from their fear of his soldiery, the former prepared for her defence, and the latter resumed the siege. They appointed the Count of Urbino to conduct their forces, and he pressed the Lucchese so closely that they were again compelled to ask the assistance of the duke, who dispatched Niccolò Piccinino, under the same pretence as he previously sent Count Francesco. The Florentine forces met him on his approach to Lucca, and at the passage of the Serchio a battle ensued, in which they were routed, the commissary, with a few of his men, escaping to Pisa. This defeat filled the Florentines with dismay, and as the enterprise had been undertaken with the entire approbation of the great body of the people, they did not know whom to find fault with, and therefore railed against those who had been appointed to the management of the war, reviving the charges made against Rinaldo. They were, however, more severe against Giovanni Guicciardini than any other, declaring that if he had wished, he might have put a period to the war at the departure of Count Francesco, but that he had been bribed with money, for he had sent home a large sum, naming the party who had been entrusted to bring it, and the persons to whom it had been delivered. These complaints and accusations were carried to so great a length that the captain of the people, induced by the public voice, and pressed by the party opposed to the war, summoned him to trial. Giovanni appeared, though full of indignation. However, his friends, from regard to their own character, adopted such a course with the Capitano as induced him to abandon the inquiry. After this victory, the Lucchese not only recovered the places that had belonged to them, but occupied all the country of Pisa, except Baentina, Calcinaja, Livorno, and Librafatta, and had not a conspiracy been discovered that was formed in Pisa, they would have secured that city also. The Florentines again prepared for battle, and appointed Micheletto, a pupil of Sforza, to be their leader. The duke, on the other hand, followed up this victory, and that he might bring a greater power against the Florentines, induced the Genovese, the Sienese, and the governor of Piombino to enter into a league for the defence of Lucca, and to engage Niccolò Piccinino to conduct their forces. Having by this step declared his design, the Venetians and the Florentines renewed their league, and the war was carried on openly in Tuscany and Lombardy, in each of which several battles were fought with variety of fortune. At length, both sides being wearied out, they came to terms for the cessation of hostilities, in May 1433. By this arrangement the Florentines, Lucchese, and Sienese, who had each occupied many fortresses belonging to the others, gave them all up, and each party resumed its original possessions. Chapter 5.
Book 4, Chapter 6 of History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli, translator unknown. Book 4, Chapter 6. Cosmo de' Medici, his character and mode of proceedings. The greatness of Cosmo excites the jealousy of the citizens. The opinion of Niccolò da Uzzano. Scandalous divisions of the Florentines. Death of Niccolò da Uzzano. Bernardo Guadagni, Gonfalonier, adopts measures against Cosmo. Cosmo arrested in the palace. He is apprehensive of attempts against his life. During the war, the malignant humors of the city were in constant activity. Cosmo de' Medici, after the death of Giovanni, engaged more earnestly in public affairs, and conducted himself with more zeal and boldness in regard to his friends than his father had done, so that those who rejoiced at Giovanni's death, finding what the son was likely to become, perceived they had no cause for exultation. Cosmo was one of the most prudent of men, of grave and courteous demeanor, extremely liberal and humane. He never attempted anything against parties or against rulers, but was bountiful to all, and by the unwearied generosity of his disposition made himself partisans of all ranks of the citizens. This mode of proceeding increased the difficulties of those who were in the government, and Cosmo himself hoped that by its pursuit he might be able to live in Florence as much respected and as secure as any other citizen, or if the ambition of his adversaries compelled him to adopt a different course, arms and the favor of his friends would enable him to become more so. Averardo de' Medici and Puccio Pucci were greatly instrumental in the establishment of his power, the former by his boldness, the latter by unusual prudence and sagacity, contributed to his aggrandizement. Indeed, the advice of wisdom of Puccio were so highly esteemed that Cosmo's party was rather distinguished by the name of Puccio than by his own. By this divided city the enterprise against Lucca was undertaken, and the bitterness of party spirit, instead of being abated, increased. Although the friends of Cosmo had been in favor of it, many of the adverse faction were sent to assist in the management, as being men of greater influence in the state. Averardo de' Medici and the rest being unable to prevent this, endeavored with all their might to calumniate them, and when any unfavorable circumstance occurred, and there were many, fortune and the exertions of the enemy were never supposed to be the causes, but solely the want of capacity in the commissary. This disposition aggravated the offences of Astorre Gianni. This excited the indignation of Rinaldo degli Albizzi, and made him resign his commission without leave.
This, too, compelled the captain of the people to require the appearance of Giovanni Guicciardini, and from this arose all the other charges which were made against the magistrates and the commissaries. Real evils were magnified, and real ones feigned, and the true and the false were equally believed by the people, who were almost universally their foes. All these events and extraordinary modes of proceeding were perfectly known to Niccolò da Uzzano and the other leaders of the party, and they had often consulted together for the purpose of finding a remedy, but without effect, though they were aware of the danger of allowing them to increase, and the great difficulty that would attend any attempt to remove or abate them. Niccolò da Uzzano was the earliest to take offence, and while the war was proceeding without, and these troubles within, Niccolò Barbadoro, desirous of inducing him to consent to the ruin of Cosmo, waited upon him at his house, and finding him alone in his study, and very pensive, endeavoured, with the best reasons he could advance, to persuade him to agree with Rinaldo on Cosmo's expulsion. Niccolò da Uzzano replied as follows: "It would be better for thee and thy house, as well as for our republic, if thou and those who follow thee in this opinion had birds of silver instead of gold, as is said of thee, for advice proceeding from the hoary head of long experience would be wiser and of greater service to all. It appears to me that those who talk of driving Cosmo out of Florence would do well to consider what is their strength and what that of Cosmo. You have named one party, that of the nobility, the other that of the plebeians. If the fact corresponded with the name, the victory would still be most uncertain, and the example of the ancient nobility of this city, who were destroyed by the plebeians, ought rather to impress us with fear than with hope. We have, however, still further cause for apprehension from the division of our party and the union of our adversaries. In the first place, Neri di Gino and Nerone di Nigi, two of our principal citizens, have never so fully declared their sentiments as to enable us to determine whether they are most our friends or those of our opponents. There are many families, even many houses, divided. Many are opposed to us through envy of brothers or relatives. I will recall to your recollection two or three of the most important. You may think of the others at your leisure. Of the sons of Maso degli Albizzi, Luca, from envy of Rinaldo, has thrown himself into their hands. In the house of Guicciardini, of the sons of Luigi, Piero is the enemy of Giovanni, and did favor to our adversaries. Tommaso and Niccolò Soderini openly oppose us on account of their hatred of their uncle Francesco. So that if we consider well what we are and what our enemies, I cannot see why we should be called noble any more than they. If it is because they are followed by the plebeians, we are in a worse condition on that account, and they in a better. For were it to come either to arms or to votes, we should not be able to resist them. True it is, we still preserve our dignity, our precedence, the priority of our position, but this arises from the former reputation of the government, which has now continued 50 years, and whenever we come to the proof, or they discover our weakness, we shall lose it. If you were to say, the justice of our cause ought to augment our influence and diminish theirs, I answer that this justice requires to be perceived and believed by others as well as by ourselves, but this is not the case, for the justice of our cause is wholly founded upon our suspicion that Cosmo designs to make himself prince of the city. And although we entertain this suspicion and suppose it to be correct, others have it not, but what is worse, they charge us with the very design of which we accuse him. Those actions of Cosmo which lead us to suspect him are, that he lends money indiscriminately, and not to private persons only, but to the public, and not to Florentines only, but to the condottieri,
the soldiers of fortune. Besides, he assists any citizen who requires magistral aid, and by the universal interest he possesses in the city, raises first one friend and then another to higher grades of honor. Therefore, to adduce our reasons for expelling him would be to say that he is kind, generous, liberal, and beloved by all. Now tell me, what law is there which forbids, disapproves, or condemns men for being pious, liberal, or benevolent? And though they are all modes adopted by those who aim at sovereignty, they are not believed to be such, nor have we sufficient power to make them to be so esteemed. For our conduct has robbed us of confidence, and the city, naturally partial, and having always lived in faction, corrupt, cannot lend its attention to such charges. But even if we were successful in an attempt to expel him, which might easily happen under a favourable signory, how could we, being surrounded by his innumerable friends, who would constantly reproach us, and ardently desire to see him again in the city, prevent his return? It would be impossible, for they being so numerous, and having the good will of all upon their side, we should never be secure from them. And as many of his first discovered friends as you might expel, so many enemies would you make, so that in a short time he would return, and the result would be simply this, that we had driven him out a good man, and he had returned to us a bad one. For his nature would be corrupted by those who recalled him, and he, being under obligation, could not oppose them. Or should you design to put him to death, you could not attain your purpose with the magistrates, for his wealth and the corruption of your minds will always save him. But let us suppose him put to death, or that being banished he did not return, I cannot see how the condition of our republic would be ameliorated. For if we relieve her from Cosmo, we at once make her subject to Rinaldo, and it is my most earnest desire that no citizen may ever, in power and authority, surpass the rest. But if one of these must prevail, I know of no reason that should make me prefer Rinaldo to Cosmo. I shall only say, may God preserve the city from any of her citizens usurping the sovereignty. But if our sins have deserved this, in mercy save us from Rinaldo. I pray thee, therefore, do not advise the adoption of a course on every account pernicious, nor imagine that, in union with a few, you would be able to oppose the will of the many. For the citizens, some from ignorance and others from malice, are ready to sell the republic at any time, and fortune has so much favoured them that they have found a purchaser. Take my advice, then, endeavour to live moderately, and with regard to liberty. You will find as much cause for suspicion in our party as in that of our adversaries. And when troubles arise, being of neither side, you will be agreeable to both, and you will thus provide for your own comfort, and do no injury to any. These words somewhat abated the eagerness of Barbadoro, so that tranquillity prevailed during the war with Lucca. But this being ended, and Niccolo da Uzzano dead, the city being at peace and under no restraint, unhealthy humours increased with fearful rapidity. Rinaldo, considering himself now the leader of the party, constantly entreated and urged every citizen whom he thought likely to be Gonfalonier to take up arms and deliver the country from him who, from the malevolence of a few and the ignorance of the multitude, was inevitably reducing it to slavery. These practices of Rinaldo, and those of the contrary side, kept the city full of apprehension, so that whenever a magistracy was created, the numbers of each party composing it were made publicly known, and upon drawing for the signory, the whole city was aroused. Every case brought before the magistrates, however trivial, was made a subject of contention among them. Secrets were divulged, good and evil alike became objects of favor and opposition. The benevolent and the wicked were alike assailed, and no magistrate fulfilled the duties of his office with integrity. In this state of confusion, Rinaldo, anxious to abate the power of Cosmo, and knowing that Bernardo Guadagni was likely to become Gonfalonier, paid his arrears of taxes, that he might not, by being indebted to the public, be incapacitated for holding the office. The drawing soon after took place, and fortune, opposed to our welfare, caused Bernardo to be appointed for the months of September and October. Rinaldo immediately waited upon him, and intimated how much the party of the nobility, and all who wished for repose, rejoiced to find he had attained that dignity; that it now rested with him to act in such a manner as to realize their pleasing expectations. He then enlarged upon the danger of disunion, and endeavored to show that there was no means of attaining the blessing of unity but by the destruction of Cosmo, for he alone, by the popularity acquired with his enormous wealth, kept them depressed; that he was already so powerful that if not hindered he would soon become prince, and that it was the part of a good citizen, in order to prevent such a calamity, to assemble the people in the piazza and restore liberty to his country. Rinaldo then reminded the new Gonfalonier how Salvestro de' Medici was able, though unjustly, to restrain the power of the Guelphs, to whom, by the blood of their ancestors shed in its cause, the government rightly belonged; and argued that what he was able unjustly to accomplish against so many might surely be easily performed with justice in its favor against one. He encouraged him with the assurance that their friends would be ready in arms to support him, that he need not regard the plebeians who adored Cosmo, since their assistance would be of no greater avail than Giorgio Scali had found it on a similar occasion; and that with regard to his wealth no apprehension was necessary, for when he was under the power of the Signory his riches would be so too. In conclusion, he averred that this course would unite and secure the republic, and crown the Gonfalonier with glory. Bernardo briefly replied that he thought it necessary to act exactly as Rinaldo had advised, and that as the time was suitable for action, he should provide himself with forces, being assured, from what Rinaldo had said, he would be supported by his colleagues. Bernardo entered upon the duties of his office, prepared his followers, and having concerted with Rinaldo, summoned Cosmo, who, though many friends dissuaded him from it, obeyed the call, trusting more to his own innocence than to the mercy of the Signory. As soon as he had entered the palace, he was arrested. Rinaldo, with a great number of armed men, and accompanied by nearly the whole of his party, proceeded to the piazza, when the Signory assembled the people, and created a Balia of 200 persons for the reformation of the city. With the least possible delay they entered upon the consideration of reform, and of the life or death of Cosmo. Many wished him to be banished, others to be put to death, and several were silent, either from compassion toward him or for fear of the rest, so that these differences prevented them from coming to any conclusion. There is an apartment in the tower of the palace which occupies the whole of one floor, and is called the Alberghettino, in which Cosmo was confined, under the charge of Federigo Malovalti. In this place, hearing the assembly of the consuls, the noise of arms which proceeded from the piazza, and the frequent ringing of the bell to assemble the Balia, he was greatly apprehensive for his safety, but still more lest his private enemies should cause him to be put to death in some unusual manner. He scarcely took any food, so that in 4 days he ate only a small quantity of bread. Federigo, observing his anxiety, said to him: "Cosmo, you are afraid of being poisoned, and are evidently hastening your end with hunger. You wrong me if you think I would be a party to such an atrocious act. I do not imagine your life to be in much danger, since you have so many friends, both within the palace and without.
But if you should eventually lose it, be assured they will use some other medium than myself for that purpose, for I will never imbue my hands in the blood of any, still less in yours, who never injured me. Therefore cheer up, take some food, and preserve your life for your friends and your country. And that you may do so with greater assurance, I will partake of your meals with you." These words were of great relief to Cosmo, who, with tears in his eyes, embraced and kissed Federigo, earnestly thanking him for so kind and affectionate conduct, and promising, if ever the opportunity were given him, he would not be ungrateful. End of Book 4, Chapter 6. Book 4, Chapter 6 of History of Florence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli, translator unknown. Book 4, Chapter 6. Cosmo is banished to Padua. Rinaldo degli Albizzi attempts to restore the nobility. New disturbances occasioned by Rinaldo degli Albizzi. Rinaldo takes arms against the Signory. His designs are disconcerted. Pope Eugenius in Florence. He endeavors to reconcile the parties. Cosmo is recalled. Rinaldo and his party banished. Glorious return of Cosmo. Cosmo in some degree recovered his spirits, and while the citizens were disputing about him, Federigo, by way of recreation, brought an acquaintance of the Gonfalonier to take supper with him, an amusing and facetious person, whose name was Il Farnagaccio. The repast being nearly over, Cosmo, who thought he might turn this visit to advantage, for he knew the man very intimately, gave a sign to Federigo to leave the apartment, and he, guessing the cause, under pretence of going for something that was wanted on the table, left them together. Cosmo, after a few friendly expressions addressed to Il Farnagaccio, gave him a small slip of paper, and desired him to go to the director of the hospital of Santa Maria Nuova for 1,100 ducats. He was to take the 100 for himself, and carry the 1,000 to the Gonfalonier, and beg that he would take some suitable occasion of coming to see him. Farnagaccio undertook the commission, the money was paid, Bernardo became more humane, and Cosmo was banished to Padua, contrary to the wish of Rinaldo, who earnestly desired his death. Averardo and many others of the house of Medici were also banished, and with them Puccio and Giovanni Pucci. To silence those who were dissatisfied with the banishment of Cosmo, they endowed with the power of a Balia, the aid of war, and the Capitano of the people. After this sentence, Cosmo on the 3rd of October, 1433, came before the Signory, by whom the boundary to which he was restricted was specified, and they advised him to avoid passing it, unless he wished them to proceed with greater severity both against himself and his property. Cosmo received his sentence with a cheerful look, assuring the Signory that wherever they determined to send him he would willingly remain. He earnestly begged that as they had preserved his life they would protect it, for he knew there were many in the piazza who were desirous to take it, and assured them that wherever he might be, himself and his means were entirely at the service of the city, the people, and the Signory. He was respectfully attended by the Gonfalonier, who retained him in the palace till night, then conducted him to his own house to supper, and caused him to be escorted by a strong armed force to his place of banishment. Wherever the cavalcade passed, Cosmo was honorably received, and was publicly visited by the Venetians, not as an exile, but with all the respect due to one in the highest station. Florence, widowed of so great a citizen, one so generally beloved, seemed to be universally sunk in despondency, Victors and the vanquished were alike in fear. Rinaldo, as if inspired with a presage of his future calamities, in order not to appear deficient to himself or his party, assembled many citizens his friends, and informed them that he foresaw their approaching ruin for having allowed themselves to be overcome by the prayers, the tears, and the money of their enemies, and that they did not seem aware they would soon themselves have to entreat and weep, when their prayers would not be listened to, or their tears excite compassion; and that of the money received they would have to restore the principal, and pay the interest in tortures, exile, and death; that it would have been much better for them to have done nothing than to have left Cosmo alive and his friends in Florence; for great offenders ought either to remain untouched or be destroyed; that there was no remedy but to strengthen themselves in the city, so that upon the renewed attempts of their enemies, which would soon take place, they might drive them out with arms, since they had not sufficient civil authority to expel them. The remedy to be adopted, he said, was one that he had long before advocated, which was to regain the friendship of the grandees, restoring and conceding to them all the honors of the city, and thus make themselves strong with that party, since the adversaries had joined the plebeians; that by this means they would become the more powerful side, for they would possess greater energy, more comprehensive talent, and an augmented share of influence; and that if this last and only remedy were not adopted, he knew not what other means could be made use of to preserve the government among so many enemies, or prevent their own ruin and that of the city. Mariotto Baldovinetti, one of the assembly, was opposed to this plan, on account of the pride and insupportable nature of the nobility, and said that it would be folly to place themselves again under such inevitable tyranny for the sake of avoiding imaginary dangers from the plebeians. Rinaldo, finding his advice unfavorably received, vexed at his own misfortune and that of his party, imputed the whole to Heaven itself, which had resolved upon it, rather than to human ignorance and blunders. In this juncture of affairs, no remedial measure being attempted, a letter was found written by Agnolo Acciajuoli to Cosmo, acquainting him with the disposition of the city in his favor, and advising him, if possible, to excite a war, and gain a friendship of Neri di Gino; for he imagined the city to be in want of money, and as she would not find any one to serve her, the remembrance of him would be revived in the minds of the citizens, and they would desire his return; and that, if Neri were detached from Rinaldo, the party of the latter would be so weakened as to be unable to defend themselves. This letter coming to the hands of the magistrates, Agnolo was taken, put to the torture, and sent into exile. This example, however, did not at all deter Cosmo's party. It was now almost a year since Cosmo had been banished, and the end of August, 1434, being come, Niccolo di Goccio was drowned Gonfalonier for the 2 succeeding months, and with him 8 signors, all partisans of Cosmo. This struck terror into Rinaldo and his party, and as it is usual for 3 days to elapse before the new signory assume the magistracy and the old resigned their authority, Rinaldo again called together the heads of his party. He endeavored to show them their certain and immediate danger, and that their only remedy was to take arms, and cause Donato Velluti, who was yet Gonfalonier, to assemble the people in the piazza and create a Balia. He would then deprive the new signory of the magistracy, appoint another, burn the present balloting purses, and by means of a new Squittini provide themselves with friends. Many thought this course safe and requisite; others that it was too violent, and likely to be attended with great evil. Among those who disliked it was Palla Strozzi, a peaceable, gentle, and humane person, better adapted for literary pursuits than for restraining a party, or opposing civil strife. He said that bold and crafty resolutions seemed promising at their commencement,
but are afterward found difficult to execute, and generally pernicious at their conclusion; that he thought the fear of external wars, the duke's forces being upon the confines of Romagna, would occupy the minds of the Signory more than internal dissensions; but still, if any attempt should be made, and it could not take place unnoticed, they would have sufficient time to take arms, and adopt whatever measures might be found necessary for the common good, which being done upon necessity would occasion less excitement among the people and less danger to themselves. It was therefore concluded that the new Signory should come in, that their proceedings should be watched, and if they were found attempting anything against the party, each should take arms, and meet in the piazza of San Pulinari, situated near the palace, and whence they might proceed wherever it was found necessary. Having come to this conclusion, Rinaldo's friends separated. The new Signory entered upon their office, and the Gonfalonier, in order to acquire reputation, and deter those who might intend to oppose him, sent Donato Velluti, his predecessor, to prison, upon the charge of having applied the public money to his own use. He then endeavored to sound his colleagues with respect to Cosmo. Seeing them desirous of his return, he communicated with the leaders of the Medici party, and, by their advice, summoned the hostile chiefs, Rinaldo degli Albizzi, Ridolfo Peruzzi, and Niccolò Barbadoro. After this citation, Rinaldo thought further delay would be dangerous. He therefore left his house with a great number of armed men, and was soon joined by Ridolfo Peruzzi and Niccolò Barbadoro. The force accompanying them was composed of several citizens and a great number of disbanded soldiers then in Florence, and all assembled according to appointment in the piazza of San Pulinari. Paolo Strozzi and Giovanni Guicciardini, though each had assembled a large number of men, kept in their houses, and therefore Rinaldo sent a messenger to request their attendance and to reprove their delay. Giovanni replied that he should lend sufficient aid against their enemies, if by remaining at home he could prevent his brother Piero from going to the defense of the palace. After many messages Palla came to San Pulinari on horseback, accompanied by two of his people on foot, and unarmed. Rinaldo, on meeting him, sharply reproved him for his negligence, declaring that his refusal to come with the others arose either from defect of principle or want of courage, both of which charges should be avoided by all who wished to preserve such a character as he had hitherto possessed, and that if he thought this abominable conduct to his party would induce their enemies, when victorious, to spare him from death or exile, he deceived himself. But for himself, Rinaldo, whatever might happen, he had the consolation of knowing that previously to the crisis he had never neglected his duty in council, and that when it occurred he had used every possible exertion to repel it with arms; but that Palla and the others would experience aggravated remorse when they considered they had upon 3 occasions betrayed their country: first, when they saved Cosmo; next, when they disregarded his advice; and now, the 3rd time, by not coming armed in her defense according to their engagement. To these reproaches Palla made no reply audible to those around, but, muttering something as he left them, returned to his house. The Signory, knowing Rinaldo and his party had taken arms, finding themselves abandoned, caused the palace to be shut up, and having no one to consult they knew not what course to adopt. However, Rinaldo, by delaying his coming to the piazza, having waited in expectation of forces which did not join him, lost the opportunity of victory, gave them courage to provide for their defense, and allowed many others to join them, who advised that means should be used to induce their adversaries to lay down their arms. Thereupon some of the least suspected went on the part of the Signory to Rinaldo, and said
they did not know what occasion they had given his friends for thus assembling in arms, that they never had any intention of offending him, and if they had spoken of Cosmo, they had no design of recalling him. So if their fears were thus occasioned, they might at once be dispelled, for that if they came to the palace they would be graciously received, and all their complaints attended to. These words produced no change in Rinaldo's purpose. He bade them provide for their safety by resigning their offices, and said that then the government of the city would be reorganized for the mutual benefit of all. It rarely happens, where authorities are equal and opinions contrary, that any good resolution is adopted. Rodolfo Peruzzi, moved by this discourse of the citizens, said that all he desired was to prevent the return of Cosmo, and this being granted to them seemed a sufficient victory; nor would he, to obtain a greater, fill the city with blood. He would therefore obey the Signory, and accordingly went with his people to the palace, where he was received with a hearty welcome. Thus Rinaldo's delay at San Pulinari, Palla's want of courage, and Ridolfo's desertion, deprived their party of all chance of success, while the ardor of the citizens abated, and the Pope's authority did not contribute to its revival. Pope Eugenius was at this time at Florence, having been driven from Rome by the people. These disturbances coming to his knowledge, he thought it a duty suitable to his pastoral office to appease them, and sent the Patriarch Giovanni Vitelleschi, Rinaldo's most intimate friend, to entreat the latter to come to an interview with him, as he trusted he had sufficient influence with the Signory to insure his safety and satisfaction, without injury or bloodshed to the citizens. By his friend's persuasion, Rinaldo proceeded with all his followers to Santa Maria Nuova, where the Pope resided. Eugenius gave him to understand that the Signory had empowered him to settle the differences between them, and that all would be arranged to his satisfaction if he laid down his arms. Rinaldo, having witnessed Palla's want of zeal, and the fickleness of Ridolfo Peruzzi, and no better course being open to him, placed himself in the Pope's hands, thinking that at all events the authority of his Holiness would insure his safety. Eugenius then sent word to Niccolò Barbadoro and the rest who remained without, that they were to lay down their arms, for Rinaldo was remaining with the pontiff, to arrange terms of agreement with the signors; upon which they immediately dispersed and laid aside their weapons. The Signory, seeing their adversaries disarmed, continued to negotiate an arrangement by means of the Pope, but at the same time sent secretly to the mountains of Pistoia for infantry, which, with what other forces they could collect, were brought into Florence by night. Having taken possession of all the strong positions in the city, they assembled the people in the piazza, and created a new Balia, which, without delay, restored Cosmo and those who had been exiled with him to their country, and banished, of the opposite party, Rinaldo degli Albizzi, Ridolfo Perucci, Niccolò Barbadoro, and Palla Strozzi, with so many other citizens, that there were few places in Italy which did not contain some, and many others beyond her limits were full of them. By this and similar occurrences, Florence was deprived of men of worth, and of much wealth and industry. The Pope, seeing such misfortunes befall those who by his entreaties were induced to lay down their arms, was greatly dissatisfied, and condoled with Rinaldo on the injuries he had received through his confidence in him, but advised him to be patient, and hope for some favorable turn of fortune. Rinaldo replied: "The want of confidence in those who ought to have trusted me, and the great trust I have reposed in you, have ruined both me and my party; but I blame myself principally for having thought that you, who were expelled from your own country, could preserve me in mine. I have had sufficient experience of the freaks of fortune, and as I have never trusted greatly to prosperity, I shall suffer less inconvenience from adversity, and I know
that when she pleases she can become more favorable. But if she should never change, I shall not be very desirous of living in a city in which individuals are more powerful than the laws, for that country alone is desirable in which property and friends may be safely enjoyed, not one where they may easily be taken from us, and where friends, from fear of losing their property, are compelled to abandon each other in their greatest need. Besides, it has always been less painful to good men to hear of the misfortunes of their country than to witness them, and an honorable exile is always held in greater esteem than slavery at home. He then left the Pope, and full of indignation, blaming himself, his own measures, and the coldness of his friends, went into exile. Cosmo, on the other hand, being informed of his recall, returned to Florence, and it has seldom occurred that any citizen, coming home triumphant from victory, was received by so vast a concourse of people, or such unqualified demonstrations of regard, as he was upon his return from banishment, for by universal consent he was hailed as the benefactor of the people and the father of his country. End of Book 4, Chapter 6, and End of History of Florence and of the Affairs of Italy, Volume 1, by Niccolò Machiavelli, translator unknown.